faster. Go. now's the time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. 100 miles I'm running, never touch the brakes. See they're counting, we can't let them wait. Never late, cause it's time. We eat the beat and heat the street. Gotta keep moving, zooming down that winning road, avoid defeat. Cause time, it's time. Wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move faster. Time is time, it has no master. Time, no delay. Gotta get going now, there's no more time to waste. More speed, little less haste. This time, wanna move quick, gotta move faster. Wanna speed up, gotta move faster. Time is time, it has no master.
Faster. more efficient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Supreme, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Okay, let's go.
Tara, let's go.
Tara, tara.
let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Sumakse na. Yan na.
Welcome back to the Coaction Han Card RTM in Gangnam, Seoul. We're seeing the inklings of what the playoffs might be like with 2 teams secured and 1 team out. The remaining 9 teams fighting for their tournament lives as we inch towards champions. We are live in South Korea right now. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja, and my analyst with me for today, 안녕하세요.
네.
안녕하세요.
Quack and Asarai, welcome. My We Bear Bears theme for today. All right, how are you guys feeling? We are on day 3 of week 2. So much has happened already.
Yeah.
1 team out, 2 teams in for playoffs, and we're working on a Korean
Yes, we are.
day by day.
Trying
감사합니다.
to.
네.
Yes.
네.
What is up, my Wang, Kyowang, and
공주.
Gongsu?
공주.
I'm so glad there's a separate broadcast for Koreans.
We are so getting roasted after this.
Yeah, it's totally
They're not
fine.
watching us.
This is why we learn, all right? There are no losses, only moments to learn.
Yes.
Okay, it's all about learning.
And that's what the desk is for you guys to hopefully learn and just go
My
go
favorite
along
thing
with
to
us.
learn is just all the foods that we eat, like 닭갈비,
Sundae.
떡갈비, sundae, yeah.
See?
It's great.
what we
Production is
learned.
telling us that nothing we said was comprehensible.
We're getting
But you know what?
Yeah.
We can comprehend, and what we do know is Valorant. So we're gonna go back to Valorant. I'm so sorry to
Yes.
those of you who do speak Korean and just hated what we did.
Yes.
How are you guys feeling about the standings so far?
Oh my goodness. Well, after yesterday, I think it was quite the shakeup, wasn't it? I mean, we had DFM really popping off, especially with May, but at the same time, unfortunately, having to kind of bleed goodbye, that was a little bit heartbreaking. They're still in the game, of course, they can keep on playing, but then that said, chances of making the playoffs basically impossible by that point.
Yeah, and yesterday was pretty incredible. The Zeta DFM game, a lot of the Japanese audience were here physically in person, flew in for this game. And we had a bit, I don't know if I want to call it an upset, but I will call it an upset because they just have never defeated Zeta Division ever in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, again, the last time that they have kind of faced against each other was 2023. We talked about this yesterday, where Zeta Division felt like they are the stronger team up until the point that DFM has beaten them, because they've proven how strong Depp can be. The communication between him and Laz, that back line, front line, it always almost works out. But you also have to take note that DFM was going through a lot of processes as well into kind of getting into this part. They had to lose so many of the games that they had. They only had that one win against T1 during stage 1. Then coming into this one, technically, even though they did, outmaneuver, win against Zeta, that's also their second win in this year. So that's pretty big things that DFM are able to do.
Absolutely. So that was always a pleasure to see things like this happen over the course of stage 2 or the entire year. Now, we also want to talk about championship points. So you're seeing the playoff standings right now, moving towards it. But again, we do have championship points happening on the side here, Quack.
Yeah, and on championship points side, a lot of bright things happening as well, because Paper Rex has now moved on up, basically securing playoffs. Gen G stands at the top of the list with 13 championship points, Paper Rex with 12, but everyone's kind of starting to move on up a little bit more, and it's you're starting to run out of chances as well. I feel like you want to really pay attention to whoever's really going to secure that 3rd and 4th place spot. I mean, are we going to see like DRX return to the international stage? I feel like they really want that.
I'm not going to be surprised if DRX does end up on that stage, but I think today it's going to determine a lot. They'll be playing against RRQ later today. Now, this is a trend we've noticed over the course, especially of the stage 2. Thrifties tend to lead to a certain outcome. 70%, 77% double thrifty win rate if there's a double thrifty in the map.
I like it because, again, it kind of shows that it's not teams anymore kind of just one-offing, pistol round, thrifty kind of rounds, right? They just, we just try to maybe play exit frags, ruin economy. We actually can have these crossfire setups, which we've seen multiple times really break, teams apart. That being said as well, we've seen some teams just kind of bring out the sheriffs. I think it was, what was it? I think it was the Zest game where he was just one-tapping people with Sheriff on him, and I think that was also T1 that we saw as well. So those kind of, good players that have great aim with these pistols also lead to just having that thrifty round wins.
I mean, it's also just, it makes a lot of sense if you look at the graphic as well. I mean, 0, if you don't win any thrifties, it's that unlikely that you come back from the game. But at the same time, it's all about just shifting the momentum in the match itself. Like, you're breaking your opponent's economy, you're giving yourself a second chance, and if you can get like 2 thrifties, of course you'll do even better. But that's why you really want to pay attention to who are the teams that have a high thrifty win rate. And right now you're seeing, of course, it's those teams. It's a lot of incredible aim, surely. Like, we can all remember that Charon ace on Sheriff on Sunset. He does it by himself. Yeah. But at the same time, it's how the team, sets up that positioning, how the team sets up those defenses to allow that to happen. And teams like PaperX, Gen G, they have the mechanical skill, but teams like DRX, or sometimes maybe even Zeta, they have the protocols that really set those up. Meanwhile, you don't see that as often for some of the other teams, and that's why you really want to see like how they have strategies in place to allow that to happen.
Yeah, and another trend that we're seeing right now are these guys who are so, they just constantly flexing for the team. And this is definitely the overall trend, I think, for VCT in general. Pro players need to learn more than one role. That's right.
I think this is awesome because, I think we didn't really put as much emphasis on this. I think during stage 1, we were like, you know what? He's better when he plays his old agent. But now everyone is like, this is, the Swiss Army knife of your team. If you can make that happen, it's great. And we're kind of seeing 2 teams be able to do that for the most part, right? T1, we've known how much of a roster Ban has in terms of the agent pool. Izu's also flexing how much he can actually play between the duelist and the controller. And one of the things that kind of interests me on the flip side for PRX here specifically is it's not just the roles that are being swapped, it's also the kind of the gun assignment that's being swapped as well, where we've seen Davai also bring out the operator more times than not. So, something can just focus on being that aggressive entry rifler to kind of help out Forsaken and Jing, which again just adds to the firepower of teams like PaperX.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, it all comes down to this, and maybe you don't see it too often for a team like Gen G, for example. But it's all about adapting to the current meta. It's all about, setting up and adapting to the map that you want to play as well. And PaperX is a team that always loves to create that pressure, keep their opponents on their toes, or maybe even run some interesting comps sometimes. And that's why you have these different, guns being pulled out, setting up for those trades. And that's kind of the biggest thing that we have right now in the game as well, because pacing is something that's really big. And the way that teams set up for a lot of these team fights, it's a lot of trades going through, and these different agents set up for a lot of it. I mean, we're missing some players from this list as well. Like Flashback, I think, is an example.
Fair.
For today's match. Fair.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of which, yesterday's match, RQ and DRX, they've already played on Saturday against other teams unsuccessfully.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious how they're going to feel going into this one today, because this will be a big one for both of these teams. DRX is secured, but it's so important for them to look stronger.
Yeah, again, I mean, just thinking about the standings, RQ is kind of the middle of the pack right now. It's so important for them to really start to chain some wins to climb back up. And especially if you consider their opponents coming up next, it's just so much more pressure, but they really have to be able to, really center themselves and come back into the game. I think they are able to do it. They've shown us a lot of improvements, right? A lot of new players, some role swaps coming in, Jemkin's learning new agents and flexing a little bit as well. So they have what it takes. They were really close to beating Talon, so they just need to come back in today.
Yep. So we do have an interview with our DRX and our Q boys. Bella is on standby with the 2 teams to see what they think going into this.
And with DRX, this is your opponent today.
Damn.
Oh wait, never mind. Wrong picture. Ta-da!
Easy.
Hello, Moniette. Hello. Are you aware of this picture?
Yeah, I'm very aware. I've seen this a lot, I think.
Yeah? Do you like it?
I really like it.
All right, then why don't we give you the chance to do your own wingman impression. We got a box for you.
Okay. Spike planted.
He said spike planted.
I thought it was like,
Yeah, where's the
Yeah.
sound? That's a C for me.
Oh, man,
no,
Monyet.
Monyet, I give you an S++++.
S plus plus.
Ooh.
Damn.
Triple plus.
Damn.
That's pretty good. I mean, I think he's a great wingman. He did do a bit of the planting last time, or just 2 days ago against Talon, and I think DRX's reaction, yes, it's a meme, but they just lost to Paper X the other day, so I can imagine this is why they reacted in such a way. But I want to talk about these two teams now, RRQ versus DRX. RRQ historically hasn't had the best performance against any of the Korean teams. That said, they are also regarded as one of the stronger Southeast Asian teams. So how are you guys feeling about how this is going to go today?
I feel, oh my god, it's also a little bit of a toss-up, but you know, you still kind of want to believe in both teams and how much they can really offer. If you take a look at DRX, like this is no longer the DRX of old. Yes, they did take their first loss in this league against Paper X just a couple of days ago, but at the same time, you're also seeing them evolve completely as a team. You're seeing them, you know, employ Flashback and Bane as well, helping out with some of the mid-round calling, Mako with the main IGL calling. But ultimately, as a whole, this team no longer looks like that whole kind of very structured, very default-heavy, set-play-heavy team. They're starting to be a lot more flexible, a lot more aggressive with how they want to take fights, and that's what we saw, for example, on Haven against Paper X.
Absolutely. I think it's just, the departure of Stacks as well. Because of that, they might have had to really just adjust because the shot calling now is much more different. You already have the young guns. So I think it's just a natural trajectory of what advantages they have, which is incredible firepower right now. They have a lot of mid-control and a lot of confidence, I think, to try to get that mid-control in their favor as quickly as possible. And we kind of see that from, these highlights like Flashback, aggressively pushing towards A-main with the flank, not really allowing Paper X to kind of overread situations. And then you just see how strong they can be in these 1 versus X scenarios where they can just tap multiple targets and just kind of, again, see what happens after that. Sure, they will have some set plays and whatnot, but I think it's all about big contact right now for this iteration of DRX.
And I really, really appreciate the changes that they have, the firepower that they're bringing to the game, because Buzz, alongside Flashback, they're able to fight for so many of these trades. Meanwhile, for RRQ, also changing things up, right? They're trying out new agents, new compositions, flexing a little bit on some of the star players that they have, Monyet and Jemkin, for example, but that's why we have these two key players.
So do you think, as the graphic has been implying, that Monyet is sort of the game-changing factor for RRQ? Is this what it's going to take for them to finally take a Korean team down?
Ooh, that's a big question.
Good way to ask it, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the thing is, I think he's a big factor, but he's not the only factor right now. I think the problem for RRQ coming into this is some of the maps that we've seen them play on, they kind of put their more aggressive players on less aggressive agents, right? And I think Monyet has been put a lot more on controller. Sure, he plays the controller pretty well. If he's on the Omen, we'll see him go super aggressive. If he's on the Viper, sometimes we'll see him aggressive, but more times he's just going to play laid back. But you don't really want that kind of style of contact for RRQ here when you're going up against a team like DRX. So the question right now for RRQ is, are they going to be shifting things up? Is this going to be the same comp, or are they still going to stick with the same comps that we've seen them from last week, especially now knowing how, again, in your face this DRX roster can really be?
Yeah, and for the players specifically, right? I do agree with like some of the contact plays and stuff, but it also comes down to a bit of decision making, because for these two guys, what we've seen in the past is just Monyet, whatever agent he's on, he still has those like Paper X-esque tendencies, and that is the thing that took down DRX a couple of days ago, when he just kind of swings off timing, like a rhythm that DRX doesn't expect. And he's able to just gun down so many players by himself, especially on that Neon, for example. Meanwhile, for Flashback, he's a very solid player, but DRX, some of the weaknesses that like William has highlighted, for example, before, is their composition, where they don't have a lot of stalling capabilities. And sometimes Flashback, he'll use his utilities just to find some frags, or maybe he doesn't have the best opportunity. I mean, a lot of ways you can argue about this, but essentially, he's not always kind of choking out these choke points for his team, and sometimes that affects how DRX will fight in the game. So it always comes down to how they want to decide how they move about in the match itself.
And we did see a bit of Icebox 2 days ago from both of these teams. Not the best showing, so I am curious if they're going to try to redo this against each other now.
Yeah,
I
don't
really like the
know.
RQ jacket.
I
But
just saw
RQ,
the
like,
green
Elon's jacket
jacket.
looks pretty cool.
Never noticed that before. It's kind of new. Our map admin is also wearing a different shirt.
Yeah, it's like a tiger hiding behind the grass, waiting to pounce on its,
with the stripes.
Yeah, with the stripes.
But yeah, I
Angry
totally agree
bumblebee.
on the Icebox. I mean, I could see why DRX banned it. They didn't have the best game against Paper X, and they've been playing this Clove so many times. So maybe trying to change something up, especially against a team like RQ, who has a very different Icebox composition as well. But the split coming in, and then the sunset. I mean, I'm a little bit curious because DRX's split, they're just starting to look a lot more aggressive with how they play on this composition.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, I'm just looking forward to maybe seeing, I don't know, double duelist here for RQ. Again, I'm just spitballing things, kind of hoping for what may come that might not really be the case right now. But looking at the bans continuing, DRX actually banning out the Lotus, which we were kind of arguing a while ago. If they actually banned this out, this was one of the maps where I felt like RQ felt a lot more cohesive. So DRX just wants that off the board. And the Ascent, I'm not really sure about that one.
Yeah, if you're choosing Ascent or Haven against a team like DRX, that's an interesting choice.
Ascent has a lot more of a percentage win rate chance
For DRX.
and RQ actually, from what we saw from the thing. So right now, this is like us just seeing, I don't know, Haven for the first time for RRQ. So that's going to be something.
Because they might have a trick up their sleeves. I
Exactly.
think that's what it is.
Yeah.
I'm sure they picked up something from that game 2 days ago against Paper X. I mean, we were talking about it just that day on when we were watching it ourselves. I think there were some holes there that they needed to patch up. But we are going to be starting off with Split, DRX's pick. I hope we go the distance on this. I'm very excited to see all the teams and what they do with Haven and the new patch. And yeah, how are you feeling about this? We did see the Clove on Split. Flashback did some phenomenal things with Clove's kit just the other day.
Yeah, DRX definitely showing that they are very, very strong. Flashback with Clove's kit, you know, being able to utilize every single piece of utility, the ultimate, the pick-me-up for the speed boost, and everything just to find that clutch ace against Paper X. It's fantastic stuff, but was it enough to take them over the edge? They ultimately still lost that map like 13-5 against Paper X. So
yeah,
not the best results, but you can see what they're trying to go for sometimes. But again, it's just you don't have a lot of stalling. Like if you're going up against a team starting out on the attacking side, you don't have like a snake bite, for example. The most that you might have are tripwires, paint shells, and that's something that, you know, DRX needs to reconsider how they want to play it, especially around choke points like B Garage. For RRQ though, this might actually, I think this is the first time that we're seeing them play Split since the initiation of Monyet.
Yes, that's exactly true. This was the first time, or that was the time where we also saw them winning a split against Gen G. That was a series that they won against Gen G. So there could be something here, and then you're losing Flipsider for Monyet. That could be something to also kind of add to, I don't know, the strats that they have here, the amount of, I guess, map control that they have, again, the ferocity that we've seen for Monyet. So again, I'm very excited to see what's going to happen for map number 1.
And we're going to talk about predictions. And here we go. So Chobra and Asarai.
Is this the return?
Yeah, is this the return? You got your predictions, both of them right yesterday. I think.
Yeah.
Well, we got 1 and 1.
Those were the spicier ones.
Yeah. So RQ.
What's up?
I don't think it's a hot take.
Yeah.
I think it's a reasonable take.
Reasonable take, right?
But only 2 of you guys picked RQ.
Yeah,
so.
I just want to put him in the
It's
hot seat.
almost a hot take, but then you also realize how strong RQ are right now. Sure, again, they haven't gotten that series win yet, but every single map that they've played, every single match that they have played has been very close. So I think they are at that breaking point, and if I'm just being realistic here, I feel like DRX also is at a point where they're not top of the form just yet. They're still kind of adapting or still realizing how this new playstyle is to them, and we've seen that kind of break against Paper X. So I feel like there is a chance, there's a very good chance with RQ.
That's very good point. And Quack, how are you going to counter
I
that?
like what he's saying. I don't really know.
Are you changing your prediction? Did he just convince you?
No.
No.
No, it's already set in motion. If I get this.
I mean, what it really is, like, he's got some good points. That RQ Talent game was not like a one-sided match by any means. But that said, I still think DRX has the firepower to really take them over RQ right now. I mean, we're seeing them adapt to a lot of these new changes that DRX has. Like, it's a new dawning, a new era. But when you look at Buzz, you look at how much Flashback can do, and at the same time, the rest of the team to really support the main court, they can still really take this game against RQ, and that's why I think the faith for DRX is still there.
Yeah, so I do agree with your points, Quack, which is obviously why I picked DRX in the end. But I do think Mako is adjusting to his new role as well in all of this. So that could be the factor that helps push RQ. RQ, and you guys mentioned this as well, has a lot of that like sort of Paper X explosive style, especially with Manya coming in, like definitely bringing some of that into the game here. And that could also push DRX against the wall. But you know what? We're going to see what happens with that. And we're going to have another chat with Coach Ewok. He's got a new look today.
He's got the jacket. He's not in
got
a
a jacket.
suit anymore.
It's not a suit.
Yeah, and it's like a.
What happened to the turtleneck?
You have so many questions.
Summer.
Summer. That's
Summer,
why.
yeah. That's true. I'm glad you're not
Welcome.
wearing a turtleneck.
Yeah.
Summer, that would not be great. All right. It's been 2 days since you last played on the stage here. How are you feeling since? How have you guys been recovering, and what have you been working on?
Our plan of action was to try and fix as many things from that series, and we tried to put in quite long hours. I think everyone's very, very motivated to go again. We felt like we should have closed the first map, and then, of course, we won on Ascent. So we felt like we should have closed it 2-0, and then we let the icebox defense slip a bit. But like the attack side was good, but the defense side is not how we usually play it. And it's been 2 games in a row like that, so we had to fix some things.
Do you think that's why DRX banned it off the get-go? They just sense that maybe Ewok has fixed it.
Well, we've been getting a lot of hate for that comp. A lot of people not a fan at all of that comp, but it's something that we try to build together. We've had good success with it. We felt from practice, and that's why you saw it in the first 2 weeks. But there's definitely some differences in how we kind of play in our practice and how we played on tournament, and that's some things that we had to address.
Actually, yeah, kind of continuing from that, in terms of balancing, ideating the strategy behind this, ideas like the triple initiator, how much between you and the players, I guess the percentage of input that each of you guys put in, what's that like?
So sometimes some people have an idea, like for example, Estrella, he asked me, what about if we play triple initiator? I was like, okay, let's see how it is, and then we'll play it a little bit first, and then I'll try and cook with it a little bit, and I'll try to bring more depth to it. But initially, he brought the idea, and we tried it out, and it was working pretty well. As you could see, both of our attack sides were pretty one-sided, but our defense side was lacking a little bit.
Yeah. Can I ask, because you were going up against the ISO, I believe, right, during that game? Was that like an agent pick that you were expecting in any of your maps that you're going against, or was it just something that you weren't expecting that other teams would pick up against you guys?
We were expecting some crazy things from Talon, but even though you do expect it, it's quite hard to, like, you can expect something's happening, but you can't ante it yet, and you need to try and fix it as fast as you can, and I feel like we weren't fixing it fast enough on the defense. The agent is quite hard to play against in the A side. If you just run it down, but we felt like we've practiced now with similar scenarios, and we feel like a little bit better at dealing scenarios like that.
Were you actually shocked at any point? There was a moment when the comp reveal happened and the camera was on your face, and it just looked like you were like, oh no. Was that actually what you were thinking?
Yeah, I got a couple of messages about this. I don't remember. I haven't watched it back. I don't remember exactly what I was thinking. I was just trying to think, like, okay, how much are they going to try and fight Belt? If you have the Clove and the ISO, you're going to try and just take as many 50-50s as possible, because 2 agents that don't really care about 50-50s, which is some of what they did, but we didn't really have the right reaction at the time.
Okay. Well, I mean, now we're thinking about the ISO. We're also thinking about like DRX, right? We haven't really seen an ISO from them or anything yet. Maybe they're not going to play it, but this is like a new DRX, you know? Like, what do you think of that? Like, how are you preparing for them? Because they seem to be a lot more, like, aggressive now, like going for trades with Flashback, for example.
Yeah, for sure. Before, we felt like when we played them, last time we played them on Haven, we beat them on Haven because we felt like we had a good read on their game plan. This time, I think they play slightly a little bit more loose than before. I think it's something that JNG's also done over the season so far, play a little bit more loose at times, a little bit more aggression, which is kind of a change up from some of the Korean teams than before. I feel like their rules aren't as strict as before. But there's definitely some tendencies that we felt like we've picked up that's still there. Maybe not as heavy as before, but we still feel like we could see some things in between the line.
And I want to ask, without revealing too much, unless you want to, I just wouldn't. But do you have anything special? Does RQ have any surprises up their sleeve that we should be anticipating today?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, like surprises.
In any of the maps? Are all of the maps or just like last maps specifically?
Tell all of it, right? We're about to see it anyway.
That one I can't reveal because we don't know if we're going to go to the third map.
Yeah, fair,
right?
fair. Sorry.
So maybe third map, we're just default. Maybe we're not playing default. I don't know.
It's going to
totally
be a
okay.
surprise.
It's totally okay.
We do have a curious wingman question. It's a question from the audience. Let's throw that up on the screen. If you could pick a player from another team, who would you pick? You don't have to necessarily pick the one you would replace, just the guy that you think is pretty great and
Russian
would fit
duels?
RQ. You could say, no, I have the best team already.
Yeah.
A player.
I was thinking very seriously about this.
Maybe May.
Oh,
I feel like he's been
Okay.
doing really well.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's quite self-sufficient. Not saying that he's not being set up well by his teammates on DFM as well, but it does seem like a duelist that is really not scared of taking the risk, and having that really positive first kill, first death ratio is so huge to have on your duelist player. It just gives him so many 5v4s.
That's a great answer. I would definitely take May on any team, for sure. But yeah. Anyway, thank you so much, Ewok. All the best in your match today against DRX. And yeah.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Good
All right.
luck.
I love that it's a nice ritual.
Thank you. Bye. Good
Bye-bye,
luck.
I really like, oh, you see the back of the
Yeah,
jacket? That's
the
so
jacket,
cool.
actually.
Yes.
That's
It's very
Attack
on Titan. Yeah.
That's cool. That's cool. Anyway, May, that's a great answer.
How about
I
if
know.
you guys would choose one?
Now that he's put May in my head, definitely May. Like, it'd be Forsaken or May. I think
would,
May.
but like communication. That's the only thing I'm thinking about.
You just
if
spoke
we have
English.
Yeah, that's true.
That's fair.
Who would you pick?
Valoria.
Well, L'Oreal.
Yeah,
oh,
Valoria.
yeah.
He's
Well,
gotta be.
you know what?
Yeah. Bias.
Bias.
Okay, you're saying bias. I'm just gonna say he's got skills. So
I mean,
L'Oreal
he's
is a
got
great pick.
skills as to why I'm biased about my choosing for him. It just, again.
Is it because you like Oreos and not because of?
Yeah, they're the better
passport?
cookies.
Whoa.
They're the superior cookie.
They're pretty
yeah.
good. It comes with 2 cookies in one,
Yeah.
technically.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
So who would you pick?
I feel. Ooh. Well, if we're gonna go bias, I just gotta say like Forsaken, right?
I already took him. Too bad.
Oh, you already took him?
Buddy.
Fine.
You
Then
already
I'll go
won.
with something. I'll go with something.
Something.
Alright,
Or
that's a good
Divide,
one.
actually.
Paper
David.
Rex.
Actually,
I
any
like
of the paper
David.
Xers are a great pick.
David's solid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Divide's also
What a good flex.
really great. Yeah.
That's what we were talking about. It's all about flexing in all these different roles. He's gonna fit very well into whichever team, and he brings the vibes, you know.
Mako would actually be really great too. Today, I mean, okay, so we got DRX versus RQ. You guys picked none of those players. But what do you think of the teams?
I'm excited. I'm really, really excited to this one because first and foremost, we've already discussed this. We've, had Ewok's thoughts about what's been happening with RQ, how it's kind of moving forward, and I always like how he's always on top of the case, right? Where they have an issue here, they immediately start to do it, and he specifically said something about them just pouring a lot of hours on it. So you know that again, everybody in that team, and we've heard it before, that they're one of those teams that's like just has that kind of camaraderie. And then anyways, I just really like how they're able to kind of get on top of things. I'm excited to see how Jemkin's going to be coming into this one moving forward and how that's going to fare up against against DRX.
It always sounds like he's got tricks up his sleeves. And
Yes.
he just reminded me of something, that the fact that he was the first team to take a map off of DRX, and it's around Haven. So
Yeah.
that's definitely something to think about.
Definitely. And you know what? The question I wish we asked for us was which team would you like to be slotted into? I mean, the Power of Friendship is a pretty fun team to be involved in. With that, we are going to welcome the teams DRX and RRQ.
DRX. Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. RRQ. I'm breaking up another season. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that. Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor.
And here we're welcoming RRQ and DRX. Just 2 days ago, both of these teams suffered a loss, and they only had this much time to turn it around to face off each other. And I don't know if today's going to be the day that RRQ finally gets their first win against a Korean team.
Most certainly. It's only been a couple of days. They need to use that time to really shake everything off and fix whatever they can fix. And it's been a big story for RRQ. Can they finally cross over this hurdle now that they have Monyet coming into the team?
Yeah, and the question is as well, right, for DRX here, is they're already qualified for the playoffs. All they have to do right now is just kind of sharpen the knife, right? For RRQ, playoffs is definitely a realistic thing to still happen. So there's so much to be done by both of these teams. And one of the things that I'm so curious about right now is how does DRX, again, move forward with more of these cloak plays now that it's another team? Just to kind of, throw it out there. How aggressive are we going to see Flashback? Is he going to play a lot more laid back just because Monyet's right there? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, like what's the composition gonna look like? DRX, are they gonna still be flexible and still aggressive? Meanwhile, for RRQ, how are they gonna fix their defensive sides? Because that has been one of the weaknesses that Coach Ewok was talking about with that match against Talent.
That's right. I mean, both of these teams right now, while DRX is already secure for playoffs, they want to sharpen that knife, like Asarai was saying, get in there looking stronger. It's really important to just have the other teams quivering in their boots a bit. With that, we're going to go in the very first match of today. Let's go over to our casters. Please take it away.
Thank you very much, guys, on the analyst desk. I am Valdez. With me is Trobra today. How are you doing?
That's me. I'm very excited for today. I think all weekend here in week 2, these were all matches we were all looking forward to. Lots of stories and a lot of what we expected to be close matches, which I guess the result-wise is also proven true. So today, DRX versus RRQ. On paper, you would imagine that DRX should always be favored. But again, RRQ has given them a little bit of trouble last year, taking away something like the Haven. So we'll see if they can recreate that success today.
Yeah, Trevor, you actually did go for the prediction over to the side of RRQ. We'll see if they can get the win tonight, as we do see some of the compositions here. No Clove for Split, although that was being pulled out by DRX a bunch.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think if you're going to play with the double controllers, a Viper Omen is just a lot more stable. You can already do a lot more. I think DRX played around the Clove as best as they could, but we definitely saw some weaknesses from it, where you basically still had to win your aim duels. RRQ, meanwhile, now utilizing the fact that they have 2 guys that can flex around on very powerful duelists. So Jemkin going to be sticking on the Jet, and Monyet will get to continue to pick up the Raze once again, really flexing that Asian pool.
Yeah, so no Neon for this map, but perhaps in the future we'll have to wait and see. And the Jet Raze makes sense. It's something that a lot of teams, especially Paper X, who do bring out the double duelist for this map, have found a lot of success with. So let's see how this first map is going to go. DRX up against RRQ. And DRX already making it into playoffs. They have secured their spot. RRQ still trying to claw away and getting a couple more wins to secure that spot for themselves.
Yeah, today's a pretty big day for 3 out of the teams, out of the 4 teams that are playing. RRQ, obviously one of them, but then even the next match of Team Secret T1, all of them kind of looking at each other's matches as well, because we could get into some weird, 3-way tie scenarios, things like that. So RRQ, they'll want to try to get whatever wins they can, whether it's a match or even just at least the map score and the round scores as well.
Grenade!
Well, we do have them coming out relatively quickly here, all the way through A main, as now Maniac going to go up top and immediately does take him down, but Raid's coming in, and Mako actually going to be saved by Buzz there, who does shoot Jemkin in the back of the head, as now it's Pharaoh in the corner, immediately going to be taken down by Buzz, who is already starting off very strong, and that should be a nearly complete hold here for DRX.
Yeah, Elmimore not exactly healthy with only 33 HP, so a 1v3 looking nigh impossible. If he can get the plant, that's a little silver lining you take on to the next round. Maybe that's enough to buy up 1 or 2 pistol upgrades as well. We'll see what the choice is, as he doesn't have any guiding lights either. Just that one classic.
Spike planted.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the plant, as you mentioned. Should feel pretty good about that. Seems like he rushed over just to get that down, and now he's just going to hide in the corner. I mean, you never know if they make some mistakes that come in one by one. You know, you get a couple of right clicks, but not looking too good for Elmimore here.
Yeah, the pings everywhere that he could possibly be hiding, including behind this box. So DRX very well aware of the possibilities, taking that caution. The drop sound fakes him out. Good setup by DRX to make sure they get onto the defuse first while 2 of them wrap around. And overall, really fast backup. That's really what throws RQ off. I thought Jemkin and Magnet did pretty well trying to double team up into Heaven, but there's just that one extra member, Mako, falling off of Heaven, trying to just draw time as Buzz comes in for the save, and that's DRX playing with the numbers advantage a little bit on that defense.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like they were very ready for this kind of play, as right through the smoke, you see Mako able to shoot him down. Buzz comes over, helps out his buddy, and then also gets the word on that guy right there. And eventually DRX clean up the push.
Nice! Well, we've seen more teams getting very excited about their pistol round wins, perhaps as a result of just realizing how important the pistol wins can be, right? It's a huge advantage that you have. So just making sure that you keep the energy up, especially with a lot of these teams kind of taking on the younger rosters to try to jazz themselves up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. We do have Elmimore has picked up a Sheriff for himself. We know what he can do with this gun. But yeah, here mostly on an eco, and we'll see where they do try to go. We did have Flashback, who was kind of jump peeking there over towards Garage, and is going to force them over towards the A.
Yeah, and as we take a look at how this pans out, the Cypher setup that DRX has right now is something that they used a lot against Paper X as well. And what it does is it makes sure that you cannot rely on finding the cam to discover Cypher's position, right? The trip is still over by B main. That's something that Paper X sometimes got caught off by a little bit. They actually ended up still winning their duels. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, Arky's definitely not prepared to fight on this one, especially with the gun disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, the snakebite timing was also fantastic, and yeah, Buzz is here, tucked in with the judge, just looking to have some fun, and Xfero is going to be spotted and already takes some damage through the wall, down to 2. Trying to see what he can see, but isn't actually going to see anything, as now Bane also is going to get peeked. Nice little play, but not going to have much luck here against that judge, and now the paint shell is going to be lobbed in. A couple of members of RRQ still over here.
Yeah, and DRX playing very cautious as well, right? Making sure that they keep the range a little bit to make sure that they have an advantage. Elmimore will wait patiently, but it's just one gun dropped. Flashback only had the Sheriff, so DRX not taking any damage from their economic investment. They go on to the 3rd round in a bonus that they had hoped that they would carry over.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Buzz kind of shot in the back of the head. Not much he could do there. Not expecting him to be tucked in the corner. But overall, a very clean round as Mako, you know, gets that bit of sight right as they're coming in. And right before he gets flashed, so he's able to clean that up.
Yeah, and the cyber cage as well. So it's these small little things we'll have to keep an eye on to see if RQ can keep tabs on that. The setup that Foxy9 has, how often do they force him to change things up? As we already see him doing a little bit, a very forward cam now, so that they can focus a little bit more on mid. Trying to hold these close quarters connections here in mid to make sure that RQ can't play the map with the weapon advantage. With all 5 rifles, of course, not all full armor though, as Flashback hits a nice shot. Taking down the Omen. That's a lot of flexibility gone from RQ's attack.
Yeah, that was kind of insane. Just very fast reaction from Flashback, and now he's going to, I believe, spot another member as this push is going to be coming in. He already does have Buzz up there, up top. He's got the judge able to upgrade as well. Meanwhile, Elmimore will take him out, but Flashback still not cleared out on the back of the site. A couple of kills do go over to Elmimore and Jemkin, but this is very close. close, too close for comfort here for the side of RRQ, as now Bane looking to challenge into both of them and will transfer it onto 2 with a Bulldog.
Wow. I mean, playing it close, just making sure that he can try to spray them down rather than going further range, which they'll have the advantage at that point, right, with the Vandals and the Phantoms. So Bane playing to the best of his abilities. Very, very clean shot right through the crack there from Flashback. And overall, like you said, RQ had just taken too much damage. They even heard the drop here. Bane actually accidentally made sound on the ropes, but he still redeems himself with the double kill, now putting himself on the board. And we've seen a lot of bonus round wins this week in Valdez, and once again, DRX now leading 3-0.
Yeah, those bonus rounds, they begin to compile and get into a bit more, and now Manet goes in by himself, immediately going to be shot down by Buzz. And they even have the heal here for Maku, who also takes down Jemkin. So that's both of your duelists gone, and the push immediately shut down here in mid. RQ just not finding an angle so far on this map.
Yeah, of course, you know, attacking on split, it can be a little well, right as we talk about not finding angles, Elmimore finds 2.
Got your trail.
I mean, this is pretty massive. For sure, you use the Seekers. You need to get whatever advantage you can right now to try to stabilize. Realize just the one going into the site. Elmimore will carry the torch. The snake bite's good too. And that's going to allow Xfero to just hang back. A very, very good Thrifty.
Well, I underestimated my powers. The second I said, hey, they're not finding any luck, they absolutely destroy them here. I mean, they were down 3-5, and Elmimore says, hey, yeah, just put a sheriff in my hand. I'll get the job done.
Yeah, there are just some of these players where it's like, no matter the econ situation, you got to trust them, whether it's the judge, whether it's the sheriff, a marshal. They will just make things work. They will be the reason that you'll be able to stay in the game. And look at that. Even though you're winning the bonus round because of some of the upgrades, some of the investments that you've made, DRX choosing to go for a bit of a variety pack here. They do still have the showstopper, and this will, of course, mean that they'll have the wealth of economy next round to maybe even pick up the operator.
Yeah, absolutely. Flashback, maybe a little bit of inspiration. He says, hey, I can do that with the sheriff as well. Gonna pick up one for himself. We'll see if he's got the sharp shooting that Elmimore has showed off already. Most kills on his team by far, up at 7. The next player has 2. And Mako just gonna hold here with the Bucky. He's got Buzz nearby. A Stinger if this mid push does come in once again.
Yeah, so all of this utility means that DRX is focused on mid. That's the timing that RQ has taken to start to try to lurk into ramps. Xfero will get stopped in his tracks, though, with that camera. So really good sense from Foxy9 as well, just to make sure that he knows where his team is weakest right now on the map. Continuing to pick up information. Look at this. The backup's already here on the A site, and DRX is ready for it.
I mean, they're ready, and the shots are sharp this time, but Elmimore is going to trade one back. Ooh, that one is dropped by Mako. Elmimore picks up a second. And now all of a sudden, look at the guns we have left here for the side of DRX. But Flashback,
left.
I talked about getting inspired. I mean, that was insane. That one very long shot right down over the ramps. But now Flashback has literally 1 health.
Yeah, but does Estrella know that Flashback could have already gone past? I think he heard the Shrouded Step from afar, but he has no idea that he might be on site. Flashback might just ruin this on a timing. The Poison Cloud, it's not going to cover him in time. 6 seconds. Estrella doesn't have time. The round's already won.
This is insane. He does go for the challenge here, which is pretty interesting. I thought maybe he'd just hold on to his gun, but wanted to deny the plant. Estrella does get the plant down with 8 health, but it's still another round over to DRX, and
oh man,
that was just insane, that timing.
I mean, this is what happens when you make those assumptions. I mean, yes, sometimes you need to, because you can't always be as thorough as you would want to be. But on the flip side, that means credit to Flashback, getting ahead of the opponents. Crispy shots, the Shrouded Step, he's instantly on the move. Realizes that the only other opening is that if there was still alert, because they never actually saw Estrella in the second half of that round. This is DRX communicating very well amongst themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. You could see Flashback himself can hardly believe it. He's like, whoa, I just did that. That was crazy. And probably the rest of his teammates giving him a lot of credit for that play and potentially saving the round for the team. I mean, if they get that down, it's a 2v1, Flashback on 1 health. If he gets spotted, taken out, doesn't feel good for DRX in that position.
Yeah.
So.
Absolutely could have spiraled out. And once again, DRX just going to hold. So with this heavy focus that they have on mid, that allows them to really pace out their utility on something like the A site. They've really just kind of left B open several rounds in a row, trusting that the Tripwire and Flashback, along with the Paranoia, will be able to buy enough time. Once again, they realize, okay, well, the Lurk was still on the A side. There's a good chance the rotate comes through. Still got a Trip, still got a Cypher Cam as well. And DRX, while the backup's not here this time, what they're positioned for is we're going to try to push them out of A into potentially vents, right? Force them to rotate, and we still have control of mid.
I do see the Kates come down, and they do have to push through all of that, but with 2 members on the site, no, it is going to be the clean entry. Maniac gets 2 headshots to open up this A site, and Buzz now has rotated over, but a lot of work for him and Flashback to do. Buzz right around the back. He's going to get this 1 kill onto Estrella, but now he's getting pushed. The paint shells do come out. Flashback is coming over, trying to help out, but immediately he's going to be taken down. It's 4 headshots from the side of Elmimore, and Moniette will get the job done and get RRQ their 2nd round.
Yeah, some might look at that and say maybe a bit of a rush showstopper for Moniette, and result-wise, you would be correct, but I don't mind it just because, again, you're just fishing for whatever rounds you can get on the attacking side of Split, right? You already lost some momentum. So on the side of RQ, just trying to make sure that you're not giving this 1v2, giving a lot of respect to Flashback on his mechanics as well. And you're keeping tabs on the economy as well. DRX, they just haven't actually quite stabilized a single time, right? 3 rounds in a row. So now they'll just have to rely on a Judge, a Stinger, and all of their ultimates.
Yeah, they do have every single one. And you would imagine that they probably want to cycle some of those. I do wonder what the idea will be, if they'll just hold on to them and maybe try to utilize them in the next round when they actually have a decent buy, or they want to try to maybe catch some upgrades somewhere along the way with some of these ultimates and cycle a little bit, as RQ once again is pushing up through mid.
There might be an opportunity for a showstopper here if they had gotten sight of anyone, maybe even the first kill. Wouldn't have been surprised if Buzz maybe pushed out with the Judge and the showstopper, but they will play it safe as they just aren't sure of the exact numbers. And finally, RQ gonna start to push B site a little bit. Gain some information, try to stretch DRX thin on a round that they should be weak on.
Yeah, we'll see how this one goes. I mean, Flashback is still waiting and ready to go for this one. The Trapwire not here, but now Buzz with the Judge. They should have heard that, as now he's going to challenge Zemkin. And Buzz actually does take out the showstopper, looking, begging anyone else to come through. And he will eventually fire this off. I mean, they got to kind of back off. That was a little bit close.
Yeah.
But he does pull it a bit short of the guys who were there in the entrance to Garage.
But now no time. You heard them still take out the Seekers. So most of the members are still here from DRX. RQ has no idea the Judge is still running rampant, and the upgrade on the Phantom for Flashback. It has gone so south here for RQ on a round that they absolutely should have been winning on paper.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you take a look, only the Seekers and the Showstopper utilized in this one. So they're able to cycle those, and yeah, it's just going to be a Thrifty over the side of DRX, and they get 3, 4 upgrades.
Jeez.
And, well, we can talk about economy as much as we want, but that is just glorious. That's like one of the best feelings in Valorant, when you Thrifty them, you get all these, you know, everybody's alive, you get so many upgrades. It's great.
Yeah, and the Paranoia was very good there, too, making it just a bit more advantageous for Buzz in that close range with the Judge. And this was one of those rounds where RQ didn't actually invest into a lurk, right, to try to go for a rotate. And we're actually going to see a DRX timeout.
Wait.
Huh.
Really?
Okay. I mean, it's both on the screen and on the graphics, so I'm gonna believe in it. Now, the reason I wouldn't be too surprised is, again, your economy wasn't as stable, meaning that you kept having to buy back up, you kept having to invest, and then there was a bit of ping-ponging back and forth, and perhaps DRX was getting a little bit scared on the fact that, hey, if they, let's make the assumption that you thought RQ was going to win that round based on economy, then it's a 4-3. That's already, you know, enough rounds given on the attacking side to the opponents, so they're trying to calm things down and try to call out the lurk and the rotation timings here from RRQ. Because one thing that DRX hasn't been doing is pushing out to get information around the 1 minute mark. I think RRQ's always been waiting for it, but perhaps now is the time for DRX to change that tempo up a little bit.
Yeah, not a bad idea. Just trying to solidify your lead and just hold on to it. I do worry for RRQ, you know, only getting 2 rounds so far. They drop the pistol, and they do have this double duelist from the attacker side. It feels like they should be able to get a bit more success than what we've seen so far. As now, looks like a heavy push into A, as here we go. Gonna clear out the ramps, and up goes Monyet.
Oh my gosh, what a big kill. Now the pinch really losing a lot of its power. Estrella kind of has to help open things up here in Heaven.
And I mean, they are gonna come on in and take out Mako, who was still coming up, but there is another guy coming up the ropes. Buzz does trade 1-for-1. Foxy does have help on the site, but Elmimore is cleaning it up. Jemkin also gonna pick up a kill. And now it's only Flashback who does have to rotate over here, and they're gonna commit to the pit as well. As perhaps RRQ will win another round. We'll see.
Already planting the seeds of doubt with that shrouded step. There's a paranoia. Jemkin reads the direction, but it's too late. He's already been hit. Flashback now gaining information on where that snake bite's coming from. He's trying to get ahead of Xfero, thinking that Xfero might have wrapped around, but Xfero's just been hiding out in the pit. Flashback's going to start to run out of time.
Yeah, there's really not much time here. He has to get the kill right now. He's going to tap the spike. Oh, he is going to pick up the kill. Flashback. Unbelievable clutch. He takes them both down.
Oh, man. It all works out for Flashback. Always one step ahead of Xfero. Xfero just imagined that he might wrap around the back of the site to try to push out, because that would be the logical conclusion, because that's where you have a wall, right? So you can kind of peek out and only look at one direction. But Flashback just straight up says, I know exactly where you have to be at this point. Ring around the rosie's over, and just pushes out in the open. I mean, this is not an angle you usually push out on from the pit, because it's a 50-50. Yeah, even the coaches, Glow was absolutely holding his breath on that one.
Yeah. Just get the big nods from Termi. He's recognized. He's like, wow, impressive. Good stuff. And now we've got the Bladestorm here for Jemkin. They are going to try to open up this A site once again. He's going to go over the top and above Foxy, who also was paranoid. And now, being in a lot of trouble, will be isolated. RRQ this time, they do get onto the A site.
You know, RRQ going for the strat. Why drone for the Jet when the Jet can be the drone and drone for everybody else? The speed absolutely favoring RRQ on this one. The setup was good. Oh, what?
It was ice cold. And Buzz just gets wrapped around on there from Xfero. Did have an inkling, but a little bit too slow on the trigger. So RRQ, that's a very nice round.
Yeah, that shot snatched the words out of my mouth. I was going to say that RRQ, recognizing that Foxy's been an absolute pain, right, in their sides here, recognizing that he's always been hiding behind that map. They spotted him there 2 rounds in a row once he went on the execute. So they say, let's take him out first before the backup can arrive, and then the site is ours. Jemkin happy with how he opens things up. And now RRQ, they'll take the pressure off of the A side. They've been focused on it 2 rounds in a row. They're going to start to play mid a little bit once again, rely on that lurk over by the A side.
Yeah, we'll see how this does go for them. I feel like DRX have been heavily invested towards mid and have tried to shut it down. And it has worked out for them so far, at least kept RRQ out of here for the most part. But Bomb Buddy's going to be sent in. Blue bot, and now
Blinded.
a little blind to come forward, but they are rotating over towards Garage.
Yeah, but again, that trip, now they've gone through this trip before, and they've broken it as well, so they're well aware of it. They'll shoot it down instantly, and that's the tempo they need.
I mean, they get into the site. Maybe they've identified, okay, we got to up the tempo a little bit as the shrouded step does come in, but now the crossfire from the 2 of them, Flashback and Mako up top, just to absolutely cream them there on the site.
Oh, that was such a good setup, because you hear the shrouded step, and you know for a fact that one is in the back of sight. And it looked like Jemkin was actually ready for the potential pinch as well with the double team, but just a very, very wide spread out angle. I mean, watch how they hold it here as Foxy9's going to get the kill on the other side, but Buzz is way deep past the smoke. Absolutely throws Jemkin off. Jemkin basically has to be susceptible to death as he swings out. And these are the strengths I think that DRX has consistently been showing here in Stage 2, are these kind of micro adjustments, the micro movements, the tactics between 2v2s, 3v3s, where they know how to make the fight advantageous. The question has become, how fast can they really build up their playbook once again to the old era of DRX?
Yeah, that is the main question, slowly but surely. When wins the race, but so far impressive stuff here up against RRQ, and this time we do know that it is an RRQ timeout, and it does make sense. Sitting at 7-3, only 3 rounds here on the attacker side of Split, which after the changes a while back does feel a lot more even.
Yeah, and you're running the double duelist, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you should absolutely be looking to try to actually get the lead here in the first half, as awkward as that may sound once you're on Split. But if anything, you should have, definitely been trying to go for a 6-6. Now that's impossible, so this is kind of a do-or-die timeout if you're RRQ.
Goes here.
Omi Moore leading the pack as much as he can with 14 kills, but it's been rough across the rounds. Just a couple of them slipping away in the last seconds.
Yeah, it definitely has been. As now the pit and mid, they're just saying, how about no? You're not allowed through here. They even have a tripwire as well, just in case. I mean, you're not getting through mid unless you're going to commit extremely heavily to get through this.
Yeah, and RQ does, right? They read through this and they say, okay, there's a good chance with this pit that there's a trip there as well, because that means literally all the teammates can now fan out and just leave the pit to Mako. So they'll use that to try to weaken it. But look at this. On the A side, Buzz is already pushed out. DRX just hasn't pushed at all for 10 rounds in a row. And now they already have absolute information across the map.
Yeah, and I mean, what are you going to do to push through that as well? I mean, there's the cam setup. They get shot by that. There's the smoke in their face.
Oh, he's going to keep going.
They're just going to try to force towards B, and Buzz, he's still coming in from behind, getting the supreme information. And now Bane's here, hits the shot. And RQ are just stuck. And Buzz is about to get the jump on them.
He hears him. That's one. Okay. I mean, that's as good as it can get for RQ given the circumstances. They will have the time to try to run over, but DRX will be there to greet them as they all got tagged on the exit from the Cypher Ultimate.
Yeah. Just going to leave Foxy over at B just in case. But this is just a full-on sprint towards A at this point. 18 seconds left. 2 members of DRX on the site looking and trying to stop the plant from coming on in, as Estrella will be spotted. Mako behind the screen. The spam does come in, but he will be isolated. Flashback still here, going to take them both down, plus the spike carrier. And there's just not enough time here for RRQ. Estrella does get the 1 kill, but Foxy9 will stay safe, and that is going to be another round win over to DRX, and even the insult to injury kill there as Foxy9 takes him out.
Yeah, I mean, the 2 times that RRQ has kind of set up for an all-in on one side of the map, and it actually happened to be B side both times, right, where they just don't have a lurk at all on the A side. They have no options. They've gotten into this situation where all the information DRX has already gained, RRQ has no idea about it, then they're out of time, then they rush, they're running out of time on the clock. And obviously, not any rounds left now to try to remedy that, but hopefully if they play Split again in the future, something to look at in terms of how else they're putting pressure. Because right now it's a lot of assumptions.
Yeah, it definitely is. And last round of the half, RQ kind of desperate to get this one at this point. Saw a bit of fanning out at this stage of the round. A couple of guys still in mid, the 2 duelists, so maybe they will actually try something through mid, but still ample time to go elsewhere. Xfero. Oh boy.
Yeah, tried to see if he could get past it. I think he kind of double guessed himself. If he went forward right at the beginning, he would have made it past. But, I mean, at the very least, you take the trap out, right? So now you know that DRX does have to keep their eyes on A side a little bit. They're aware of the lurk. So now he'll go to rejoin. Now, these are the times, again, in the past rounds where they didn't move fast enough, but this time, the main force in mid. They're already creeping through. They have no idea. They don't have their eyes. Both of them watching the same angle. It's Vens.
Oh, no. That's not what you like to see, but Mako loved it. He's like, yeah, absolutely. I will take this. Thank you very much. 3 kills for Mako. Easily cleans them up.
30 seconds left.
Communication seemingly not there in this round. Perhaps a bit frustrated at this point as Estrella does get 1. Elmimore's on the site, but he will be eliminated. Flashback still not cleared out of the back of the site. Nice swing, but Foxy9 is there as well. So 9-3 in favor of DRX here from the defender side of Split.
Yeah, a very happy half for DRX, all things considered, with the composition, with the map, of course, on their choice as well. So DRX, I think the composition change also working a lot for them. Again, the reason they were pushing out a lot in the, with the previous Clove competition is because you kind of had to. I mean, yes, you have double smokes, but the whole idea is that you're setting up these fights where you can have an advantageous fight, or maybe you don't care about the 50-50, things like that. And now you're saying, okay, I mean, that's great, but that means we absolutely have to win all of our fights. That didn't go as planned for Paper Rex. So we will go back to a bit of an older version that is very, very stable here with the Omen and the Viper and the Cypher. Very defense focused. Now let's see what they do. All eyes still over on the Cypher for the lurk. Oh, to watch your King Buzz play, well, he is on stage, and we'll see if he continues to frag. Ran into the DRX staff before the match today, and they told us to get ready to see Angry Buzz. So see if he continues to put up some higher numbers today.
Yeah. I mean, I think his first round was the one that stuck out the most in my mind, you know, getting a couple of Sheriff kills. He was quite aggressive afterwards. And I mean, he's had a relatively good map. I just feel like it's kind of been one-sided in favor of the whole team.
Yes.
Flashback has had more of the flashy moments, funnily enough, for his team. But Buzz has been playing well as well.
Yeah. And now on the attack, he'll have to be the one that leads the charge for DRX. You got the screen set up on B.
Here.
But this is something that, again, if you have both the Viper and Cypher, you can afford to do, where you don't actually always need the default screen over by ramps to put pressure with the lurk, because Cypher can do it on his own with the Cyber Cages, with the cam to start to inch forward. That means you have freedom to put the screen on B sometimes, maybe across mid, and then you switch it up to A. There's a lot more mind games that you can do across the entire map.
Jemkin feeling very cozy in this corner, but smoke will go down from the Viper, and now he's going to drop down. Ooh, that's some information, but now he's isolated, has to get out of there, throws a cloud burst as well. And here comes Buzz. He's always going to run out of bullets, and now Xpero up top helping out, but Mako, a couple of classic kills. Very nicely done from him. Also going to get a quick plant down here on the VSAT.
Nice smoke already onto the box for the one-way, and that means Estrella now still focused on the lurk. They still just have not ever found Foxy9 throughout this round. But it's a play for time, and Foxy9 knows this. He waits until you hear sound, and now the pinch is going to happen on the lurk.
Yeah, the pinch shells do come out, but Mako's ahead of all of this, right on the other side of the screen. Oh, and he's just going to run through it, and Mako takes him down, but now isolated on the back of the site. He is, but Foxy9 coming in from behind. The defuse is being held by Magnet. He doesn't care, but Foxy9 gets in and shuts him down. Gets another pistol round win for DRX.
Yeah, Magnet even he was even ready for that second swing around the pillar. But Foxy9's just clean with it. And Foxy9 brings up the rear for DRX. Great lurk, great timing. And I will dare say that Buzz surely will be angry after this round, because that entry with the Frenzy not quite going his way. Runs out of ammo pretty quickly on that gun. That's just a nice swing here for Foxy9. Yeah, great crosshair placement. Mako trying to bring up a little bit of energy for the younger players. We saw that in their previous games as well. Trying to take on that mantle of the new IGL.
Yeah, it's feeling pretty good so far in this map against RRQ. And now Trailblazer going to be sent into B. There's a huge stack right now on B. There are 4 members here on the eco from RRQ. Maybe they'll get a sense of that and try to go elsewhere.
Yeah, I think with just how aggressively that was being cleared, you're in no rush to go in at the very least. Oh, he spots him first, and again, put the Sheriff in his hands. That's Elmimore. And now DRX thinking that with the push out, they might have a chance of timing onto B.
Ooh, the paint shell is going to force everybody in, as now the Paranoia, the perfectly timed Paranoia, does catch the ball, but Buzz is still going to clean up 3. Does get taken down by Xpero. And Flashback has to go 1v2 with the Bulldog. He's got a decent shot. The right click, not great. And the shots, though, from Elmimore. He will lock it down and live with 12 health.
Yeah, trying to make sure he gets the best upgrade possible, and you'll find it. The Vandal for Elmimore opens up the round, and he wraps it up nice with a bow on top. And the round differential, very disadvantageous still, but a thrifty, you'll take that. You're on that defending side. You could easily try
chill, brother.
To snowball this. And also, here's the thing, is that you do have the double duelist, but if you can get to that operator, suddenly Jemkin turns into a bit of a sentinel on that jet and just holds an angle.
I'm sure you wouldn't mind to pick up the operator at this point. Certainly does feel like Elmimore is doing a lot of the heavy lifting for the team. He's hit 20 kills already as, ooh, Jemkin. Nice little tap there from up top as, yep, that's going to be shut down as well. DRX just flooding on in, trying to get any kills possible, but denied at every turn here by RRQ. It is the flawless of the anti-eco here on the side of RRQ.
This is definitely what you want to see if you're rooting for RRQ, because you have to snowball as much as possible. Listen, it's not 11, it's not 12 on the board. DRX has a surprisingly long way to go if they don't have momentum. And RRQ is starting to close the gap. Wouldn't be surprised if DRX can't pick up a win in the next round or two for a timeout to come out from Termi and Glow. But they will give the players one more shot. You're 2 points away from the showstopper, 2 away from the pit as well. Maybe something you could make happen in this round. Definitely maybe the next.
Yeah, I think that's a good call. Monet's just going to hold this with Estrella, actually. Just the stack on B. And the rest of the players just going to hold over towards A. Does look like Xfero's looking at mid, which DRX right now is poking and prodding at, with Buzz there leading the charge. Mako, will he peek into this? Is really the big question for me.
It's a rude surprise if he does. It almost might be better if he does, just to get some information here. Because if they peek out all together just off of one guiding light or anything like that. Ooh. Oh, well, that's a bit of
It's 3 kills. Oh, okay, if it was Mako alone, you know, getting the information, the team backs up, sure. But instead, it's just 3 kills to Monette.
Wow. I mean, that was high-low to perfection, right? I mean, Monette just free to jiggle left and right, pick up all the kills patiently in his aim training, and Foxy left all alone. What was very well played from RRQ, actually, on the other side of the map, was that you saw Xfero shift his weight to B Heaven, because on the A side, they were getting ready to push out. So they didn't quite care if mid to vents was a thing on the A side. By that point, they would have control of A main. They would be able to check if it was a lurk or not, and so they would have had that information. But this time it works out perfectly, and I don't think DRX was privy to that timing. So we'll see if RRQ utilizes that map play again in the coming rounds.
Yeah, would be nice to see. I think Foxy9 here just going to accept his fate. It's kind of the role of the Cypher, especially in this position where the rest of your team died and you were lurking on the opposite side of the map. We do have double showstopper here, and you would imagine, as you were saying before, Chobra, that they'll call a timeout if they don't get this next one.
Monette in focus. Really started to make a name for himself as a Raze once again when he was still on Paper X over on Madrid. A lot of people doubted whether he could play at the highest level as a duelist. And he definitely left his mark. Now he gets a chance to flex it a little bit again here on RRQ.
Hello.
That's a lot of people. And the full stack read from RRQ on A. Now they won't have been correct. But we'll see if they can just stay alive. Gem again. He's not going to get the kill. He wanted the 1-to-1 trade. Wouldn't have been so bad considering it's an eco here from DRX. Just a hero rifle.
Yeah, Angry Buzz, though, gonna shut that one down. A nice amount of angry dancing there in the sky. And now they're gonna get this plant down. Monette is pretty far forward here up in heaven. Does have his team with him. And now the pit also to come down.
Yeah, and that's gonna buy so much time for Flashback to actually have the leisure to wrap all the way around. RQ has to get ahead of this, because they think the flank is absolutely clear. Showstopper to make sure you're clearing all the other angles. Xfero's starting to dig deep into it, but the Showstopper gets shut down. And now 3 members still alive, and there it is. Flashback arriving in the nick of time on Heaven. Absolutely puts a stop to this retake.
And now Estrella's trying to cover like 8 different angles. He's like, oh
busy.
God, where is he?
No, he's got a lot he has to pay attention to.
Oh, well, Flashback goes flying through the air, and it is just, obviously too late to win the round, but at least Estrella does take down 2 of them. So not too many rifles brought over after that Thrifty.
Yeah, that's very well set up from DRX. I love the pit. I love that they actually don't leave a lurk, but Flashback's already on the move once the plant goes down. Because here's the thing is that RRQ, like Monette purposely cleared out Male, and then Xfero brought up the rear and mid. Like they were making sure that nobody was left around from DRX. And then they realized a little too late. But by that time, I would say also the main force of DRX holding quite strong, and now it's going to be a rush for DRX. The tempo change is impeccable, putting a lot of pressure on the A side.
Oh, Buzz gonna See that Elmi Moore, somebody's up there now. Elmi Moore aggressively swinging into this. Estrella also got this kill from the site, so yeah, immediately that aggression will be punished.
Yeah, and you realize the main force isn't quite here yet, so you can stabilize again. Now RQ, that's going to put them into a position where they're going to go for a bit of a safer default, right? You're imagining, okay, we have no idea where they are. Maybe they're still in mid. So Stray's just going to hang back. Worst case, you can make a 5v3 retake. Wouldn't be the toughest thing for you to do. Seekers being used, RQ not taking any chances.
They're going to get a lot of information.
Oh boy, the lineup.
Yeah, they both just stack for it, and Elmi Moore, he will enjoy a 4K and a flawless for the team. RQ are right back in control.
If RQ somehow bring it back on this map, you got to let Elmi Moore choose what's for dinner like every day for the rest of the year, because he is absolutely carrying this map on Split.
I mean, what else can you say? I mean, he might hit the 30 bomb. He's going to pull a May here, and he's getting hyped.
Oh, yeah, he's getting fired up, and the operator continuing on for RQ as well. We spoke about it. This allows them to start to play like they have a Sentinel. GRX will have to fish for it with weaker weaponry.
Yeah, they have so much money. I mean, Elmi Moore sitting on like 7,800. Yeah, actually, exactly 7,800.
Yeah, he should have actually just bought for Monyet at this point because he's going to cap out. But
yeah. Well, oh, nice shots there from Estrella, and he'll get away. That takes down Buzz early in this round. It's mostly an eco here for DRX.
Yeah, and you realize the trip is still there. Haven't quite seen the Cypher, but you imagine he might be lurking around, especially with the cam hanging out on A. And now that the raise is gone, Jemkin feels safer than ever, right? You're not going to really get flashed and then absolutely jumped on with something like a shorty or anything like that. You know it's at least a broken round here.
Will they know they're this far up? Well, and Sparrow knows it now, and Elmi Moore's right there from the crossfire. Lights it up again! And the collect comes through. It's 3 for Elmi Moore, picks up 4. Back-to-back 4Ks, and he hits the 30 bomb. 30 kills on Split for Elmi Moore.
He just used his Seekers the previous round. He is now 1 point away again. What a performance. There's just some... I know it's not Monyet putting up the numbers, but there's just something about DRX playing Monyet on Split that doesn't quite go well for them. Somebody's trying to look to make the land kill record again, because Elmi Moore this time absolutely in the running with 30 on the board here on the defensive side, and DRX, the timeout finally comes out. See what they can gather from this, because, you know, normally in a round like this, you'd be like, okay, well, guys, they used their Seekers the round before, all right, they're not going to have any ultimates down. You're like, well, they might have the Seekers again, so how do we make sure we draw that out of them?
Yeah.
Mako dealing with the pressure of being that new IGL. I think he's trying to take it in stride, but it's never an easy job, especially if you don't have the experience prior.
Yeah, it's tough, and they're still developing, and, you know, RQ might be their opportunity to take down DRX in this moment, but we'll see how the rest of this map goes. I mean, DRX are still 2 rounds away. If they can eke out a 1-round win, even if it's a close one, you get into overtime, you give yourselves a decent chance of winning the map. But yeah, this comeback from RQ is huge. Just Elmi Moore leading the charge.
The op still not spotted quite yet in B main. I mean, DRX might have the guesses by now, especially with the econ and the fact that they just haven't seen Jemkin at all. But Jemkin's going to feel comfy just holding that angle still on his own. 1 away from the pit as well. Xfero gets a nice shot here. That'll be an easy one. Oh, this is their idea to try to pitch onto the operator. Jemkin has his crosshairs trained. The scope's on it, and he's good for 1. Repositions with the blade. That's 2. He's still safe. And there's the 3rd and the 4th with the right click. Oh, okay, won't quite get the ace. Winning the round is a bit more important.
Oh, man, I thought he had it.
I thought he had it. I was holding my breath.
Yeah, what a sick round here from Jemkin. And the idea, I think, was pretty good from the side of DRX, but the pinch does not work, especially because he was also 1 away from his ult.
Yeah, I mean, the blade's absolutely crucial. And the fact that, sure, you sent the Seekers, but the guiding light goes a little too deep, just not taking into account that he could be holding close on that box. I think they imagine he might be back site with the operator, or maybe even on the way of exiting the site. So DRX this time with a little bit of their own assumptions. Still have that paranoia ready for a pinch onto Heaven, but they're not set up for it just yet. They'll have to push the line back with the Trailblazer.
Yeah. And Jemkin this time holding towards Garage. Estrella gets his own paranoia and does get flashed, but Jemkin's good for the kill on Amako here. And now the push does come in. It's a stinger kill going over to Bane. Jemkin is still going to line it up. Still holding on to that operator, and now he's got help from the rest of his team. Jemkin puts up 3 once again, and now it's 11-10. And DRX don't have any more timeouts. Just got to try to run with it.
Yeah, I mean, they got to gather all the information on their own, and this is where maybe having a younger, less experienced squad could start to really put the pressure on them, right? You don't have an experienced IGL. You have 2 guys that just haven't really been playing consistently at the top level, playing, in a complete team setting. So we'll see. I mean, even Bane, I would say, not that much experience. Sure, he's had stints in challengers. We'll see what they can do, because if they don't win this one, I mean, RRQ is probably taking them over for map point. Looking at the economy, DRX pulling together everything they have.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the critical round. I mean,
you just have to. There's no there's no other way. And the operator repositioning towards the back of site this time. They're ready for a bit of a switch up from DRX.
And the push does come in. The spray hits Buzz in the feet a bit. He takes some chip damage, but now the flash comes in, but Xpero is still going to get the kill. And no luck for Buzz on these pushes through mid. Mako, he might see the end of Jemkin's gun once again if he peeks that corner, but no, it's just going to be a regroup here. And now Foxy9 is going to go down. Elmimore was pushed up very far. The Seekers as well going to be utilized here. DRX will shoot them down, and now Elmimore's getting aggressive. Mako reloading, gets taken down. Elmimore's just running this map.
Yeah, and now they're trapped somewhere in sewers to mid. And you can just hold A main, Elmimore all alone. The rest can all cycle back. Estrella just making sure. Oh, okay, gets caught out a little bit. He was meant to just check if there's a crossover.
Oh. Oh, but they don't take the flashback with the insane flick. Now Jemkin, the paranoia, but he's still gonna hit the shot. Has a shorty too. Still looking good for him to take it down. Flashback, just way too much pressure, but he gets another one. And yet, Jemkin will stand on top of the end. Flashback making it interesting.
It almost felt like everyone on RQ was getting possessed by some poltergeist each one at a time. They just couldn't stabilize their aim. Whatever was happening up in B Heaven, it's haunted. You don't want to fight DRX there anymore, but the map was played well by RRQ, and thankfully they had such a massive number advantage. I mean, Jemkin with just the right timing on that scope. They're going crazy. I mean, this is an incredible run back from RRQ, and now Econ broken for DRX.
Yep. They're playing for overtime at this point, and they were ahead 11-3, right?
Yeah.
Or 10-3. Excuse me. But still, that's enough of a lead generally. Xpero gonna line it up, going up against a bunch of sheriffs. Bane does eventually take him down, but now the pressure is coming in as they don't want those upgrades to come through. And yeah, that's going to be the majority of them taken down. Now Bane is the only one who did switch over to this Phantom.
I mean, if he could do something crazy here, boy, would that be a momentum shift, but it looks impossible. Elmimore is low, but the positioning, look at RQ. They're not taking chances, right? Monette, sure, he's getting a little bit antsy to try to fish for a kill, see if he can get towards that showstopper, because that would really put the nail in the coffin. But otherwise, the way they're positioned, all backs up against the wall, only having to watch one angle. If it's a B plant, so be it. We'll play for the retake. There's only one extra round anyway. That econ, that extra 300 credits isn't going to be what makes or breaks the entire map.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bane eventually gonna come into contact with Monette, who will take him down. 12-11 to RRQ. DRX have gotten one round in the last 10.
You know, I just remembered, Valdez, That split map with DRX and GE where Magnette did go crazy.
Yeah.
That was also the first time we casted together in VALORANT, so we might be in for a banger.
We're the ones causing this. The casters have all the power. That's what chat always says. Start the game, casters.
Yeah, they just know. We try to hide it. The chat just knows.
12-11 here, and a pit for Xfero. Mid is not an option. DRX, they do have a couple ults, but not very proactive ones. Maybe if Buzz picks up a kill somewhere, wouldn't even mind trying to set him up for an orb and then maybe like a strong push and a Jemkin. Perhaps that is the choice here, as they are grouping up outside of Garage.
I think they want to go for a fake onto A. They're putting the Sky over to that side. The trip just gets hit by the Trailblazer, but you know that no one has still pushed it. That trip is still alive, so it's going to be the fake from Bane over onto the A side. No, they choose against it. But they're starting to run out of time. I mean, this is so... Look at RRQ. They clear it. They still see no reaction. The Showstopper's been picked up. Magnette gets no pressure against him as he's making noise on the orb. So RRQ just says, it is a B hit. They have the absolute read on this.
They absolutely do. And how many members does it take to stop the push? Generally not that many, as the paint shells as well. Right as the push, the perfect timing does come down. And now, you do see the Neural Theft will be utilized, as now Flashback is going to be able to TP over to A. And a chance here for DRX.
Foxy. Oh, he breaks him apart. That already buys so much time because now they have to clear him. It's either that or push as all three through screens. RQ's in a rush.
Yeah, they absolutely are. As now Flashback, a big kill for himself.
Look at Foxy on the map, by the way. He's going all the way around B. He knows they have to chase him.
Well, he's going to come back now, actually. Expecting the pressure to come in. And he's going to take it slow, though, and just wait for them. The absolute last moment where they have to push. Is Jemkin gonna fall down? He does get the one, but it's overtime! DRX Flashback to get 3 on this map, or on this round rather, and it's all tied up. DRX finally claw another round out.
I didn't quite believe in myself when I talked about the overtime, but I guess you're right. We just have too much power. I mean, the read was good. It was a risky read, but it had all the reason to be made. Great kill from Foxy9, breaking apart mid. That also gives extra confidence to go for the ultimate on that Omen to take the spike to the A side, because you know you've cut off the rotation. And Foxy9, this time alongside Flashback, the two rookies on DRX, bring DRX to an overtime on their map pick.
Wow. Well, you saw they weren't super excited about getting overtime, you know? It feels not great to only get 2 rounds in 11, but hey, at least they buy themselves a second chance to potentially get that morale up, to get some momentum for themselves. Let's see what RRQ do here on the attack for the first time in 12 rounds.
Yeah, that's been the weaker side for RRQ for sure. Again, not having a hard Sentinel means that if you want to hold some value on the lurk, you always need to have someone planted there. It always has to be, you know, something like a 4-1 setup on the attack. Drawing attention to mid, but the problem here that RQ's had for the entire first half was that you'll try to pressure them in mid, but as long as DRX holds on to Vents and Mail, they'll always have the better rotation.
The push is coming in, the flash is good. Magnette on the entry takes down Mako, and all of a sudden, you don't quite have that same setup as the push is coming in through ropes.
Yeah, now you know you have your own pick of whichever site you go to. You know they have to be weaker because the rotation's been cut off. It's going to be a slower backup here from DRX.
Yeah, up top. Foxy hasn't quite... Oh, the shot is not going to quite ring true, and Jemkin takes him down. Bane on the back of the site. They know exactly where he is. He gets taken down. Elmi Moore with the quick headshot. And this attacker's round looking much better for RRQ compared to what we saw earlier.
Yeah, the fact that they have all 5 alive is incredible. I mean, Magnette not quite getting picked off on that entry. He's healed back up now.
Xfero going to take him down, and it is a flawless attacker's round. RRQ, you know, it still feels like they have that momentum from the second half.
Yeah, and just the adjustment to say that we can try to trade you to all we want, but unless we take Vent's control, it actually doesn't mean anything because DRX will just be faster in providing backup. They'll be faster in having the crossfire. So this time, they'll set up the smoke. The timing was impeccable as well. The smoke blooms, and instantly Monyet and Jemkin are in the face in vents. So DRX, see if they can make any adjustments. Obviously, they did at the very end, but that was some heroics from Foxy9 as well.
Here comes Trailblazer. Bane trying to get whatever information he can see.
Operator here for Jemkin as well on the B side.
Foxy, he's tucked in here near the orb, and he's making a lot of noise. That flash isn't going to hit him, so... Oh, he's not going to hit the shot, though. He had 2 opportunities to just click on the head of Monyet, and Monyet, he survives and does get the flick down.
Yeah, and now again, RQ says, okay, we don't have any other information, but we do know that they don't have a hard lurk anymore. So we just go back to a safe default. On a timing, you can probably shift your way back over to A. You still do have the majority leading towards the A side, right? You're holding vents and not mail. And Monyet will get the information that they also wanted. They're going to look to just hold on to Heaven and Ramps, and then they'll have a retake.
Oh, the timing here from Monyet, though, it's amazing. And Estrella's up top, too, just pushing through the smoke. Doesn't matter. Monyet picks up 3, has a showstopper, and an explosive end to this map as they take down DRX's split.
Incredible endurance from RRQ. It was looking so rough in the beginning half where they just couldn't find a way to break through that mid, break through the actual setup of DRX across the map. They find that out in the overtime, and then while they're on the defense, Elmimore buys enough time for the rest of his teammates to all come alive, and the operator, of course, ringing true for Jemkin.
RRQ, amazing stuff on the comeback here on Split. We're done for now. Let's send it over to the analysts to break down that first map.
And just when you thought it was a DRX win, nope, Asterai says it's going to be RRQ. Calling it with a double duelist.
Okay, it is, again, just map 1, so we're not done with anything just yet. But they had troubles, all right? Even though it was a double duelist, I was kind of hopeful about what was going to happen. It felt like that first game, Flashback at the first half, was just doing perfect. Like, I think the reason why, you know, DRX was like, you know what, let's find Icebox, let's bring in Split, is because Flashback is so good at just timing those rotations. You'd see he got that headshot, I think one of the earlier rounds, he got a headshot onto somebody from ROQ, down to 1 HP. Yeah, exactly. And then immediately rotates to B, knowing ROQ is going to rotate. And he was already there ahead of time, stops the plan from Xparrow, and then that just kind of happened multiple times. He was just clutching every single round, and I honestly thought that it was going to be over for ROQ.
Yeah, it was a 9-3 first half, right? But then when we got into the second half, it's also 9-3, but for RRQ. Like, that's the most insane thing. Flashback was the ultimate champ for DRX in that first half, like you mentioned. But once you go into the second half, you started to really see how the whole team, alongside Elmimore, started to shine. And like, weird things are happening for DRX where they're starting to get like mind gamed, and it affects their confidence. And players like Foxy9, maybe even Buzz, or even Mako, you're expecting them to nail some of these shots, but they're not because of the lack of confidence. Like, RRQ knew that they were working with this double duelist composition, and you can see that they did the prep for it, especially in the second half. You know that they're playing on this defensive side, the double duelist. There are some like gaps or weaknesses in how they might want to play this, but they recognize that, and they actually use that to their advantage. They actually start to read for how DRX might want to play, and that's why you're seeing these specific rounds where they are not emphasizing a lot of mid-control, they're emphasizing more on creating pressure points around the other parts of the map, and at the same time, reading some of these weaknesses, like where you can see like Monyet is trying to tell the team to call, like, all right, we should push here so that we can take down one player and then hang back.
Elmimore with 33 kills on the sky is pretty crazy. And Flashback, that man, even, you know, the first half, yes. Even in the second half, this guy was fighting for his life, getting so many multi-kills every single round, and still it wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, it was so crazy how this kind of happened on the second half where it felt it was just about to be over. This is one of those rounds that I mentioned. He was just waiting for that rotation, but he was like 10 seconds ahead of like when RRQ was kind of expecting it, and he just gets these flanks, and he just out of nowhere go for those insane 2 versus 1 clutches. That being said, though, Elmimore, as we were mentioning, this is it. I'm just like enjoying the view at this point. You know, just kind of reliving all of what we've seen. But again, as we were mentioning, on the flip side for RRQ,
Elmimor was kind of standing his ground for as long as possible so that Monyet and Jemkin would start kind of heating up and start getting their value on that second half. We were talking about how Jemkin was kind of, a little bit cold on the first half, but once he picked up the operator, once he played on that B side for the most part, and DRX would, again, go for the offensive here, there's the operator. There he is, just getting these sick little kills. DRX goes into his, into his web of, well, not lies, but web of like insane plays, and then it's just over for DRX in terms of the tempo. So they really had to just, I don't know, just pull something from underneath just for those 1 to 2 rounds, which they really couldn't coming into the second half.
It really is like the web of like positioning and angles all being held, right? Like that's a game plan right now. DRX, they have to push in. They can't really do it through like B main garage or even A sometimes because there are these players holding all these choke points. If they walk through B garage, operator's there. If you walk through A, maybe Monyet's there with the paint shells and whatnot. And that's why like it's just so tough to read, and they ultimately lost the plot. Like that's the craziest thing. This is a DRX that not only, went back to their old composition and showed us an incredible first half. Yes. It's just so surprising that they managed to still kind of flub it in the second half because of how well RRQ played this. Now that we're going to the second half too, like this is RQ's map pick. What's going to happen here?
I mean, that is a complete mystery, as you guys can see. They have banned it. All until now. So something is definitely brewing. And we did talk to Coach Ewok just now. Are we going to get any surprises? He seemed to imply more surprises towards Haven.
Yeah.
But for Sunset's obviously going to be a surprise. Are we going to see something a little bit crazy? I don't know. I'm kind of expecting to see Monyet on the Neon.
Yeah.
But I would love to see some sort of mixture of, I don't know, just something new.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing Jemkin on like maybe an ISO as well.
I'm getting tingles. Just because you said web, I'm like getting the Peter tingle right now for RQ.
It's called Spider Sense.
Yeah.
Peter tingle sounds very conspicuous.
Yes.
Right, but I mean, this is exactly a big secret. Like 6 bans, they finally pick it right now. When the Neon patch comes in, you can definitely kind of anticipate maybe the Monyet Neon, maybe an ISO, but maybe Jemkin Gecko as well. That's something that they've been doing. It's a bit of a trend. Meanwhile, for DRX, like the last time they played this, it wasn't the best result, right? Right, that's right.
Yeah, it definitely was not. It was up against, I think that was Zeta Division, where they ended up in 11-13. I mean, it was sort of, but then you also have to take note that it was against Zeta Division that had depth starting to heat up on that second half of the game as well. But that also just kind of puts into a point that this version of DRX is having trouble closing out games. We talk about teams in the earlier stages of when they like join big tournaments where some of the things like, wow, they're amazing, but then they just can't finish off games. Is this what's happening right now to DRX? Is it going to be true for this entire series, or are they going to be able to close this out much cleaner and maybe push us to a game number 3?
Yeah.
Well, before that,
yes,
we got the guessing game. Where we're going to discover if there's anything lower than wood. Dirt. I suppose there's a dirt rank somewhere out there. All right, the question is, which team's going to have the player with the highest headshot percentage in map 2? The viewers, you guys, Wingman, have picked RRQ. Tie is an option.
So tie is, so how are we like doing this? Is it like
the highest
20 out? Oh, okay.
The highest.
Okay.
Yeah.
So tie is very difficult because like that could be like 27.2, 27.3, something like that, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
yeah. Wait, what is Aster? I right, I got mine.
He's like,
all right, let's talk through this. Let's talk through this. We got Sunset. We don't know what REQ is going to play, but we do know the players. And they got Jemkin, like, definitely stands out.
Yeah.
We got Monyet, but Jemkin really stands to the forefront of my mind. Who would stand out on DRX? Why don't you show your votes now, actually, and then talk me through your process? All right, why are you going with DRX? Who's going to be getting the top headshot percentage? Buzz? Is Buzz going to
We got
Buzz
Angry
kill?
Buzz. We got Angry Buzz back in. You see how strong Flashback can still be. Not only that,
fair.
I'm just hoping the whole team just kind of finds their confidence again, because the whole team has the potential to really frag out. Like Foxy9, all of them are like ex-duelists, so...
Yeah. So my thought process is the complete opposite real quick. Is because it's so scrappy that I feel like the headshot percentage is going to be so low.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about body shots and just hitting damage through like vulnerables, whatnot. I'm just like thinking, you know what? I picked already RRQ. Might as well just keep going RRQ.
That is what I think too. I completely agree with that.
This is a copium pick right now.
No, I think Buzz is very reasonable pick, and Angry Buzz is very true. But I think when it comes to Sunset and judging by how DRX was playing just now, if we're talking about headshot percentage, we're not talking about top number of kills. We're talking about headshot percentage. So
well, let's see.
There is no real way to determine this. And here we go. We've got
wait. Slight change up. Yeah.
Yes.
DRX.
We got a lot of change up. Yeah.
Wow, more classic comp for DRX. Sure.
Slightly,
Oh,
but role swaps too. Mako is no longer a controller. He's now on the breach for the IGL role. Might work out okay, but also at the same time, you're playing on Sunset on the attacking side. This is something that DRX opted for. So maybe slight flex, but slight control at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing else to add there. It's going to, again, be relying as well on Flashback, who's going to be on the Omen, which I think makes a lot of sense for DRX. And then for RRQ, this was the comp that we were kind of expecting unless they brought out like a, an out-of-nowhere ISO or Neon. So, yeah, pretty fair trade for both teams.
Probably why Coach Igwok was saying, like, maybe you'll be surprised in Haven. And it was in Sunset, so...
Yeah.
I mean, that said, still enough of a surprise. I'm sure they're going to show something a little crazy on this map, too. We see the teams getting ready to go. All right, we're going to go over to our casters. We got Valdez, we got Chobra, and we're not going to go to them. Actually, you guys want to cast?
Sure, when the opportunity presents itself.
Well,
why not? I am enjoying my time in panel, though. It's good. Got a comfy couch and everything.
We're actually just double checking the Asian picks right now. We want to make sure it is accurate, and that's why there's a little bit of this hovering here.
Yeah.
So what do you guys think? Like, what would you swap out?
So before we do get into it, I am just looking at like the most recent headshot percentage for both teams on their most recent Sunset games. It's all like below 30%. So again, scrappy games. It's that kind of map. You don't really get the chance to have clean headshots, but I'm curious. I'm looking forward to it. But so far, it looks like it's very neck and neck. Like both RRQ and both DRX had like 30-ish% on both teams as the highest. So it could be a fun one for the guess and gain. If the viewers out there are, kind of just looking forward to it.
We do have some data from last time. The highest total headshot percentage within these two teams is tied between Monyet and Foxy 9 at 33%.
Totally.
Did we change anything?
Right.
See that? No. I think if I see this correctly, I think they locked it in. Monyet on the Omen, Jemkin on the Raze, Elmi Moore as the Gecko, who Elmi Moore just recently dropped the 32-kill bomb on Split.
I'm really just...
Reach being brought out too for Estrella, though.
Yeah. So the thing that's going to be quite important here is I think the tricks and kind of traps that both the Cyphers have been using, because there is going to be that Sova from DRX here that's going to counter Xfero a lot. So we've seen like some Cyphers actually just use out the cage first, then use the tripwire after initial shot dart so that they can just,
save
it and then threaten it because it doesn't break, so on and so forth. So that's going to be something I think just quite crucial because we've seen teams die by the tripwire if they're not careful or if they don't really know how to deal with that. And since we only have like the single duelist, how's the offense going to be looking as you kind of barrel into the side when fault lines are coming your way?
Slight difference in duelist too. Buzz on the Jet instead of the Raze. I do wonder if that's going to change things up for DRX as well.
Well, I'm really excited to see, again, Monyet and Flashback face off each other as the two Omens going into Sunset. And now, you guys are not going to cast. We're going to go to our actual casters for today, Valdez and Chobra.
Thank you, guys. We're here to cast. And, I like casting.
I do enjoy it.
It's good.
Yeah, it's fun. Sometimes it can give you a mild heart attack.
I was just trying to mimic us, right? But yeah, it's been fun. You already had a nice comeback there on the first map. I'm sure it hasn't been very fun for DRX, but RRQ and their fans surely pretty pumped up after getting that first win.
Oh, yeah. I mean, RRQ has to be ecstatic, especially because of how it started. Now, trying to just absolutely pressure them with all the early util and B main. DRX still going to commit to a pinch, and that paranoia is perfect, but will not lead to a single kill.
Yeah, the classic did a lot of damage. I mean, Jemkin's going to get one. Xfero also getting the pinch here. Buzz trying to deal with multiple members, but It's getting messy now as Mako does take one down. Buzz will be eliminated in market. Meanwhile, Mako's just planning with 10 health. He's like, okay, well, I'm going to get this down. And Elmi Moore. One shot does it. Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Okay.
That was very scary. Was about to turn into a classic Mako clutch, regardless of what agent he plays. Now let's talk about that a little bit, right? Mako on the breach. We haven't seen it, but Mako did used to play other things, right? He's very world famous for his smokes, but he used to be a duelist. He used to play a little bit of that Battle Sage back when Challengers was the main circuit here in Korea. So we'll see how he adjusts to this. It does seem like they're trying to just find the right comfort zone for Flashback more than anything. But obviously Mako will have to kind of pull his weight to satiate the fans because they've always been reliant on Mako being the rock as that Omen.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be interesting to see how he does perform on this map. You know, it has been a little bit mixed in terms of his own individual performance after taking over that IGL role, but certainly providing for the team and now even hopping onto the breach. So pretty interesting stuff. We do have a slow and steady push in towards A main.
Yeah, I mean, not wanting to really take any numbers disadvantages here as RRQ, right? They're just making sure they all have their eyes on mid in case it's a quiet, deep lurk all the way to wrap around. Then they've got the Cypher setups over on A to stall and to try to spam through.
All right, well, the Moss is going to come down, and yeah, the Spectre's just going to get huge value. Sparrow, and then perfect spot in between the smokes. It's 4 kills for him, and they know exactly where Flashback is as well with a classic just running on. Guys?
Yeah, he is tagged still.
Yeah, just still tagged.
He has a Bulldog now. This is not out of the question.
He's going to TP away, ooh, making things interesting, but it's still going to be the round going over to RRQ.
Yeah,
a very couple of rounds.
Yeah, very, very costly, right? You had a 4-man buy, so you're losing a Bulldog and a Spectre. So able to buy up a Guardian, it seems, just to try to even things out, just to try to put some power behind that bonus. But despite how things started, it did not end that well. Overall, though, the setup itself, obviously, very, very cautiously set up. Just a bit of a mishap towards the later part of the round. And now on the bonus, you do have the Neural Theft. Not something you're relying on to try to overcome the economic disadvantage, but it is a B stat. Trying to get ahead of DRX's reads, it seems, from round to round.
The B stack just hanging out over there. As we can see, DRX are pushing into Elmi Moore, who, is clean with it again. But we did have the fall line coming down the mosh pit, just trying to help keep them secure, and that it will. This push, though, has pushed in just a little bit more, as they haven't backed out, but now as I say that, they slowly do back out of position.
I mean, RQ has been playing this a lot today on the defense, even on split, where they will take one action, and then they'll plant all the possible fake pressure with their utility and just keep their decision, right? So you put up the one-way, you don't see a utility reaction from DRX, knowing that DRX will oftentimes use utility to clear right in front of them, and they say, okay, it's still going to be okay to have this B stack, as Foxy9 does get the opening kill, but it's going to be trades right back and forth.
Yeah, the Neural Theft already, they're all still in there. And the drone coming on out. Gonna spot him, but that is Xpero to pop out and hit the headshot, as now the Aftershock will get him out of position. Bane with the headshot himself, and now they're just running away with the spike. 30 seconds left, they run in through mid. And over towards A.
Yeah, but this is weapons recovered. Monyet heard the footsteps out, so he has enough time to recover a rifle for himself. As long as Elmi Moore can try to stay alive, it should be a 2v2. He wants to try to play for the time advantage.
10 seconds left.
That is going to make it a 1v2 for Monyet. Still a decent bonus round for RRQ, but one that was so close to being won.
Yeah, absolutely. Mako coming out here, does get taken down by Monyet, who doesn't have any armor, but 100 health here up against a very healthy Bane, who's also made his way into elbow.
It's going to be hard to really determine. With the spike being there, though, you imagine that if it's not in sight, there's a good chance it could also be elbow. He's going to stick it to half.
Yeah, he's just going to get half, and now the bolt is taken out, and Monyet's just sticking it again, but it's just the shock dart to come out and isolate Monyet and take him down. So DRX will deny the bonus just barely.
Yeah, the initial spray also just kind of keeping Monyet low so that the one single shock dart can do it. I love the way that they're using Util here as well when they couldn't quite get Xfero out. The aftershock and then the spam again to know absolutely he has to die to one or the other. And this is the DRX that RQ is preparing for, right? Is that any time that there's a disadvantage, they're going to look to overcome it with the utility. So when you put pressure on with things like the one-way and there's no reaction, RQ starts to make these assumptions that they can start the over-rotate and see if DRX eventually gets to read on that.
Well, Paranoia comes through, but it doesn't get much value, and out Foxy9 with the headshot with the Guardian. They also have the Rolling Thunder available if they do want to commit to it here onto A.
Exactly.
Wouldn't be surprised. There it is going to get just the raise. And okay, Foxy9, another nice entry here as he has picked up a Vandal. Now Temkin out of the smoke. He's going to be isolated and killed. Denial on the plant, but still it is 4-2 in terms of members alive here in favor of DRX.
Yeah, this is a round where RQ might have to start to consider a save, right? You're already so far apart that you would have to group up to begin with. Yeah, it looks like they're going to position themselves for a save. You're not going to get, you know, any crazy ultimates by going in and trying to challenge. It's a 2v4. The positions are already all out of whack. So RQ just holding off. Now, this one, result-wise, these rounds always feel bad when you're watching it because it feels like they're just running in one at a time. And yes, that is true, but oftentimes the logic is when players do that is, okay, I'm going to go in and try to dwindle the numbers because they're focused on where the main utility was, right? So I'm going to try to find this curveball timing. When it works out, you look like a genius. When it doesn't, you look like you're really tossing away the round and putting your team at a disadvantage. That's what happened for RQ right here.
Yeah. And, you know, a couple of those peek outs, DRX were ready for it, but, you know, one or two of those, I think Jemkin, you know, when he came out of the smoke, it was looking pretty decent. He just didn't quite hit the shot. But imagine he gets that first kill, he's able to transfer it over. You know, he gets a couple of kills, denies the plant, allows his team time to regroup. Could have looked like an entirely different round, but that is not the way it did play out. Foxy9 got it started early.
Yeah, lots of headshots on that one for Foxy9. Something that, of course, our panelists are keeping their eyes on. We'll see how that wraps up by the end of the map. Now RQ trying to get ahead once again. A bit of a stack on the A side. You do have weaker weaponry, but you're only 2 away from the Showstopper and 1 away from the Thrash. So this guarantees the Thrash. And now you have the ability to make for a stronger retake on either side.
As we can see, it looks like we are coming in towards B. Clearing out some of the trap wires. In goes Buzz, but he gets caught by one, and Xfero immediately takes him down. That is massive, and now the camera's getting value. The cage is up. The Cypher is winning by himself. Every piece of his utility is getting huge value. And Xfero gonna pick up 3. Make it 4. Can he pick up the ace here? No, he will not. Foxy9 going insane by himself, but does get shot in the side by Estrella. And there you go, a couple of upgrades as well as RRQ going to take the round down.
Xfero did some great minute tech to stay alive and get those kills. I mean, first of all, that tripwire, we've seen it absolutely just wreck Jets, raises, doesn't matter who, because it's very hard to spot that because it's angled inwards towards. But this one right here, he tags him with the camera, doesn't shoot right away, but then he puts up his cyber cage to make it look like that's where he's shooting from. Yep, draws. Oh my god. Oh, that was very real. That was a very real reaction from Israel. Well, I mean, after a round like that, I think you get excited for sure.
Yeah.
You know you absolutely single-handedly outplayed the entire team of DRX.
That's like the Cypher dream.
Yes.
I mean, that's why you play Cypher. Like,
yes.
For moments like that.
Right there.
The trap wire's getting value. You tag someone with a camera, you got your cage up right in their face. Now we do have a push coming in here. As Buzz leading the charge through Market, also push on a V, but Elmi Moore got the timing, and now the Showstopper coming in. Jemkin gonna shoot one down as it's another kill here in Market, and finally being able to line up a couple, even with the paranoia. Mako also able to hit that shot, and now it's Estrella 1v2.
He had already made noise in Boba. They're not ready for it yet, but they spot him. He didn't have his gun out.
That's maybe just didn't expect him to just be standing there kind of awkwardly. But Mako with the jump peek. Estrella just so much to do here. Wants to isolate 1v1s if possible. Is getting the wraparound.
Yeah, now Mako knows, right? Because he's already cleared it.
One enemy remaining.
But he does win the first 1v1. Not a lot of time. The fault line gonna come down. Maybe gonna try to, yeah, baits out the Hunter's Fury, and now Estrella just trying to dodge forever. There's the third shot,
and let me work.
And now you just gotta hold, but yeah, knows that he's gonna just wrap the corner. Does get the kill, but it's still a round over to DRX.
Yeah, so you keep the econ low, which DRX is still trying to build up, so it's not terrible. You know, there's something to take away from that for RQ, but obviously the round win goes over, which is what DRX is going to want. They also have the Blade Storm, so in the coming rounds they could maybe even something out. You could potentially just buy a better rifle for Foxy9 here, but I think they're going to try to build as a team and snowball it forward.
Let's see how it goes.
Estrella, nice job there at the end of that one. And I think Foxy, yeah, he does have a Guardian.
Yeah, Buzz is actually just going to stick with the Stinger.
Yeah.
I believe maybe buying a Vandal up for Flashback or one of the other players.
So they have spent all their money going into this one. Still a pretty decent bank for the side of RQ.
Oh, Elmi Moore needs to stay alive. Elmi Moore and Xfero just need to stay alive. And as I say that, they go down, because here's the thing, their Rolling Thunder is very far away. But if they could have just absolutely had the numbers and the space, the Rolling Thunder would have been huge on the retake.
Yeah, absolutely. And now Buzz got the lineup here up on top of A. Also going to take that out. And will this ban coming through? Buzz actually in a little bit of trouble. Not going to hit that one. Jemkin also taking out Bane first. And the neural thefts, and they're just flooding into the site now. Everybody just stunned up here in elbow, and there goes Jemkin, gonna pick up the kill. His third here, and they know it's just Foxy9 able to hold the angle as the defuse comes in. Excellently done from RRQ. Foxy9 some bonus kills at the end, but that was pretty devastating for DRX there as they get retook and RRQ take the lead.
Yeah, because that was a round where they invested the Blade Storm and they scrapped together whatever buys they could. So now they do absolutely have to take a break on the purchases. And Champion single-handedly opens things up. And then the long-range support from the Breach. I love the Rolling Thunder once you know for a fact that you can secure the round. You know that they're all here on elbow. I mean, the round absolutely gets shut down there. The door closed against DRX. And now just Pistols, a Hero Guardian for Buzz. Lots of Guardians today from both squads.
Yeah, that does seem to be the slowly but surely developing kind of thing that a lot of people do. Not everybody, not every team. But. Okay, here's the open up on a B. Here comes Buzz once again. It's not the Cypher Dream this time, as they do get in onto the site. The fault line does come down, but here comes the team. Jemkin always clean with it. The flash, though, and the run from Bane actually works out as Buzz, also with the Guardian, does pick up one, but eventually they just get overrun by the firepower of RRQ.
Yeah, so because of the firepower lacking a little bit from DRX, you don't want to give any upgrades. Xfero decides to play it far back, doesn't want to double up his tripwires either. I want to say maybe it was intentional that he was trying to bait out something like the shock dart early because he retrieved the second trip, but maybe it was just a reposition. Didn't like the fact that they were doubled up. Either way, it looked like it could get messy, but after the scrappiness, RQ comes away, and now Rolling Thunder, Rifles. I mean, this is a round that DRX is looking to win to regain some momentum.
Yeah, and they're going to send it in towards A. Yeah, they're coming in here pretty quickly. I mean, nobody's here. The Rolling Thunder not going to hit anybody. The Paranoia also. And so that's a lot used to get onto an A site where nobody is. It will just be the full retake from RRQ.
Yeah, 2 members spotted already, but the Paranoia, that should be good against Foxy9. And Jemkin gets 2, Showstopper online. Finds one, he's going to save it. He wants the absolute clear. They haven't checked the box yet.
Yeah, they haven't checked the box, and look at this. He's just waiting. Buzz picks up 3. It is massive, and Bane has a chance, and he's going to get it done with 12 health.
What a way to close out a must-win round for DRX. You were banking on putting a stop to the bleeding on that round 9, and Bane will do it, showing why he keeps his spot on the starting roster after an incredible Stage 1. His debut this year at the highest level. 12 HP.
They just couldn't shoot him.
No, yeah.
And he was very crisp. I don't know, those 2 guys there at the end, they just couldn't put one more bullet in. Sometimes that's the way it goes. And Bane does not disappoint. So we got some new players from map 1 going into map 2. Different players putting up the numbers. Xfero in a bit of trouble. Does have the cage. He's just gonna hide out in the cage. Does have Buzz running in, and the timing is perfect from Xfero, and he nearly lines up an ace as well. Unbelievable. And Monyet just gonna clean that one up. These people stay alive.
This B site just ain't it for DRX. They just can't catch a break here. I mean, Xfero, how does he just barely make it into the cyber cage? And then the support again. Estrella's been very good by abusing the long range of those fault lines. His backup's been on point. Xfero hears the footsteps as well of Buzz, the gunfire.
He wanted that ace.
Yeah, no, he knew he was close. I mean, this has been a rough B site for DRX, and I feel like the B sites of Sunset for attacking teams are often feast or famine, right? Either you start to get in, and then the post plan, right? You plan it right there for main, and you just spam it down, or you're just never able to get ahead of the Cypher. They start shifting their setups, they start changing if they're watching market, if they're watching main, and you're always just one step behind the mastermind.
Yeah, it is very true, and it's been rough. I mean, DRX have got 4 rounds in the attacker side of Sunset. It's not that bad, but to be honest, it still feels like outside of some big clutches in some of the rounds, you know, like Bane with the 12 health, RQ are definitely very much in control of this map at this point in time, and the way that last one went with Xfero just kind of once again single-handedly just destroying them, I think Termi and Glow have seen enough, and they're going to say, okay, we need to slow this down, we need to take a timeout now, and not a bad idea with a couple of rounds left here. It's not a buy round for DRX, but hoping to at least piece together 1 round before they do move over to the defender side.
They have the Hunter's Fury as well. It's just going to be a fast one, but the one stinger buy gets shut down at the shorty as well. Well, now they're just all running into the grinder, Valdez. Bane somehow finds 2 amidst the chaos with a classic.
Yeah.
But that was just a bit of a send. You know, if it was open, maybe they take the site. You know, see if they can do something with Hunter's Fury. If not, you're looking for the next round. Now DRX. And I think what we're also seeing is, you know, we've seen some other teams like Gen G pilot, you know, the Ascent comp here, right? Instead of the Breach, you have the KO. So you've got the Silva KO. You can do a lot of cross-map intel gathering, a lot of kind of step-by-step timing attacks. And with the Breach, it's a lot harder. You kind of have to go for a lot more commitment on your executes, and RQ being ahead of those reads.
Yeah, they've kind of had DRX's number since the second half. Here comes Jemkin. Ooh, the paranoia, but Monyet and Jemkin are still getting kills!
How does Jemkin get the second one? Sure, the first one's Monyet's cover, and he's still good for it. And then they don't overextend. They leave it for Xfero. They make the noise backing out. And Foxy9, he's all alone. Xfero shuts him down in the first half.
I don't know what to say, Jobra. I think RRQ, I said it before, I think they just have their number from the second half of Split. This is looking extremely one-sided now. 3 rounds in a row going the way of the sign says, if you're wondering why there's a T1 fan logo there, it says, I'm a T1 fan, but please win.
Yeah, but which team are you rooting for? I assume
he didn't
DRX.
list any other team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would assume he's a Korean team fan.
That's the texture shout, the texture cry that the VCT Pacific account has made into their own little sticker on Instagram. It's quite the meme now in Korea.
Yeah.
And RQ, of course, no stats here, nothing to show. They haven't played Sunset a single time in VCT. And so it's just a matter of breaking through DRX's defense, which hasn't looked the greatest, you know, not terrible, but not the strongest look with the 42% so far.
Yeah, I do worry for them. I mean, Monyet, he saw, you know, before he got paranoia at the lineup there, so that's how he got that kill. I don't know how Jemkin got his kill.
Yeah,
maybe he heard and saw some of the fire coming at him and kind of aimed in a direction.
Yeah, I mean, this is what makes pros, right?
Yeah.
They just know the exact angles. Like, hey, main, all right, it's exactly so many degrees, and that's how I shift over even if I'm blinded.
How many times has he made that flick?
Yeah, there you go.
Probably at least like 20 or 30 or maybe even more. I mean,
probably, yeah.
Depends on how many times they've practiced this map, I guess. But
right here.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, that's a really, really solid end to the round or map half.
It's been a long weekend.
Yeah.
It's been a long weekend. And,
just list all the words and eventually get the right one. Here's Does. Okay. Going to help out with that. And does pick up that first kill on the Gem.
Gun here.
Yeah, and absolutely wanting to make sure that RQ doesn't re-clear this. But RQ's waiting for it. I mean, you still have a minute 20 on the clock. No reason to rush. And this way, DRX cannot go for an over-rotate because RQ's already putting some pressure back. They could always still rotate back to A, but Paranoia perhaps at the ready here from Flashback. They're going to choose against it. They don't want to greed for it. They're not sure exactly how many people and the timing. So DRX will take the safer choice.
Yeah, that they will. Just backing up a little bit. Here comes the Dizzy over the top, and Flashback in a rough spot there, but they are safe for now. It's now peeking out of the smoke, not going well for the side of RRQ. They get cleaned up by Flashback nearly entirely. Now Estrella just hoping someone was on the flank. He could isolate a 1v1. He's going to go all the way around.
Yeah, you do hear the door close, which probably puts a bit of a stop to his heart as he was hoping to go for the flank. I figured this was the next choice, was to go all the way around. I think he heard the cam get activated over in the bell tower. And Foxy's just going to say, well, the only other way you could come, because my teammates are watching main, is all the way around indeed.
All the way around. Foxy going to see it. They hear the shots. Estrella.
10 seconds
10
left.
seconds. And he will go down. So DRX finally going to pick up a pistol round for themselves here on this map. They did get 2 in the last map.
Yeah, still couldn't quite close it out, so we'll see if DRX can make their own little run back. Not as big, but still an 8 for a half that they're trying to redeem themselves from. And this is, I mean, same setup that we saw from RQ. A lot of teams that have to breach, they'll try to take that initial space, especially on the pistols, because it's so hard to re-clear areas. You're just so limited in your utility. So it's a great aggressive start here from DRX. Hear Buzz in the background getting excited.
Well, they're going to spot with the cam, but Buzz here with the Outlaw. That's a quick one. And make it 2. Oh, the Marshall is just getting so much value here.
Can he do it?
Oh! Got a little squeak out of me.
I thought that was a collat for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Buzz is about to have his Blade Storm. He wants it.
Not going to happen. Dies to the Classic instead. Just have not had an ace in this one. Flashback going to take him down. And that is the follow-up to the pistol win. 8-6 now as DRX trying to make a comeback.
Yeah, and all the buys they had as well. So, sure, you dropped the Marshall, but you got a Blade Storm now. I think you'll take that. Then you'll have the off the round after as well. So, you keep all your rifles, and you upgrade to a Blade Storm. Nice. This is not a bonus round anymore for DRX. This is absolutely a buy round that they are looking to shut down away from RRQ.
Now we'll see how it does go. Buzz. I'm watching. Here comes Buzz. Running through tiles, looking for anyone who will peek him. You see, they were thinking about it. The flash does come out, and Buzz will be spotted. Now he's just going to back away through the door as it does get closed.
Yeah, and now Bane already took so much control of A main, but he cannot stick around. Yeah, he doesn't really have any backup. The moment he dies out front, that's A site wide open, so he will start to hang back as his team repositions. Mako doesn't have flash points anymore, so no more flashes on that side, which is why DRX wants to try to get some information ahead of time, try to go for these long-range duels. And here's him.
Standing ahead.
Yeah, he's buying a lot of time here as well. Just gonna kill the boom bot. Also gets a tag on a couple of those guys as they will back away from this one. Spike still back at the spawn. They'll pick it up, and Xfero just slowly but surely coming on in. Gonna take that down. The cage gets triggered.
Oh, but Elmimore got Buzz on the rotation in mid, so now they know that the rotation was still in action, that it has to be a weaker side here on the B site.
Absolutely, but the lineup, Mako does get 1. Foxy's still here. The cage just trying to spam with the Bulldog, but oh, Wingman's going to do his job. The Mosh also coming down. Foxy 9 Not in a great spot back there, just down to 34 health, but now flashback also. No, he's going to get spun on by Estrella. And it's looking good for RQ this time around.
Yeah, lots of pings here for Bane, but it's just too many targets. And look at how well spread out they are. Xfero already on the flank as well. You don't quite expect another wraparound, or maybe he does. Yeah, not quite. Reaction a little slow. That's a tough angle to try to flick up. An RQ, yeah, you dropped 2 rifles, but you realize that it was an absolutely strong bonus from DRX, and they will be happy with the round win.
Ooh. Just in the face of the knives, doesn't even care.
1 enemy remaining.
Sparrow putting up crazy numbers. Yeah, I was wondering what I saw a big number on the scoreboard, and it is in fact going to be 20 here in the 15 rounds.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well for himself. Jemkin also got some stuff started early, but Sparrow has had those big moments from the defender's side as the Cypher.
Okay, so RQ, they might be suspecting the operator, looking at the econ situation, knowing the tendencies of DRX, knowing that it's a jet composition. So the aggressive cyber cage, that gives them full control of B main. Well, they haven't cleared the tripwires. You still have, something like the wingman to try to go for the plant. You got the paint shells. So you have options. You still didn't see any reclear. They're now going to just keep DRX guessing on the B side.
That's a big group up and a push through mid from Xfero. And Mako gonna be trying to get this flashpoint in. That will buy some time. The Paranoia as well. Aftershock thought about. Still grouped up. They haven't backed off of this just yet. Slowly but surely pushing in towards the A site.
Yeah, meanwhile, during all of this mid, there was a bit of a utility duel between Bane and Xfero, but Bane decides that it's still going to be an A hit, so he tries to get ahead of the rotation. 3 people here for DRX.
30 seconds left.
Flash and Paranoia. Here comes Jemkin. Wants a duel. He's going to find multiple, and there is the cleanup, but Elmi Moore able to trade 2 more. That's a kill from Foxy9 to take down Xfero. Elmi Moore still here. He has it all to do. As there's the 1. He will start the plant. As that might get Foxy9 around the corner, and Foxy9 will hit the headshot and get this defuse.
Yeah, very, very patient from Foxy9 as well. Not trying to greed against the wingman, anything like that. Not trying to play against time because Buzz only had the operator. So decides to let it finish and then cut the angles up 1 by 1. And again, a bit of a similar round that we saw from RQ on their attacking side on Split, where you decide that you're going to try to go for a bit of an all-in. You trade the util and you didn't quite have an answer in mind. Originally, it seems like this time, Xfero was in mid, and you were expecting that if you dump the util and they trade util back, that the rotation would already be in motion from DRX. So it felt like the idea was Xfero's going to get a pick, then we choose if we rotate or not. Unfortunately, Bane doesn't quite show himself, just recon out in mid. And that makes things a bit tougher and calls for the timeout.
Yeah, I mean, the pistol round going the way of DRX is fine, but afterwards, a couple of rounds in a row, RQ only getting the 1, so they still had 2 timeouts left, and Nuwak decides, okay, well, not a bad time to go for it after the loss of the round. Not the cleanest entry, and so they will just try to lock it down from here and try to hold on to their lead. 9-7, still a very close map at this point in time, even though it was 8-4 at the half in favor of RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is they have to find an answer for this operator, right? You don't have to take it out, but you do have to find an answer for how you break through the other side at the very least, because DRX will start to, utilize the power of that weapon to shut down one side of the map and try to go for a stack on the other. And you also saw that, okay, Mako has breached. The timings are pretty good here on the util, trading back and forth with his teammates. So not something you can expect to abuse as a weak point. Oh, a deep dig in from Monyen. They have no idea. They hear the shrouded step. They don't realize it's out in mid.
Just assassinated by the Omen. I mean, what are you going to do?
Oh, now he's on site.
Well, he is going to be taken down. Foxy9 does get dizzied, and there's a lot of stuff being thrown into him. Jemkin, definitely a confusing moment for Foxy. He does get taken down. Jemkin still looking to push, has the paint shells to force him out of position. And And that he will do. And the spike is already planted here. Buzz has gone all the way around with this operator, and
this has to be a save.
yeah, he wants to hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, you're all spotted. Your econ's not good. And I imagine RRQ, they might start to go out on the hunt, especially Elmimore. You could try to make that thrash. If you can take away the operator, it'd be huge. So Buzz needs to go as far away as possible, as we see him doing on the map.
And it's a pretty large map. I mean, let's see. Elmimore just kind of running. Make a lot of noise. I mean, he only has...
I mean, he wants it.
Sheriff, so he might as well. Just begging Buzz to have taken a greedier angle, but Buzz will not do that. Will the kill come out here right at the end?
Oh, well, not the one that Elmimore was looking for.
This gets shot down, but still a big round win to RRQ. Now double digits, only 3 away from getting 2-0 versus DRX.
Yeah, I think Flashback was in his smoke dimension as well, getting ready to smoke, so he might not have heard the Shrouded Step as loudly. Might have just been confusion, too focused in on putting up the smoke for his teammates, but either way, I mean, what a play. Because now this just puts a lot of pressure in mid. DRX has to always wonder if there's going to be mid presence.
Yeah, just that extra pressure is a lot to deal with from the defender's side. The smoke itself, not enough, and you see a couple of guys just rotating off of A, taking looks, being very careful. As we know, this is a bit of a stack towards B.
Yeah, but look at this. So because of this, DRX, they plant Buzz forward very aggressively so that they can focus on mid. They send a very early drone, they clear it, and now they know for a fact that it is the B side. Mako not quite clear, he gets a double, maybe a triple, he's gonna get shut down.
And the Detain did come down on the back of the site. I don't think they know. They're not gonna push onto that at least, as he does have some backup, as now the Neural Theft coming in. Estrella gets one, Xfero gets another. Out of market. A lot of pressure. And now just straight up 2v2. Still the operator here for Buzz, and that's the kill. Going over to Xfero. He has to swap out, and he has to try to win this round.
Does he quietly push up? No, he's going to go for the fake first, but the cam. Oh, no. They read it. Xfero's already checked it. Buzz has no idea.
One enemy
That's a kill. And a chance, and maybe
Fault
a
line.
hold to half, but yeah, the fault line does come out, and Estrella in a lot of trouble, or rather Buzz in a lot of trouble. Estrella will take him down, and that is the 11th round over to RRQ.
And I love that Estrella stuns him, but doesn't commit to the kill because he's like, well, I've seen a fair share of kills happening while stunned. Yeah, so just make sure that he has to let go of the half, plays for time, and then picks up the kill at the end. What a recovery from RQ, because Mako absolutely put a dent in him, hiding in that corner as that breach. Not something you were quite expecting. At least forced him to stop chasing the Thrash in. And now back to an eco for DRX. Just a stinger for Foxy9, trying to play the close quarters on B, but it's the wrong read. And RQ, they say, all right, the only thing we need to worry about is the first couple of these corners here on Elbow.
Oh boy.
And they are clear.
Off your feet!
Rolling Thunder comes out, it's gonna hit them both, and the spam is just coming in. Flashback is on the site. Oh, the headshot, the two! And Flashback making it interesting. Oh, that's so close there from Bane. Not quite gonna hit the head, but now Estrella the spam, and he's gonna die to a Sheriff through the cage, and Foxy9 as well. All of a sudden, a chance. A total of 35 health. And he is going to dodge that Rolling Thunder. Xfero going all the way around.
They suspect it. Not at all.
Oh. Showed his butt through the cage.
My camera is destroyed.
Oh, man.
Oh, the kill to Mako.
What?
And there's ample time for him to get the defuse. 3 seconds. Thrifty to DRX. It's not over yet.
Mako, he just outplays Xfero. Waits to be tagged a second time on the defuse motion to make Xfero think he's going to hard commit to the half. He let go as soon as that ping happens. Look at this. I mean, this is just an outplay. There's nothing else to it. It doesn't matter what agent it is. That type of outplay is built into the player.
That's the Mako clutch.
Oh, and it has an impact across all of RQ as we see Dizzy being missed through the window there. Maybe bouncing back, trying to go for that as well. But either way, you'll get the recovery. You won't get the tag.
Buzz is holding this angle, but gonna go for the peek. There's the kill. Gets the cloud burst down. The paranoia and the flash in his face. Even the fault line as well, but Buzz is out.
They're trying to punish it. They're trying to punish the timing that they would have without the enemy's fault line, but that means you don't have your own either. It's always been a one-to-one trade for the majority of this half.
The spike.
And so now it looks like it's mission Xfero go kill. See if he can make an opening since you're in a 4v5.
Well, look at this angle here from Flashback. I mean,
yeah, and Xfero was a bit wise to this. He purposely pre-fires it to push them back.
Well, spotted.
Cage triggered.
Xfero now has to make a decision. Where does he go with this one? Probably gonna just try to crunch
30
as
seconds
they
left.
push through onto B.
Oh, the late tripwire. Is RQ ready for it? He gets over it.
He does, and Maniac gets that kill on a Foxy 9. All of a sudden, I mean, Jemkin is gonna send this.
No way.
Oh, Flashback lives, pushes past it, immediately dies. 13 seconds, they will get the plant down. 3 versus 2 in favor of RQ.
The reposition, that creates the crossfire. Bane, I mean, this is a tough one.
It is tough, but he does get the job done onto 1. Makes it a 2v2. Buzz going all the way around the back.
He's gone through the tripwire.
Yeah, he actually got over it, I guess. Now, Bane, another kill on him on Yetz.
Revealing area.
And Xfero, very awkward
no.
spot, gets tagged. Buzz shoots him down. It's another insane defuse here from DRX in the post plant.
Oh my goodness.
Was that important?
Wow. I mean, that little box stops Xfero from fully hiding away from that recon bolt. And RQ, I mean, this was just Flashback. Waiting, I feel like he was waiting for the timing on the smoke more than anything, but it just happens to work out in his favor where he's able to dodge out of the showstopper. Yeah, Bane, yeah, absolutely. Get pumped up because you held on and made that possible for Buzz to come all the way back around, and there's that timeout. I think RQ getting a little bit flustered on their own, maybe after that Mako clutch, and trying to calm things down, trying to make sure that they actually get to map point, which was one of the big mistakes that DRX made over on Split.
Yeah, kind of a similar spot to call the timeout. This one feels even better just because the back-to-back clutches essentially from DRX. And Ewok will just try to calm them down and try to, you know, swing this one home. It's essentially 1 round away, but obviously the 2 to finish it off here on Sunset. RQ still in control, but DRX trying to make the dream happen here.
Yeah, I mean, they've caught up very well. And if you win this one, it should be tied up 11-11 with the economy on RQ looking to be in shambles. You got Hunter's Fury as well. DRX is set up for this.
Yeah.
DRX is set up to try to go for the overtake. You'll even have Bladestorm if Buzz gets that 1 kill. So even if they somehow try to swarm him, as long as he lands that first shot, Buzz has the opportunity to hold on.
That's very true. Xfero's going to peek into Buzz. Buzz starts off with a nice free kill. And now they're like, well, this is probably coming into B. Jemkin, ooh, cuts it short a little bit. Down goes Wingman. And that's a kill as well. Just spawns him in the cage. This is being absolutely annihilated by DRX.
It's looking like an 11-11. Make a wish, everybody, because DRX trying to take us not only to the end of this map, but potentially that map 3 of Haven. DRX's old stomping ground. They did take that victory over Paper X on that map.
Well, now he's spotted.
He's stuck.
Oh, he's missed, but it doesn't matter. Foxy 9 does shoot him down. It's a flawless to DRX. No more timeouts. Feels like a very similar spot to where DRX was in the last map.
Very, very similar. And you have all your ultimates if you're DRX. You didn't even have to use the Blade Storm. This is just a nasty off angle, though. You don't expect the operator to be in that position too many rounds. So I don't know if you can quite fault Xfero for not being ready for it, but all at the end, still credit to Buzz for a quick flick. Yeah, just liking the call they made. Mako, once again, trying to encourage the rest of the team to keep the spirits up. And RQ, they want to still have a shot. They just don't want to tie this up. It's stingers across the board.
Ooh, Buzz gonna miss that shot. Does get away, but here comes Jemkin once again, and he goes straight into Buzz, who shoots him down at close range. There's Fury coming out now. And the spike is still gonna get planted, though. By the wingman, Buzz not gonna hit that shot. RQ are trying to get into market here. It's getting a little bit messy. And, well, Bane's gonna shoot someone down as now the timing. Sparrow just get one, but yet another, the stinger power. But now it's all up to Estrella, and he will go down. Foxy9 challenges him, and DRX will get through onto the next round.
It did look a little risky, right? Just because RRQ, they're trying to utilize the benefit of the stinger, get close, make it scrappy. We hold on to market. They'll have to push us. And even if you lose the initial push in, which, by the way, Buzz, I mean, pushing out with the operator here, that's nuts. You even have the Blade Storm. Chooses not to use it. But DRX, they calm things down. They make sure they're fighting at advantageous angles with the numbers, right? Even on that last one, you know your teammates can swing out for you once again because it's the last man. And now, do or die for both teams. I mean, DRX, sure, you'll have credits to buy up again, but RQ, not quite. They look to keep half armors for one extra shot. They're making sure they can buy every remaining round.
Yeah. Not a bad idea. But we'll see if it does work out for them, as here we go, the Thrash is coming on in. They try to clear all of this. The bot line also coming down. And now there's the kill. Mako lines it up. And Mako was just trying to get out. Foxy9 as well, and now we got the Neural Theft. And meanwhile, Bane just gonna charge on in, takes down the Cypher.
The wraparound from Estrella. It has to go huge. We'll see if DRX is ready for it.
Oh, Bane. He was stuck there against the wall, but he got a kill. And the defuse was just being held there by Flashback. That's not gonna work. And now it's Buzz's turn, and down he will go. Estrella brings them to 12. DRX made such a huge comeback run, but now RQ will force overtime.
At the minimum, we'll see if they can close it out. DRX, they do still have the operator once again. And RQ, do they have another player breaking the 30 as Xfero's at 28? I mean, this is just, Foxy9 wanted to cover for him. He just wanted to save his IGL, and they happen to line up. An unfortunate situation.
Yeah, they're not gonna feel happy with the way that one finished off, but now Buzz has got another operator. He's gonna shoot one down. And all of a sudden, that operator's power being shown off here. They had the money to just go ahead and go for an entire full buy with the amount of rounds that they got in a row.
You lose at the get-go, which means you can't go for as many crafty plays. The Rolling Thunder fake onto B. You're not even ready anywhere close to A. Wow. And DRX immediately re-clears it. They step forward. Bane makes the call, and Mako ready to work off of this tripwire. It's a kill trip. It's broken.
It's broken. Jemkin gets in. He's going to spot him, but Mako did get that kill on Pharaoh and backs away. He's going to wait for his team. A smart call. They do have the man advantage.
Yeah, RQ, they might have to consider pushing forward on a timing. There's no real good way to watch the flank. From the shadows, just to keep DRX guessing. This is just a play to buy time.
Uh-oh.
Nobody's watching the flank still.
On the fault line, it doesn't matter, but it's a couple of kills traded back. Monyet still here in elbow, and he will be taken out. We will have overtime again.
Wow. They just can't get enough of each other, these two teams. Very well played by DRX, very calm. Making sure that the flank is ready for the pinch. We'll send that, get yourselves hyped up with the cheers of Breach right behind you. Mako putting up a lot more kills than the initial couple rounds that he had as the IGL here in stage 2. Looking more and more comfortable into the swing of things. And DRX knows that it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy to get to this point, and it's still not easy, because even if they win this one, that's a map 3 waiting for him after dropping Split.
That's going to get so interesting if we actually do go over to Haven between the two teams that force overtimes back-to-back. Just feels like these two teams so evenly matched today.
All right, B-site just did not go well for DRX for the majority of that first half, but do they tempt fate again? Scan the trips. Still doesn't break it. Finally breaks that one, but there is a deeper one here, which allows RQ to kind of just leave the entire site empty.
Yeah, now, I mean, they've got 4 guys back towards spawn to A.
This is, I mean,
they're going to run into a wall.
Yeah, RQ reads the tendencies of DRX. If DRX throws another curveball here and rotates back mid to B, I would give them a standing ovation, because to make that call right now would be very daring. But otherwise, RQ knows exactly how DRX wants to operate.
Even the Cypher's just looking at mid. Everybody else is stuck on A, covering every single angle.
DRX surely has to feel that something is off. At least that's why they hold on to the fault line. That's good. They can use it to break onto the site.
30 seconds left.
Well, one way's come in, and Buzz just going to charge on into the smoke. It's headshot down. Elmimore still here. Spam comes down, takes out Foxy9. And now, I mean, you gotta run through cages. That is going to be a nice shot through the box. His flashback trying to make the impossible happen. The 1v2 now.
The ult. Again. Oh my gosh. not like this again. Okay, he does get tagged. The cam's still alive over in B main.
Yeah. And the cam's still alive, by the way. Yeah, he's still got a dart in him. I know exactly where he is. I mean,
heard at least one set, but not both footsteps.
All right. Ooh, flashback, and it is just going to be the double peek. He avoided the fault line. I thought maybe he gets the lineup, but no, RRQ going to hold on to that round after that fantastic read early on.
Great read, and Xfero popping the cyber cage there at the end to make sure Flashback can't clear the cam for free, which means that he's still pinged. So either you go into clear the cam and we know you're in B main, or you trip my remaining tripwire, we know you're backside, or you're just in front of us. So I love that he pops the cage as well. Just gives no choice for Flashback to find a good position. And RQ looking to close things out in overtime once again. Xfero at 29, trying to mimic Elmimore.
Well, if he picks up 4, I think it was 33.
I think it was 33.
Is it 32 or 33? I think we were saying both numbers. Yeah, it was over 30. Okay, you know, he hit that benchmark. We'll see if Xfero can do the same. Just needs 1 to hit 30. Well, let's see if DRX keeps it close, keeps it interesting. Defender side has been the favored one here, somewhat unsurprisingly.
Loses the door as well. It's a little late into the round to try to take that off angle, and RQ is going to take that as a cue to actually get mid for free. It's just going to be a burst through market.
We'll play this like Ascent. Just go through mid, right through the door, straight onto B. Oh, they're going to get it quick. Buzz not going to hit the shot, but from Foxy9. And the check, but look at this, coming in from behind. And a couple of kills on the site as well. RRQ may have just done it here. And potentially back-to-back 14 to 12s. Mako has to go huge with Flashback.
I mean, these are the moments that Mako shines, but not the same tools he's used to having. Has to rely on Flashback, who does have full util. He's still got the paranoia, but the fault line's still on cooldown.
Oh, the smoke drops, and he's just left with his pants down. Mako now. It's all up to Mako.
Yeah, they just have to hide time in their favor for RRQ.
Yeah. There's very, very little chance the fault line catches him immediately. There it goes. RRQ with the back-to-back 14 to 12, 2-0 victory over DRX tonight.
A 2-0 is not one I expected. Yes, I predicted RRQ. I still thought it would be considered an upset, but a 2-0. It doesn't matter if it was overtimes or not. You shut down DRX, and you absolutely stay on top of them for the entire marathon. RQ giving the hope right back to the fans after a bit of a disappointing start to week 2.
Yeah, and say what you want about DRX, you know, they had to face PaperX, and maybe they're not looking 100%, but man, all credit to RRQ. Like, they absolutely just played their hearts out today and deserve this 2-0 win, taking out a really strong team, proving themselves as one of the top teams here in Pacific.
It's just great prep as well. So many rounds where they abuse the fact that DRX is going to have certain tendencies, especially when they're working through new comms, new IGLing. You just can't be as varied. And RRQ finds a nice opening to put one more win on the board, stay in the strong running to try to make the playoffs and all the way to Champion Seoul.
Did Xpero get a kill in that last round? Did he hit 30?
Oh, that's a good question.
I'm actually not 100%
I don't actually think he did.
I don't know. Either way, I'm sure he's not going to care too much. The win is a win, and it is a big one. Sets up RRQ for an excellent chance to make it into playoffs. Still some work to do, but feeling really happy on this day today. Excellent play.
Yeah, huge win. Big congrats to RRQ.
Yeah, so that's going to do it for our first match. Here we are going to send it over to the analyst desk to break down that series.
Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, RRQ takes down one more Korean Titan today, defeating DRX for the very first time.
It's our second win against a Korean team, and it's not just any Korean team either. The first one was against Gen G. The second one was against DRX. That said, it is a new form of DRX, but it shows how much RQ has improved, how much work they put into this. I mean, look at how the team is playing, all these setups, especially on a map like Sunset, which they banned for the most of Stage 1.
I think the biggest play that I've seen here that, and there were a lot of plays here, was that last one that we saw on the final round on overtime, where I think the mid-round call was so good. They heard that Buzz closed the door on Market. They started pushing Market because they knew that, you know, Buzz has been holding mid with the operator for such a long time. We push through this and see what happens, and then they start having multiple angles of attack. There's B main, there's Market, there's a wraparound Boba, and that just goes to show how, you know, Crack was mentioning, the evolution of RRQ, their ability to call for the mid-round adaptations has been getting better and better. And again, this is up against DRX that is a version of DRX that is willing to fight, and they are able to fight back. Sure, again, it's very close, but again, you're also thinking about the factor where Bane, Flashback are just clutch in those kind of situations.
Yeah, I think it really shows the mindfulness of both teams, but maybe RRQ a little bit more. I mean, you really feel the impact of some of these plays, especially from, you know, players like Estrella or even Elmi more at times. It's just really, really painful for DRX. Like, credit to DRX, they did a good job at adapting to how they wanted to play. The first few rounds, like, it was just so tough for Buzz to get in, right? He had struggles with those entries because of Xfero's trips, and that's one of the reasons why Xfero also has so many kills on this map. Bane just, for the life of him, could not find those trips with his shock darts, and that's one of the things. They just didn't have that much game tape or experience against RRQ's set plays and setups on this map specifically, and that's why adaptations was so important. But it also shows, again, RRQ, you know, trying to adapt around Buzz's operator, trying to find those mid-round calls to really throw them off in for a loop, and it works out so well for RRQ.
Yeah, going into overtime for both of those maps, but RRQ, you know, ending it there in 2-0, we don't get to see their Haven.
At 14-12 twice!
Yes.
Whoa!
So this is really great for them moving forward. They still get to hide one more map. I mean, Asterai must be really happy, and let's see if Asterai also gets to rank up in the guessing game.
Ooh, pretty sure I do.
Let's reveal the results.
And
you do.
Yeah, we do.
Good job, guys.
We do.
We do.
That's why I felt the Asterai pick. This is good. It's good. All right.
Oh my god, I'm just gonna follow.
It was Ellie Moore, headshot. He beat the previous record on his team and is now at 45% headshot. And Elmi Moore, unsurprisingly, I mean, he topped it on the headshot percentage because he was phenomenal.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Today,
I like this.
his performance is great, and we're gonna talk about him in a second.
Oh wow!
After I D-rank.
I'm now Amond.
You're above Wingman.
Doink.
Yeah.
Guess what? I
back
get
to
to leave
Iron.
the shrine.
Yeah, look at that.
I'm just gonna say, Asterai prays to the shrine before he does his predictions.
Yeah, I kneeled in front of it.
Evidence, yes.
I prayed to the wooden Victoria.
That's where you get your answers from?
Yes. That's where he gets the answer from the host. That's what both hosts. This is how it works. Did I do it correctly? Okay.
Yes.
Sometimes I forget people.
It really shows all the new ideas, though, right? Like, this is no longer the same DRX that we've seen. You know, they lost stacks. Now it's Mako IGLing.
It is a completely different DRX. I don't think what we knew about DRX
does not
exists
apply
anymore.
here,
Just erase it. Mako's
Yeah.
still there, yes, but like it's not the same.
I think
Same
there was
thing.
some just weird things that I saw right now from DRX. It definitely needs a bit of polish. I think there was one of these rounds where DRX was holding the A site as we were looking at the stats here, and they were just kind of randomly throwing flashes on A main when they weren't even willing to kind of fight for it. I think just to delay RRQ. And that I feel like wasted or, you know, kind of used up precious resources in terms of utility that could have been used to help them fight back the RRQ players that was coming into the site rather than A main where DRX was not really physically present to fight. So just one of those things that maybe you just have to keep in mind, you know, moving forward.
It's the pressure from RQ as well, right? That's why they start to throw these utilities. It's the nerves that kind of cause them to, you know, make some of these plays. But at the same time, I mean, just looking at the score sheet right now, you see these thrifties being pulled through from DRX. You see the first kill stats. But at the same time, post-plants, objective wins, it's RRQ on top because they were playing the overall game a lot better. And that's why I'm saying the thing about new ideas, it's RRQ who are bringing these new ideas. It's RRQ who are, you know, maybe running a slightly standard like composition. You got Elmi Moore and you got the double initiator. But the way that they're playing around this, the way that Xfero was lurking around the map, the way that Monyet was sometimes, you know, pushing through smokes and finding those frags alongside Elmi Moore's Thrash in that final round, it's what really throws DRX off because they're trying to play standard with that operator from Buzz.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're looking at the MVP here from RRQ. That's Xfero. I think the best trait that he's used or he has done specifically on Sunset as to how he was able to get so many of the kills here is he's able to really just kind of position himself around smokes
stuff,
and the cages. Yeah, right? And you kind of saw DRX just not really adjusted well for it. To be fair as well, there was a bunch of smokes. All you can really do if you're on the attacking side is push, see what happens after, and then kind of just adapt from that, right? But you saw how well Xfero was just able to kind of get those multi-kills, so on and so forth, the trap kills as you saw as well. So all of that just building up to this being an Xfero map, a Xfero Cypher map.
On this map, I totally agree with you, Astor. Because like what you see is sometimes he's backside around like closer to Boba, and then that's when, you know, DRX really wants us to push in and create that pressure from B main. But then, you know, Xfero will switch over to market.
And I do want to talk a bit about our overall MVP. It's got to be Elmi Moore. Do you guys want to jump into that real quick? Why is our MVP pick for today? Besides that, he was absolutely great.
Besides that, he was absolutely great on Split. I think he was just like the rock of the team, right? You know, on Split, we had these moments where we're expecting Monyet and Jemkin, the double duelist, but Xfero was there for the trades. Xfero was there for the flashes, and he was also the support on Sunset. He was also there for, you know, the impactful frags. He was there to set up Xfero sometimes with a Dizzy.
So real quick, I just feel like because he was able to kind of weather the storm and get those crucial kills, he allowed everyone else to heat up alongside him when they were starting to mount that comeback. So I think that was what's making him as the MVP.
Yeah, and this is what we wanted from them 2 days ago. We were looking for this kind of performance from Elmi Moore. In fact, let's hear a word from him because I believe he's on the stage with Bella for their victory interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to VCT Pacific Stage 2, and the winner of this match is RRQ. Up on the stage we have Elmi Moore for the interview. GG Elmi Moore.
GG.
This was your first win against DRX, so tell me, what are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling so happy. Finally, I can beat DRX because it's always almost when we face DRX.
Must feel nicer because
Yeah.
you finally conquered.
Yeah.
Yeah, right? And you know, you were crazy on Split. 33 kills alone. You popped off with that Sky. And did you know that your 33 kills on Split is the most kills on Split Pacific Stage 1 and 2 combined? Did you know?
Nah.
How do you feel now after finding that out?
Surprise.
Is this a good surprise?
Yeah, it's a good surprise, of course.
Okay. I would be baffled as well, right? And, you know, RRQ Sunset, like, you've been banning it for so long, but did you find, like, a spot in DRX's Sunset that you could exploit? Why did you decide to go with Sunset today?
Because we've been banning it, and then before, like, it's hard. It's kind of hard. I don't know why. And then we try to play Sunset again, and then finally like we have our own playstyle, and then of course because of Monyet joining also, it's kind of fit the team more.
So like with your new like style, and Sunset is now like in your pool for sure.
Yeah.
Oh wow, RQ Sunset. I'm excited to see more of that. And you know, you mentioned your play style with Monyet on the team. Like it really shows that you found your style that really, you know, makes it possible for you to create advantages. So how are you feeling the difference with Monyet on your team within your play style? With
it feels like it just fit because some of us, like all of us, like sometimes like aggressive, like play kind of crazy, and then we know Monyet is kind of crazy too because he just jump around with shorty with classic, and then we like it.
Oh, that
it fits the
sweet
team.
smile but crazy in game, right? And you know, you crushed today, and upcoming next you're facing Zeta, and you know, if you get them, then you're, you know, off to the playoffs. So how confident are you?
We are very, very confident.
Very, very?
Yeah.
Two berries?
Very, 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 very confident.
All right. Good game today.
Good game, thank you.
All right. For those of you watching, that was RQ Zalmi Moore, and we'll be back with our second match, Team Secret versus T1.
Patient because these guys just play contact. So
Okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年、私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ、私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に、立川と世界をつなぐ立ちグループ。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 2. We just completed the first match of today with RRQ taking down DRX, but we're going to move into the second match, Team Secret versus T1.
What's going on? No losing, no more losing. Spike the plant, get the spike planted, and win the game. Win every round.
Yes, sir.
Whoa, what's going on?
So actually, people don't know this, but Zeus is our leader. So he likes to scold us and tell us how to prepare for the match.
No losing, no more losing. No more losing to Talo, no more losing to VaporX. Get spike planted, win rounds. Easy, we win game. No, check the comeback, Mach 2 against T1. Lala.
Yo, Step. That's wrong. That's not your way. Yo, Bella, you're new too.
Stax is like, do you know who I am? Do you know who I am?
Longer than Izu has.
To be fair, he does have Izu does have seniority in T1.
True,
That's
true.
It's reset.
It's a reset.
Level reset
Now
that.
Stax is the rookie, quote unquote rookie.
Oh my gosh.
Who would have thought? Well, we are now looking at the Team Secret T1 score here. It's the last call for playoffs. Both of these teams here are towing the line. They need to capture as many wins as possible.
Yeah, both of them. The real boss is Zeus, of course, but like Team Secret right now, if they get this win over T1, then they make it through playoffs. But if they don't, their next opponent's gonna be Gen G. That's also really, really tough. So it's really high stakes for both teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it's just going to be down to the wire. And don't forget, the last time that these two have faced each other was T1 winning. We already know this, but that was before Team Secret acquired Wild Oreo. That was still with NDG with the team. And then we were talking about this with Warbirds before he departed, where again about how they've been kind of managing NDG before. Now it's like this and that, but now with Wild Oreo and the acquired of their new coach Dummy, it has been looking to Team Secret is. I think the word would be consistent, because they already can do so many good things, right? But then the only issue is inconsistency. But hoping with this kind of addition to their support staff and roster, we'll see how that kind of goes now with such a crucial game against one of their rivals.
I feel that consistency. You can really see it in some of Wild Oreo's plays, but at the same time for T1, you got Stax coming in. They're trying out some new stuff. The role swaps especially really lends them a lot of strength, and that's what it comes down to. It's these two players, because they've been switching up to the Sentinel role. Wild Oreo has been nailing a lot of shots, especially in their games last week against Global Esports, for example. Meanwhile, Saya player changing things up to that chamber. Xcurate now solely on the controller role, on the IGLing. It's slightly different, but you can see the effects of it. How they played against Gen G, for example. They almost won that split. They should have won that split if they played it continually well. I mean, there are these ideas of trying to push and pull with the operator as the chamber, getting away with a lot of these kills and the rendezvous. And that is something that could work against Wild Oreo, who has to anchor down a lot of sites.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the thing that we were discussing, before the match even started, that I think the strong point right now for T1 is they can force these fights as soon as, the round happens, just because they have that ferocity with Saya player now playing as the Chamber. We'll see if he still continues to use that coming into Secret here. And the only issue that we really had from Secret before is if they try to do one thing, they can't really do the other when they had the previous roster. But now with Wild Oreo, I think they can juggle multiple things now at the same time. So they have that anchor, they have that possibility to go for fights a lot more at the same time. So at least for both teams, it's going in the right direction.
I fully agree. It's freed up so much more. I mean, you're seeing Jeremy, Envy doing so much more as well because of Wild Oreo being in. Yeah. But at the same time, not only are we considering these new players, we also have to consider the map pool. Haven is back in, and Team Secret is so good. They were so good on Haven the last time that they played it. Jesse, Bashan, and Sova was just mayhem.
Secret is heads and T1 is tails.
So we are going to go into the map picks now. Haven, yes, it is back in the map pool, and we also are going to be seeing both these teams play with a new patch for the first time this weekend.
New patch for the first time. New coin toss. He dropped it the first time.
Maybe it like landed in the middle.
Slowly getting better at that. We're seeing improvements.
I think the next
also.
trick would be like to flip it, catch it with one hand, and then flip it with your only the one hand.
One thing at a time.
Yeah, one thing at a time. It's gonna happen.
All right.
Oh, okay.
That could be a potential like chamber map, right, on Bind, so I can see why they want to ban that.
Okay.
Just go straight for the jugular.
Makes sense.
Haven back in for Team Secret against T1.
Yeah. I'm so excited for this because we haven't seen Haven in the hands of Team Secret, obviously, because like this is the first time we're seeing it with Wild Oreo as well. I think most PH players are very knowledgeable already with Ascent and Haven altogether, so this will be a fun time just to watch. T1 coming in for the split, I think this makes sense as the trend with the chamber picks for a Saya player, as we've been kind of seeing, and then we'll just have to see what the last map will be.
I feel like at the same time, this split pick is like a slight counter because Team Secret, yes, Wild Oreo and Jeremy Envy are really good, but it's a map that like doesn't have the best Sova lineups, so it's a little bit tougher for Jesse Vash. But at the same time, now we're leaving things up to Icebox. A little bit interesting because Icebox is a map where Team Secret can still play pretty well, but it's slightly worse for Team Secret if they were to pick the Lotus. So I can see how this makes sense for T1, but at the same time, the adaptations from Team Secret with this new roster, with the addition of Wild Oreo and the new Coach Dummy, they might be able to improve a lot as well up against T1.
Yeah, so I don't know if we're going to be going to the distance today, but of course we're very excited to see Haven as the very first map. Let's also discuss predictions. So we're seeing the data from Haven from last year for both of these teams. Yeah. Secret likes, not only do they like Haven, they like A-Site specifically. That's been very
default,
clear. Asterai, do you think it's still going to be an A Haven, or do you think they're going to go all B or all C? What's the new strategy here?
Probably still going to be a lot of A. Probably a lot of A. Because the thing is, Haven is the map where you can do the most set plays in. Like if you think that, oh, we can't read our opponents this well on Haven map, you know what? We can always fall back on our set plays. And I feel like Secret has kind of perfected that set play on the A side because Vash just knows so many lineups for it.
Oh, yeah.
So why not, right? So yeah, probably A side.
All A with Wild Oreo just doing the rest.
Yeah.
I kind of like that. We like that storyline. Yeah. Chat, I don't know what you think about that. Also, we got to talk about predictions. Guess what Asterai picked? Oh, it's Team Secret.
Whoa, what?
Shocking.
What?
Hot take.
Chubby Ninja picked Team Secret?
And the other Filipino on broadcast, Mika Fabs, also picked Secret. That's so shocking,
That's
God.
crazy. I am now Filipino, and I'm going to go all Team Secret for the rest of this
Salamat,
stage
Tita
one.
Victoria.
Salamat.
That means say thank you, Auntie
yes.
Victoria. Yeah.
Yes. Yes, that's what we're doing now. What a quack pick? T1. T1,
Yeah.
why?
T1, okay.
Should I listen to Asterai Al Gaib now? I'm wondering about my predictions. But okay, the reason why I picked T1 is the fact that yes, Haven's back in, Team Secret really strong with Wild Oreo as well. But what we saw from T1 was just like a taster, like from last week. This now, again, with the new patches and the new rules that they've got, we don't really know how or what they're going to play on this new Haven, right? So they might change things up a little bit. And at the same time, if you're thinking about that matchup with the players, Saya player versus Wild Oreo, how is that going to play out? I mean, the fact that you have to rendezvous is just such a big factor, and Wild Oreo really has to be quick reactions, take down Saya player, take down the rest of T1 as well. And if that doesn't happen, then it's going to be a little bit more difficult. You're going to have to focus on those 4v5s.
Yeah, okay. So for me, just real quick, I feel like there is going to be some questions about Xcurit's performance from last time when they were facing up against Genji. Yeah, I think he was kind of still adapting to the new changes that they're doing within their roster. So with that being said, there is some worries moving forward here with T1 as well.
Okay, so you are not swayed by Quack's argument.
My argument is
whatever happens,
weak
I'm
sauce.
just going to keep picking Team Secret, okay? It is what it is.
It is?
It is what it is.
Do they win? Do they make it into playoffs?
What are you asking me? I don't know.
I don't know.
We have to see
I
the
know you're always
performance.
Team Secret, so
Where did confidence go?
Yeah, I know.
There is no confidence. There is only consistent.
Your team, you got like, yes, they're making it to playoffs.
Okay, I'm not a confident man. All right.
What? Look at this conditional love, Secret. I don't know what
It's
this
not
is.
conditional love. It's just me saying that I will always vote for them, but I don't know where it will go. That was just me. That is me.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. But I know that they can kick some butt.
You got that
They
faith.
can kick some butt.
Yeah, exactly.
100% they can kick some butt.
Exactly. I just don't know with my predictions how it's gonna go. I just know that they can kick some butt. We'll see how it goes.
But T1 can definitely kick some butt too. We saw Saya player kick so
yeah.
many butts
Yeah.
last week. It was incredible, actually.
Gotta get
What I
flipped
really want
on
to
this.
see is Execute step up in his Omen role. This is not what's happening at this desk anymore. We are going. He's so excited for the Secret game. This is what happens when there's a Secret game happening. Asteroid just like starts vibrating and he gets really excited. And we're gonna go to the stage before he like implodes with excitement. Let's welcome the teams.
Team Secret. Undefeated. That's why they call me undisputed. I'm breaking up another season. T1. I've been up on my stats. Now would you look at that? Undefeated, locked and loaded. We about to blow. Caught him with that left, I leave him tapped out on the floor. Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy. Watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone. Yeah.
Go to the fire, the breath. King of the jungle and beat my chest. They say I'm posing the threat. Just like a puppet, I'm cutting the net.
Bring on my finger, but yes. Like playing chess and I don't even sweat. That's what I call it for
Welcoming T1 facing off against Team Secret today for VCT Pacific Stage 2. Both of these teams are trying to get into playoffs and they only have so many matches left to make it happen.
And they possibly could make it happen right here, right now. Team Secret taking the win over T1 would matter so much. Meanwhile, for T1, they've got still quite a bit left to climb, only standing on 2 wins right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, in terms of like the overall story here, both teams going for, I think, like small roster changes that look that are incredibly big. So I'm so excited for this. Again, with Oreo and 2GE coming into this mix, I think Orio's already proven himself. 2GE slowly getting into that groove, so I wonder if he's going to explode in this match against T1. And then the same on the flip side for T1 here. How does Stax fare into this group now that he doesn't have to IGL as much anymore, and how his performance is going to be coming up against a team like, TS?
Yeah, you've always seen the steady core from Team Secret still. Jeremy, Envy, Jesse, Fash, and at the same time for T1, Stax is a proven commodity. He has the experience. He is a veteran. But at the same time, the way that the whole team has switched up their roles, how is that going to play out? Can they prove that consistency with Xayah on this chamber?
T1 Stax definitely wants to leave his mark today since joining this roster for Stage 2. I mean, he just saw his old team play just earlier today, DRX, and he doesn't want to have the same fate as them.
Definitely not wanting to feel that. But yeah, I mean, you can see how much they're working on this. Even with the calls on the stage right now, there's so much at stake for T1. The pressure is high, and they cannot let down their fans. They've worked so much for this. Izu now on the duelist as well. Let's see if they can really switch things up.
Absolutely. It was also the mark of the Haven. What agents are they going to bring into the table?
All right, we are going to go into the second match of today. Over to our casters, Chopra and Valdez.
Thank you very much, guys, for breaking it down as we do move into our second match of the night. Team Secret up against T1. This one, very contentious there on the desk and also in the predictions. Really does feel like it could go either way, even though Team Secret do have 3 more wins than T1 here so far in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, that's kind of the odd part, right? Is that T1 has constantly shown that they have the pieces that are strong, but some matches it comes together, some matches it doesn't. Now, so far in Stage 2, we've only seen them that one time against Shenji, and while it was a loss, they actually looked maybe more convincing than they ever have. So we'll see. I'm really hoping to see both of them come out swinging as we take a look at the comps here. And okay, so Secret's gonna really dig into the Neon buffs. Meanwhile, T1, some switch-ups again in the form of Xayah returning to Duelist now that they're sticking with the Jet for Haven instead of the Raze. And Izu will be pushed to the backline on that Sentinel. They were switching that last week against Shenji.
Yeah, you know, just week by week, match by match. Got to try to mix things up, you know, roster swamps, all that fun stuff, and trying to just make it work here on the stage for them. I'm sure they could taste the victory up against Gen G, but not quite getting there. The Neon here for Jeremy. I mean, this player is pretty incredible individually. I am very excited to see him playing here on Haven on a agent like Neon. So yeah, should be very fun to watch this performance from both sides. Side player back on the Jet as you would expect, and looks like we're just about ready to hop on to Haven here for our first map.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see what things look like for the rest of the maps, even just for the rest of Stage 2, but perhaps it's the idea behind, you know, if it's Raze, we go with Izu, but if it's Jet, Saya is much more comfortable on the Jet, so we kind of play around that strength. Now, I do like that they pick up Cypher, right, kind of predicting that it is a good chance of maybe a Neon coming out, or maybe even just no dive coming out, so that you can really slow them down even further, and trying to get ahead of the meta while they stick with the Jet.
Well, let's see what this first round brings. We do have the Recon out and the Neon already out here on long. See Jeremy, gonna lose in the duelist battle. A quick shot from Saya player. And Jesse's gonna spot him, just trying to poke him down with the shock dart, but now he's gonna have his teammate to push ahead. Jesse Vass sitting here in the smoke. Willie expected, no, Jesse Vass quicker on that one. Izu does trade it back. As T1 try to flood the side. In the corners, 2G, he picks up 2. And Team Secret started off big with a first round pistol win.
Yeah, that smoke continues to plague everyone. It basically became an absolute staple on A side on Haven towards the end of its lifespan. And now that it's returned, maybe teams forgetting how powerful that can be for the defenders as it blocks off 3 angles that you have to check as you're breaking out of it. And sometimes you have someone hiding inside of it as well. Yeah. Just like Jesse Vash.
You see, like, one guy's got to check the door, and they don't check the corner. He tries to flick it over, but 2GE just a couple of quick shots to the head. And so that's a great start here for the side of Team Secret. From the defender's side, 2GE kind of in a rough spot, but does do a bit of damage there to Stacks.
Yeah, I like that. He stays on top of the boxes as well. Still uses the Shrouded Step to reposition, but makes sure that he can still have an angle advantage with that Guardian at long range. We should note it's full buys up from, full buy-ups from Team Secret with the Marshall. The smoke's a little telling, so he's going to get ahead of that. Trying to dodge around that alarm bot, hoping that nobody's watching for it.
Yeah, puts a stop to that business on B. The B business. And here's
business?
Yeah, the bee's nest. The bee's nest. Oh, the new nickname for B. Well, we do have 2G watching this angle as well. Spots a couple there in garage. So now T1 are like, well, how about the bee's nest again?
Maybe we go again. I mean, you really don't have any choices once you've already been spotted, and if it's in mid, you're kind of trapped here on Haven. You got no information.
Might be able to get a plant.
Yeah. Okay, Stash is going to stick the plant. As his teammates drop one by one, he will just secure the extra 300 creds for everyone on the side of T1.
Yeah, feels pretty good. Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay, that was a good track.
Yeah. It is the 2-0 to Team Secret, but I mean, some positives in there for T1. Not half bad.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret, again, everybody bought up, so you did some damage. It's just the Marshall, and Jeremy is racking up a couple points here, especially with the spam down. I mean, gets all 3, puts him very close. Yeah, to his ultimate, wants to make sure they upgrade to the Spectre from the Marshall, and they'll even pick up a rifle. Jesse Vash gonna buy it over for Jeremy.
Very interesting. I mean, we did talk about how this guy individually can be crazy, but trying to make a play here for a bonus, they're going to stop them in their tracks at A, and, well, I say it, and Jeremy immediately does lose the duel. Xgear just going to take his head off.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Not quite sure if they actually heard the slide or not because he just got stunned right as he activated it to try to get close, but either way, T1, they're not backing away from the A main fight, which I think is important because the Neon changes the tempo on how fast the defenders can overtake A main and then also continue to shove you out of it, especially when paired with the Breach, right? You've got the fault line, You could even save the relay bolt for after, then you could put up the Omen smoke. I mean, it just doesn't stop. As we see Izu trying to shake up the defense a bit, and Wild Oreo will get spotted as well, so he's going to have to back up. And that'll slow things down. Still 40 seconds. I don't think T1's going to mind too much. They're playing this cautiously as it is their bye round.
We'll see how this does go. Very slow and carefully over towards C. Big stack from Team Secret over on A. And now they're just running on in. 30 seconds. And some utility to get in onto the site. Smoke into the back. And that will be Saya player to open it up and say, well, there's nobody here. We could just get that plant down early. Nice and safe.
Planted.
Yeah, full util for Envy's breach. See what T1 has prepared in their post-plant position. So far, the spacing quite good. You know, you can't possibly get everybody off of these fault lines. Excurit's going to get ahead of that fault line, trying to hold close. Get some damage down. It's easy. Picks up 2, and Saya for a 3rd. Only Jesse Vash remaining. And they have an inkling.
Yeah, here in Garage, he does get that headshot onto Izu. It's a very small chance for him, and Saya player will headshot him down for his 2nd kill. So T1 deny the bonus, and they get on the board. Nice little play to take out Jeremy early and then rotate over to C.
Yeah, the Econ a little bit shaken here. Curious to see if we see Jeremy buy up for Jesse, return the favor a little bit, and then just activate that ultimate. Oh, that's how he got the 2nd kill. The high-low timing not quite right there and on beat for Team Secret's retake. So Killjoy gonna set up, trying to watch for both B and Garage. That way you don't have to spend too much time staring down that path as Neon looking to push forward once again.
See that recon bolt sent forward. Funny angle into A main, and it's not T1 to stick around there. They are actually looking to pressure into Garage. Smoke comes in. Wild Oreo says, well, looks like they're here. Alarm bot comes in, bit of spam. Wild Oreo getting a bit chipped away at.
Yeah, no way to fully regain control of that, though. The Silva's on the other side, just holding on to A main. So Secret will have to find a different answer to re-clear. That's going to be a 3-man investment on the minimap over by Garage to re-clear it. Now they get the information, so they can start to shift their weight. Jeremy starting to put his back closer to the A site to provide backup, since you still have the turret out on B.
Shot goes down. Jesse Vass, drone as well, sees one. And that is going to trigger a couple of members, or at least one, to come on over, and the smoke.
Yeah, you have relay bolt and the fault line as well. T1 could get stopped.
We'll see if it does happen. Saya player, though, is in onto the site. Jesse in the smoke still, and he is going to poke out, take out Izu. Gives a chance to hold on to this one. Still hanging out in there, and Envy does take out a couple on the back of the site, and now Saya, trying to push in a Wild Oreo, but he is going to take down Excurit, and that is the retake here over to the side of Team Secret.
Yeah, I mean, the hold inside the smoke again from Jesse Vash, that really breaks things apart and causes a bit of a chasm on T1's plans. Sure, they get ahead with their own fault line and catches Jeremy right at the end, so it gives Saya the advantage in that fight. But Jesse Vash just completely distracts T1, and then they get paranoid as well. They're just not sure. They don't want to get caught off guard, so they're holding those positions, but they get picked off one by one. And we realize that Secret, their rotations were a bit quick as well, so T1's going to have to figure out why that happened. When was that re-clear from Garage?
Now it's just a push into B. Saya's going to go through very quickly. Ball line comes in, and, well...
well, he's stuck now with the Hero Vandal.
Yeah, and not going to hit it. Wild Oreo going to win in that 1v1. Now 2Gs right there in the Garage. Spike planted once again, but okay, Rossi going to get some help from Excurit. That's a couple of kills, but now he's got his back to 2GE. The defuse will come in. 4th round win for Team Secret.
The double slice from the Neon. Jeremy says, whoops, missed that one. Comes right back for it. Won't be the one that picks up the kill, but again, just the distraction that you can be, just the space creation that Neon has now built in. You know, every Neon will have that by default. You just got to get used to your own speed. And again, a big part of this, sure, it's an eco from T1, but a big story of this round, once again, is just how quick Team Secret is on their backup, on their calls. So T1 will call the timeout, slow things down a bit, try to regroup, see if the coach has picked up on any of these patterns out from Team Secret.
Yeah, not a bad time to call it. I mean, 4-1. T1 only getting the anti-bonus, right? They pick that one up, and then immediately it just goes back in the favor of Team Secret. And yeah, I mean, it also came from getting that one kill onto Jeremy and then essentially pushing into an open site. So definitely a lot of work to do, I would say, from the side of T1. They haven't looked quite as clean as Team Secret. That one cleanup on A definitely was a big morale booster, I would say, for Team Secret as well, because T1 kind of got in, but immediately got cleaned up as well.
Yeah, see how much they can dig into this, because here's the thing, the backup being fast wasn't even actually because of the Neon yet. So I don't know if T1 really wants to say that that was the cause of it, and that's something they need to keep in mind, because it's mostly just, you know, the Killjoy Utah, the immediate re-clears of these positions that T1 tries to poke and prod at just a bit in the beginning part of the round. Now, see after that timeout, Secret, what's their read on it? It's going to be the Killjoy reposition. It's an oldie but a goodie. Kind of catch them off guard, make sure that they have to be delayed, and then you push out from the C side.
Get out of my way!
Yeah. I feel like this is going to work out pretty well, but here comes Saya with the Blade Storm. And the slow push towards A long. 3 members. Looks like they are going to have Izu pushed down.
Oh, and this is going to guarantee the Rolling Thunder as well. Envy only 1 point away from it. He'll get that over on C main. They already heard all the util on A. You're just going to buy time as much as possible with the Nanoswarm, with the turret.
Shadows traveling.
As long as everybody on Secret stays alive, this retake could be deadly against T1.
Yeah. See, just got that Rolling Thunder you were talking about. Jesse Vash, some spam through. Get some return fire. Has the turrets there. You got the drone. Lots of information. The plant will come down. Jesse is taking a bunch of damage up here, up in the tower. And just trying to clear out a bit with the shock darts. But here comes Envy. First he's going to throw after shock and a help, push him out into the Rolling Thunder, and everybody is going to get hit by that here for the retake.
Oh, and Jeremy jumps out, gets all the scouting, then slides right back into hell. Won't get all the kills though. Envy still hasn't made it through, and Excurrent will land the shot, knows that there's no way for him to go for a safe drop. Peeks out right on the end of that utility. And Secret, I mean, the Rolling Thunder was good. The initial util was good, but the speed of the follow-up after it, a little rough. We've seen, you know, that kind of retake work very well with the Jet, but watch here. Jeremy will try to get some spotting, but the fast lane actually blocks up some of the angles. You're not quite catching Izu. Spends a lot of time taking out stacks right below, and Izu is able to hold strong as that first line of defense.
Yeah, Izu just getting ahead of it and holding down the fort for the team as everybody tries to flood the site. And now Saya is just running into the garage, going to take that over. Running straight into multiple members as Wild Oreo gets one. But Excurrent is in the back now, and he's going to take a couple. But here we go. The overdrive comes in. Jeremy picks up the first kill. Now the Hunter's Fury coming out as well. Jeremy's still trying to pressure, but another plant comes down from T1.
This overdrive is so fast now. How do you win against it? Okay, if you have 2 people, you distract him. Really spread apart his crosshairs there, and that's how you win. Make it a 2v1, make it unfair. And now Jesse Vash, I mean, you only got 150 credits. They have a Rolling Thunder as well, perhaps trying to hope that you can draw out the ultimate. That would be maybe something worth fighting for. But the round surely lost.
Trying to push into them, and that immediately gets shut down as well. So T1 rallying back after their timeouts, getting a couple of big rounds in a row. Izu picking up 3 kills the last time, and then this time around just trying to pressure. See that Rossi here is able to set up a couple of kills. Izu gets one of those as well. Rossi gets a second here.
Nice, guys.
Gets a big nice from his teammate. Excurrent there. And so T1 able to come back a bit here.
Yeah, and the Outlaw as well to try to snowball and recover that economy. You know, much Saya loves his scopes. Oh, he's going to get the first kill onto it. Some extra damage as well sprinkled through.
Yeah, that's going to feel very nice. Early value from your eco round, essentially.
Yeah, that's the breach taken down as well, so it takes away a lot of that execute power. I mean, it's one of the reasons why Envy can kind of just hold blind, right? When the first piece of util comes out, the fault line goes in. There's really no way for T1 to fight against that right now until they draw that out. They have to try to force it into a cooldown. They're not finding an opportunity.
Rossi's going to clear out mid with this drone. Says, okay, well, nobody's here, so going to send a smoke in towards B, but you see they're kind of split up at this point. The spike over towards C. And Saya to check it. He will be spotted, gets the drone out, and shuts that down. And the slow push in towards B. Just a couple of guys. 2GE, the first one to spot him, but Izu, nice little headshot. But the fault line is massive. Saya is going to follow up with that outlaw shot of his own. And now Jeremy's going to get his own Bulldog. Oh, there it is. The headshot comes in, and Rossi gets his own to trade it back. And this is kind of a close round with them low
10 seconds left.
on firepower. And here comes the lockdown as well. But Saya trying to push it, takes his head off. Does Wild Oreo, and now Rossi has to evacuate the site.
He does have Hunter's Fury, but he needs to position himself well. He wants to try to get the first kill so he doesn't get pushed in.
Standing ahead.
They're defusing.
Yeah, Recon to try to force him off of it, but they're still sticking the half.
Stick to half, that's a good shot from Rossi, and it's Jesse Bash with the Bulldog to shut him down. Team Secret gonna move ahead to 5-3 with a Thrifty.
Wow, I mean, some nasty shots here. Obviously, the initial one from Envy, it's just a good setup off of that fault line. It's at the cost of his teammates. I believe 2GE going down on that one, but either way, you knew that you were set up for success on the initial hit. But then Wild Oreo with a great peek off of the lockdown right here. Oh, just crisp. That gives the opening. I mean, Rossi, you could argue like, hey, he has Hunter's Fury, but you also just don't want one of them pushing you as you're trying to channel that. So I think he's trying to get rid of that extra card. But Team Secret's ahead of it. They actually just hold the half.
Yeah, it's a huge round for them. And now a quick push once again from the side of T1, who do have mostly big buys here, and still a couple of big ultimates, and they haven't even used the Rolling Thunder on this push. They essentially just get in onto C, and the spike is already planted.
Well, that's a quick one. Now got to hold on to that post plant. It hasn't always been clean here for T1, and it's off to a rough start.
And Excurate, he can't help on the defense. Once the fault line comes in, he's going to throw in a smoke and just hide in it and hope. Fast lane comes in, Izu gets a kill. They're trying to defuse, but he has snuck his way out with the Stinger. He does get one, but it's already defused to half.
They bought some time with the Rolling Thunder. They're trying to defuse off of the flash, trying to mask the noise, and he's hidden from the angle, and it's already done. Oh, that's a rough one. I mean, it's tough to do that once the half is done anyway, but the flashpoint as well to try to mask the sound just a bit. Secret just pulling out all the stops to make sure they keep the lead here on the defending half of Haven.
Absolutely, that was a big one. I mean, they're trying to push in. Jeremy just, the operator, gets that first kill. Look at this. Ooh, clean. Zaya's gone. He lines up another in garage. And obviously, there was all the shenanigans around the defuse as well. And they're able to pull that one together. And remember, T1 already took a timeout. This attacker side not looking super clean, even though they did get those 2 wins after the timeout.
Yeah, I mean, T1, the initial conditioning that Secret had and the Neon pushing out has really slowed down the tempo of T1. And the thing with the Cypher is on any map, quite frankly, at the end of the day, the only way for you to really get hard value on the lurk is to win a duel, right? I mean, with the Killjoy, you can start to inch forward with things. You know, with the turret, you can disrupt some setups with the Nano Swarm, but as a Cypher, you simply have to dig deep and create a little bit of space with your own weaponry. It hasn't really favored T1. This time they will have Izu planted all the way forward, so he's ready to go for a pinch wherever it may be needed, or at least cut off the early backup. This is a good way to battle out the potential early rotates.
Lot used there to clear into garage, and now just trying to push through with the paranoia, and Saya is in onto the site. Another fast push, but 2GE gets the kill. And that one was clean. Looks like the smoke was up. Another plant will come in from the side of Stacks. has been consistent about that, but the post plants have been all Team Secret.
Yeah, and Izu's position is a little bit rough just because surely Secret should be checking for this. Now they have extra members there just to try to distract Secret's retake. Meanwhile, the main force is already hit the site. 1-for-1 trade. Stacks going for another for T1. Rossi still alive with 3 kills. Goes for a 4th and secures the round for T1.
Well, sometimes you just have one guy that's unaccounted for and wins all the duels. Rossi, insane stuff there. Just going one by one, hitting onto the heads. Starts off here, corner, challenges him.
Yeah, I mean, just positions himself way out on the far side.
I am nice. Yo, sit down.
It was nice. I mean, no doubt about that. That round, Rossi makes it clean, works off of the distractions of his teammates. You know, kind of, we heard a wave of murmurs out in the crowd as well with Rossi's nice ending to the round. See if that's enough to make it a 6-6, which is what they would want here on the attacking side of Haven.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, not going to charge a site once again just yet. They have Saya actually on an operator this time around, so he's going to look to hold this angle. And then maybe slowly do make this push on to C.
Trying to also not give way to that early Rolling Thunder as well. So once they're close, they're still holding just in case there's a reaction. They don't see it. Not quite the shots he was fishing for with the Sheriff.
Big shots from Rossi, man. He's feeling it now.
Found them.
That's a couple where it's through smoke. It's not a lot of information, and he just taps away.
Now he's hidden here because even if he dies, he's going to have 100 Fury, but he's just going to get another kill trying to stabilize.
Here.
You saw his reaction.
Wasn't the ending to the round he was looking for. A bit messier than the previous kills, but that should be a clean setup. All set up for that C long hold. And T1 one round away, getting close to a couple very big ultimates. Hunter's Fury now online. But of course, Team Secret, they've already been backing a couple of those up.
I see a nice spray to start it off, and then this first one is good, but then just the movement, a little bit unpredictable there from Envy. And eventually he's able to see, and he hits a quick shot.
He went from I'm nice to I was so bad. The duality of Rossi. I mean, it was still a good round from him.
We're so back into
Yeah.
it's so over immediately.
Oh, wow. Early investment on Hunter's Fury as well. Just trying to eliminate a big part of the map. C entirely taken over by Secret.
Yeah, they say no more C. You're too good at that. We're done with this, okay? It's done. Last round, no more.
Well, they funnel them into the A site, but is the retake ready? The last time the set play didn't quite work out. Ooh, no trades.
I mean, 3 guys stacked in a row. Too many targets. Now the Hunter's Fury on the other side. Rossi accurate with that as well. He gets 2 Hunter's Fury kills. As maybe a bit of stacking from the side of Team Secret. And here's Izu. They just have no idea. He's coming in from behind the spike. Diffuser goes down as Rossi, another headshot. Saya gonna steal the ace away. They don't care. It's 6-6. T1. A massive surge back to tie things up.
Yeah, started at 4-1 after losing the pistol as well. So it's a good recovery, but we should note that it is a recovery. Starting on the attacking side of Haven, where you're looking to gain some momentum. Maybe gave a bit too much respect to the Neon. And we'll see if they can now hold off against the speed of the Neon and Team Secret. And this is the map that Team Secret infamously took DRX to the A site every single round of their attack.
I think I was actually casting that as well.
Oh, were you?
Yeah. That was just a really crazy map.
Yeah.
Love from Ireland. T1 fight team.
Wow. We have a lot of global fans today. I love it.
Awesome.
Here, lots of fans for some of the T1 players.
Yeah.
Our fan on the left has a final tomorrow. They're here cheering on T1.
Hopefully it's a VALORANT final.
Oh, well then it wouldn't be so
Studying
bad.
VALORANT, yeah.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, those were just straight up lined up against Heaven. Dude, how does he get this third one blind, man? Oh, Rossi, the silver they needed.
Up at 15 already here at the half. Still an opportunity to get our third 30K of the day.
Wow, yeah, wow.
We've already had 2, and there's only been 2 maps.
Incredible.
So
quite incredible.
Yeah, when Elmimore into Xfaro, and now maybe Rossi. I mean, if it does go to 12-12 and he gets the same pace, he'll get it. But 12-12 means another overtime. That would also be 3 overtimes on the day.
Yes, yeah, that would also be ridiculous. Now, we are seeing that kind of crafty little tripwire. I don't think it's going to have a huge success rate against the Neon, but we'll have to wait and see.
One tap into Izu.
Camera taken out.
He's skirting around it. Ooh. Oh, he's just trying to pretend. He's just waiting for someone to trip it, and none of them are hitting it. They finally find it. The tripwire is gone. And Izu will not find the opportunity he was looking for.
Yeah, look at that. The shock dart comes over. It doesn't get any value as the plan is not there. The relay bolt to buy some time. Jeremy now following up on the aftershock.
Shadows.
And here comes the push now. Saya goes in, the paranoia, but it's kind of just spam. Jeremy stays alive in the corner. And now he wants to get in there. Jesse bashed a couple of kills of his own, and now there's only 2 guys that have to push straight into Jeremy, who is tucked into this corner. And this is not really going to happen. Stacks goes down, and Excurate all alone up in the tower. Jeremy just sliding on by. There's 1 kill, 2 to the side of Excurate, but it is 3 to Jeremy, and that will be the pistol going the way of Team Secret once again.
Yeah, Excurate definitely much more on point for his individual mechanics today. Not sure if there's maybe some changes in their comms as well. Obviously, Excurate's been taking on the mantle of primary IGL, but you have to imagine that as Stax continues to spend more time on this roster, that he's providing more value as it goes as well for some of that mid-rounding assistance.
Enemy down.
Oh, nice follow-up there from Jesse.
Just a chuckle.
Yeah.
from
pretty good.
Yeah, from Uncle Jesse.
Cover going out.
Excurate will invest into that Sheriff. On top of the Marshal for Saya. I mean, the Marshal, it's a given. But for Saya at least. But the Sheriff, I mean, yeah, you're still at 1,500. If you get a kill, you definitely even out.
Yeah, we'll see if he can do that. As he's going to be going up against 3 Bulldogs, a couple Spectres, and mostly full armor. That is the drone to go down. Saya holds it, and
wow! Still,
yeah, I mean, he hit him.
Can't believe he stuck around for that.
And they're like, okay, well, Saya's over there. Let's go the other way.
Cover going out.
Yeah, I mean, you know it's the eco, so why push through the buy, the 1 buy?
Yeah. Well, they're on the site, but now trying to flood it is T1, and that's a couple of pistol kills already. It's going so heavily in their favor. 2G, he's on 21 health. This is not looking good for him. 1 tap will do it, and the Marshal gets it done, and the Thrifty for T1.
Oh, I mean, so yes, you don't want to go necessarily towards the Marshal. Sure, I get that, but the fact that you're still not clearing carefully, because you also have to imagine that Saya was pushed out very far forward. So the initial stack had to have been on the other side.
Nice, guys!
And I think they're imagining that, you put some pressure onto A, so surely they've been disrupted. But Secret, you weren't as fast as you thought you were. And now this is looking rough. T1 picking up the Outlaw to really, really hammer the point home.
And we'll see if they can do exactly that. It's only 1 Sheriff here for Jesse Bash. We have 1 Ghost for 2GE, and that is it. Nobody else has any money for anything else. And Excurate here with the Phantom, gonna make quick work of that. And he is being pushed though, so Wild Oreo is going to shut him down with a classic, but Stack's just waiting. Kind of looking away, trying to get away from the flash, but now just on the site, Saya player close with the Outlaw. And an upgrade here for 2GE, and all of a sudden, Team Secret have a chance.
Yeah, Bulldogs picked up, drone as well. Good spot at the very minimum side. Now you see the recon coming out as well. You know it's both people here in C-Link. Smoke plus the recon. So much time bought for Secret.
Yeah, this smoke is doing wonders. I mean, as Saya player as well, it's like, well, I don't want to poke my head out here with an Outlaw.
Oh, and they're going to close the gap to really deny the Outlaw any power.
Wow.
The repositioning is great. And Thrifty's back-to-back. Today is surely a day of Valorant. It is one of a days of Valorant.
One of the days of all time. And yeah, back-to-back Thrifties. We had a Thrifty earlier on as well. Wild Oreo just lines it up. Smoke doesn't help, and he just TPs in behind him like this.
Yeah, I mean, Team Secret just never let the foot off the pedal on this one. Just kept finding ways to get behind T1. T1 now back to a bit of a broken purchase here, but a 5-stack. That's how you overcome the weapon disadvantage. You just have more weapons.
How about back-to-back-to-back Thrifties?
Oh, boy.
I'm down for it.
Well, the 2 Vandals on T1 should try to stabilize things a bit.
Yeah.
But Jesse Vash is going to get the hunters here if he gets the plant here. So once the plant goes down, T1's chances diminish greatly.
Yeah, they absolutely do. We do have Rossi back over here at A after that initial stack. A couple guys poking out of B as well. Looks like Wild Orio's shot. Something, but now just really bolt and the follow-up coming in pretty slowly. I mean, they're going to send in the drone first just to make 100% sure that they're not getting thrifty.
Yeah.
And here we go.
They haven't cleared the smoke yet.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Wild Oreo, that's one. And Stacks, he gets a kill, but immediately Envy to flood the site. He picks up 2 headshots.
30 seconds left.
Player here. Ooh. Gonna be forced to shoot that thing. Alarm bot.
Spike planted.
Nizu, I mean, at this point, you're kind of just hoping that Nizu can get a pick. It's the only real shot you have to open things up. It's just dry peaks on both sides of the site.
And he's waiting for this. And not expecting him close, but still able to line it up. GG gets that job done. And knowing it's a Marshall, no real reason to peek into this. With the spike planted. And Sia player not going to hit it. 2G does take him down. So Team Secret, they do get a normal round of Valorant mostly as they get onto the A side.
Yeah, slow and steady does the job for Secret. Even though you have the Neon, you don't have to go at full speed every time. Rossi does his best to sneak right back into the smoke, get the first kill, but Wild Oreo's pinches on these executes have been very good. His timing is right on point of what Secret's looking for. He's always there for the trade or the pinch, the crossfire, as that Killjoy. And something else that we're noticing is that they're not really setting up for deep lurks, right? It's always 5-man and then reposition for the post plant. Something, again, that they've done in the past on Haven. This is a crazy angle to be holding with the op. Oh, boy.
They have a couple of guys peeking this, but he still gets a kill. Maybe hoping for a bit more value. It's now the Hunter's Fury.
Right here.
Coming out, Jesse Vash. Ooh, kind of close there on Aizu, but not quite. So a trade out. And now Team Secret have to rethink how they're going to push into this one. It is just Wild Oreo sneaking into Garage.
Oh, he might actually sneak past the cam as well. Okay, he's watching it. But breaking that cam with still a minute left is going to make T1's defenses weaker, as now, by logic, they would want to check for C.
Wow.
Oh, okay. And they re-clear A short. I mean, this is good from T1. They're doing whatever they can to try to make sure they're even in numbers and even catches the lurk.
Look at this. Rossi pushes them, takes them both down as they're trying to set up a push. Rossi coming up big again. He is nice, isn't he?
He is nice. We're so back. Oh, man. I mean, we've been seeing this a lot in Pacific, which I'm very glad that we're seeing is that, okay, you lose some numbers, you see some pressure on the other side, rather than all rushing to clear that side, you start to push out from the side you're already holding to then make an educated guess on, do we rotate, right? Do we continue to hold, things like that? The re-clear logic and the flow chart has gotten a lot cleaner for a lot of the teams in Pacific here in Stage 2.
That's nice developments to see. And now a lot more utility and a lot faster of a push, as now we got the overdrive, but there's 2 angles looking at this, and they're so set up for it. Stack Stacks also
One enemy
carrying his
remaining.
weight in a big way. And it's pretty much a flawless round. Only Stacks goes down. T1. They really are so bad. 9-9. Very close map so far.
And all the ults online. Surely this calls for a timeout. Over from Team Secret. The answer to the Neon ultimate, the overdrive, well, just make it a 2v1. I love the...
Really low, 1 HP, guys. Hey, short! Nice!
Okay, okay. The comms are good. Well, you know, there were some players that we saw, you know, some of the Korean players that have now kind of spread out their wings onto other teams this year, where, you know, there's some questions about, okay, how are the comms? Some teams have mentioned they're still working through it. Some teams are okay with it. And Stacks, they said they have to still slot him into the system, but the language seems to be just fine.
Yeah, language is just fine.
I mean, he's been to so many internationals in the past as well, always, you know, taking the time to interact with fans for interviews, all the other players as well. So great to see that he's slotting in more and more.
A lot of discussion on the T1 side as well, a little smirk as well. I don't know what was being discussed there, but Rossi was making a point. That's about all we could tell.
We'll see. Well, what's that information?
He's on 22.
Oh, he's getting there. it's got a little ways, but he could make it happen.
Is it even impressive if we get, you know, we've already had 2 guys get 30. Like, come on.
Yeah, isn't 30 the norm now?
Yeah. And it seems so common. Like,
oh, boy. The precedent set by RRQ today.
Yeah. It was funny, too. Elmi Moore obviously getting the headshot win for a guessing game. That was,
yep.
It just makes sense sometimes. Some things today. And Team Secret now taking it a bit slow.
Yeah, seeing if T1's going to push out to re-clear anything, but they have that operator in the hands of Saya. Planted in A main. I mean, this is just a classic setup of Haven. Welcome back to Haven, everybody. Op in A main. And you just spread out across B and C. Still got trips on A short as well. Makes the A hold even safer for the Jet.
There.
And look at this angle being held by Izu, just camping out. Has his eye on the cam in case anything comes in through mid. It's just a drone.
Yeah, just the drone. Saw some pings going down here in the garage window.
Yeah, I mean, Secret does not have as much space as they think they do because this is all calculated from T1.
Oh boy. They're running straight into Izu's crossfire. And, you know, the paranoia was set the fault line, but this is held. Envy, nice headshot though. Trying to open it up pretty organically from the garage. But now Excurate here in the corner. The recon bolt's not going to catch him. And Excurate only gets the one though. Jesse Vash and Envy get a couple, and the plant does come down onto C.
Wow, in the nick of time. From the shadows from 2GE, really stopping the rotates from T1. Creates an opening for Team Secret. Now still spread out apart a little bit, but the fact that they hold on to C-Link with 2GE being there is a lot of extra space for Secret in this post plant.
Is Saya going to check this?
It's so tough, but if you're going to go for it, I mean, surely you have to check it. A little far forward.
Yeah. Rossi, he's been incredible, but I think there's just not enough time. Team Secret playing it slow as well. And eventually, yeah, he's just going to be gunned down. Envy picking up 3 on the round. Team Secret takes the lead after their timeout.
Well, good timeout. It looked a little dicey because I do think T1 had a very solid setup. I mean, again, all the space given to Secret was very well calculated. But after the reposition, their backup was still cut off just a bit. They weren't quite sure if the commitment was there, and T1's caution gave that opening for Envy to start to break apart the site with a couple frags.
Here.
Oh, and Jeremy with the attack operator on that Neon. I mean, he's really done everything he possibly can this year to shake off the doubt that some of us, including myself, had on how confident is he to continue picking up operators, to really be that primary duelist. And he's saying he is right there. He's committed to this role. If he can even open up the round for them, that'd be even better.
Yeah. See, Rossi doesn't look like he wants to peek that angle. And a good idea for him. Saya having his own operator here once again. Izu wants to push through Garage, but Wild Oreo just going to evacuate as that does come through.
Secret might have evacuated with the assumption that that smoke is going to be followed up by a re-clear. And if that is the case, they should be working with the assumption that they have no control over the C site and T1 has all the information. I'm wondering if we're going to see that in the post plant as they do go for a hit onto B. No eyes yet onto the C side. Everybody focus on A link.
Now we'll see how this one goes as the lineup here looking pretty good. The plant is going to come down. The fault line as they do try to challenge this early. Xgrid does get one. There's two. Lines up for three. And not able to make it four. Envy does pick up the spike, wants to get this planted, wants to give them a chance, but Rossi has the flank. Comes all the way from A and takes them down.
Great hold from T1. Again, the re-clear on Garage is what makes this happen. You know that there's no chance that it's C. You have Garage, you're still watching C main with util. And then you say, well, A main, we're still looking for information. I haven't seen anything just yet. That forces it. I love the paranoia, forces a stop on the plant. X-Curate, not only does he stop the plant, he gets 3 kills to his name, and that's all the time that Rossi needed to close out the round.
Feeling the pressure, but he did execute under the pressure. And now, ooh, nice little peek there from Jeremy. Saya not want to back down from a challenge, and he goes for it, takes out Jeremy from midair. And they're trying to come in really quickly here onto the B side, but here's 2G up top as well, gonna get a stinger kill. Meanwhile, Saya player in the smoke will get a couple. Also able to pick up a Guardian and to get a kill for himself there. So now it's only Wild Oreo. He does pick up one, but that is another round in the hands of T1.
There's too many people in this site. We have no idea who's getting the kills because there's just a bunch of them. It's a party. I'm impressed that Saya still stays alive, gets a kill with a shorty, still swaps out with a Guardian. I mean, created so much time and space with Xcurate supporting from C-Link. And T1 seems to have finally stabilized a bit, right? Regardless of round win or loss, overall, their confidence, their movement seems to be coming right back up to match Team Secret as they take the lead.
Nice, up
For the first time, I believe, as well.
He's saying up, down, up, down.
He's like keeping his eye on the screen. He's like, the fist bump is not what matters right now.
Well, this is a huge round for Team Secret. They really need this one, otherwise T1 almost definitely running away with this map.
Secret. They have 2 big ultimates as well. Not ones with clear counters from T1 just yet.
I think I was reading Rossi calling for the smoke there. Oh, Saya. Just clean with it.
Then he just backs up, and then the re-clear from A main to make sure it's not a pinch with the drone. You still have trips over by A. Saya's holding a safer angle. I mean, T1 is playing absolute textbook movement in this round. Wants to clear for the low trips against the Neon. There's still another one, though.
Oh, Isu tries to push through that. Jeremy's going to put a quick end to that, and now the Neon's in onto the side, and there's not much you can do. Going to clear it out as now Rossi pushes them, takes out 2, and gives them a huge chance now, but the spike is planted, and they're cutting them off with that lockdown.
Yeah.
So to be able to get into the back of the
30
spawn.
seconds left.
Buying time. Okay, you're just going to have to stay outside of it. Not sure if that was in range for Wild Oreo to hear it, but either way, Wild Oreo just has all control on the middle part of this map. Turret and Nano Swarm. Turret has to be cleared. Nano Swarm activated. Turret's going to get ahead of it, though.
That he
a bit of a
does.
curveball.
And now they're just trying to rotate in together, but we do have Xcurate just approaching that spike, and now trying to get into Garage. Jesse taking a lot of damage, but he lives with 1 health, gets the kill. Rossi, a 3rd. And he's going to tap it. Rossi, once again, up against Wild Oreo. He wins the duel, and he wins the round again for T1.
Secret overthinking things a bit.
Good thing I was with
Once
you.
they realize that smoke allows T1 to get into the site for free, they think about regrouping and wrapping all the way around it, but the initial tap, because they didn't account for Xcurate to get ahead of the Nanoswarm, the initial tap's just too fast. makes them panic a bit and turn around. But Rossi makes everything happen. That's the story of this round. Digs into the cracks on A side, and what an incredible 1v1, 1v2 clutch at the end, bringing them to map point. They didn't have the lead until 2 rounds ago, and now T1 looking to close it out.
Like I said before, you know, that was critical round for Team Secret. They don't have an economy.
Yes.
But they are going to take their time out because, well, you might as well see if they can piece something together here and get a miracle 23rd round, force number 24. But yeah, T1 are in control at this point in time. So very curious to see what Team Secret have planned to try to pull this one back.
Yeah, the Cypher util has been a thorn in their side. They can't confidently rush as much as they would normally like, because that's something you want to at least throw out every now and then, sprinkle it in to your playbook.
29.
Oh, man.
Remember Xpharaoh was on 29 and he got 1 kill
to
hit 30.
We might be onto something today. See if Rossi can make the big 3-0 happen. Big ultimates on the side of Team Secret, but Rossi's got his Hunter's Fury as well. And again, the A site, they're actually just going to leave C site open. They say if you use your util to get into C, so be it. Retake it with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah. Do you see that Team Secret at least able to piece together what they can? They've got 3 main rifles, but also a Guardian, a Bulldog. Only 1 full armor.
Just a whole mixed bag. Now, the initial smoke outside of A lobby from T1 plants the idea that the op might be in A once again for Secret, so they're trying to clear close with the drone. That's a lot of util already used on the A side. The smoke going up again, trying to make them think the op is on that side. But little do they know. Oh, man! I mean, right past the shock dart. Oh, what a flick. Only a few players would be crazy enough to do that, and Sai is absolutely one of them.
Yeah, he's definitely one of them. Oh boy, X-Security's totally fine up here, up on the box. Doesn't get hit. The Aftershock as well is going to kill him, actually. Stax gets the kill, though, onto 2GE. Still looking good here for T1. The Rolling Thunder, of course, will be committed to, but Isu gets the kill, and he picks up 2. T1 will get the first map of Haven.
Great recovery from T1. You love to see them stabilize a bit. Stax making sure to give the encouragement and energy to everyone. Xcure very happy about how things turned out. He had a rough week 1 on stage 2, but T1 is here to play, and Secret is going to have to show a bit more because they just lost their map pick of Haven.
T1 gang says that sign. Anyway, guys, we're done here on the cast. Let's throw it back to the analyst desk to break down Haven.
Haven is definitely a Team Secret map, but we never saw this iteration of T1 playing Haven. It looks like it's very much Rossi's map.
Very much so. I mean, this guy, he was put in several clutch situations, and towards the end, he really managed to steady his nerves. I mean, like 3 bullets left in the mag, and he still one-taps Wild Oreo. That one was...
Against Wild Oreo.
Oh my god,
your
Asurai
man.
feels that one. I mean, you gotta look at his face right now.
There's so much pain.
Oh yeah, it really is. But gotta give credit where credit's due. Dude was unbelievable. He was just hitting every single shot that was, kind of available to him. And that it's not easy to say that because you have to be in a position where you're able to actually get that, right? He positions himself well. He's able to react quickly enough to string all of these kills together, and that just, puts a just kind of wins Secret. So they just stop pushing into the side. They have to redo or replan whatever their approach is going to be. And Rossi's just there to kind of just keep ruining the Secret executes.
Yeah, that's right. Saya player was also super on form, ending it there in total style with that crazy op kill. Very bold op kill.
I mean, you could really see the effects of everything. First of all, T1, yes, Side player back on the jet, right? And the operator is always something I think that they really want to dedicate him towards, and that's why you're seeing these first kills come through. I feel that Team Secret, at least at the very start, they had a good idea of how they wanted to play things, especially with Envy on this breach. It's a very good composition. Jesse Vash on the Sova as well. Like, they were playing really far back on site, and they were able to, you know, play these sort of like pseudo retake games where if they would need to go for a retake, so much utility for it. If not, just wait for the right timing to deny the spike plant, and they are so good at that. And that's why the first half started off with so many Team Secret rounds. But as things started to go on, you start to see how T1 plays around this, especially on that defensive side, especially with that operator.
Yeah, and I gotta say, the utility shuffle I think that T1 kind of brought to this Haven map was so good. You probably see that if we look like you know, other scoreboards and whatnot. But you know, the timing on X-Secret's Paranoia was so good that Rossi can play around it, Saya player and Stacks kind of feeds off of it, and you see that multiple times here that Secret tries to plant the spike, they're all in the site, and one good fault line, one good Paranoia just kind of ruins it for them.
So much ruined. I mean, look at this, 29 kills. As the Sova, he's put in clutch situations, he clutches up, he's put in these situations where he positions himself great, and again, like you mentioned before, the utility, everything, it's always so strong, especially with how he controls things and kind of pictures how that Team Secret push will come through. He even senses like, all right, I know I should throw a shock dart, bounce it off once or twice in towards A short, just to slow and stop down Team Secret. It works incredibly well, and Stacks is, I wonder if he's kind of helping out with the calling a little bit here, because of his experience on Haven.
Surely this must be a big factor in all of it, and we were speculating on this last week as well. For T1, X-Secret getting that additional hand here from Stacks, and sometimes, I mean, Carpe was in IGL as well, but sometimes they clash, or sometimes you can end up supporting each other, and it seems like it's been working out really well for this particular team right now. We were speculating as well, like, does Rossi have a long history with Haven here? It's like he took off his glasses, became Superman, and you know.
Yeah. No more time for Clark Kent. This is the time for Kal-El, right? To Rossell? Yeah, Rossi himself up. Rose. I don't know. Anyways, I will say as well that I think if you look at the duelist specifically, you know, with all of the highlights that we're seeing here, Saya player didn't really have to chase for the kill while there's no utility being set for him. Right? It seems like Jeremy had to go for those kind of aggressive slides like this and that. And sure, he's going to get some of these contacts, and he gets like 16 kills in this first game, but the kill to death ratio, I think, is just also indicative of how much time Jeremy had to just be the battering ram that had to be traded up by Team Secret. And I think like when you're going up against somebody like Saya player who can play such a, you know, super aggressive style, he entry frags, he ops on the entry as well, it's not as, I think, impactful on Haven because there's so long corridors that the slides from Neon gets a little bit, you know, stopped in the tracks. If you put the fast lane, you're just gonna peek out there as the operator jet and just slide a dash away. There's a lot of counters to it, and I feel like Secret hasn't, like, you know, locked it in yet.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point to highlight. Jeremy's Neon wasn't something that was felt that much before it was the Raze, so I wonder if that's a factor.
Now, we are going to be going to split. This is T1's pick. How are you feeling about this, Quack? Because you have picked T1 for today. We are going to be going to split their map pick.
Yeah, my T1 prediction is all about this map. I mean, this is where we saw T1 really shine against Gen G last week, and it's all down to Saya player and how he lands these shots. I mean, if you look at how he played that operator on Haven as well, it really makes you think he's able to bring that consistency back here. I mean, T1's game plan centers a lot around how he's able to deny those trades. Find that first pick, rendezvous away, your opponent is down to a 4v5, and Team Secret is a team that sometimes struggles with that, especially on a map like this where, you know, Jesse Vesh is going to have to try to play a different agent, figure out some different lineups. It's a little bit more difficult, I think, for Team Secret to call around this.
Yeah, and again, this is what the map that Jesse Vash now plays as the Cypher, so unless they're going to mix up the comp once again, that's probably what we're going to be expecting moving forward into this. They had that match already against Bleed while Oreo was playing this one, and they did win that match, for sure. But again, this is a completely different scale of a team in T1. I think the T1 is a very strong team. We've seen that. Sure, they're somewhere middle of the pack, but if you look at the map ratio for them, or the map rounds ratio for them, it's always at the positive. So this team is definitely, you know, here to possibly get this map.
All right, well, before we get into split, we got Guess and Gain again. We got one more shot to stay out of wood rank, Quack, especially me and you and Iron.
Oof.
Question is, which player is going to get more first kills in map 2, and you have options here between Jesse Vash,
This just became-
2GE, Izu, and Saya player. Audience has picked Saya player.
Oh.
Okay.
Second place would be Izu. Third is Jesse Vash, 16%.
So to be fair, this is split.
Yes.
So first kills usually go to either the Sentinel or the Duelist, I feel. Unless like you're, gonna go for map control as anyone, then it's whatever, right? But if you're just looking at like first contact, first kills, it's probably Sentinel or Duelist at this point. I mean, any map kind of does that.
If it's like the one who gets the most first kills is none of these people.
You guys have.
I feel okay. So if that's the case, we don't up or we don't go. All right. Okay. I am just like whatever with this one.
Whatever.
Yeah. Sometimes you know what. That's what it works. That's what happens. That's what works.
I think we're going with logic here. This is the
the whatever logic.
The whatever logic.
And why did I like keep a bit of space there for some reason? On my
So
answer.
they could, I don't know, you could Photoshop something in if you wanted to. You could screenshot it, put whatever you want.
Crosshair in there.
Your little crosshair.
Cursive.
You guys were just like debating and doing your analyst things. I was just right in my little crosshair. We are gonna find out. Wouldn't it be crazy if a Saya player wasn't playing a Duelist or Chamber? He was
I'd be
playing
shocked.
like I don't know, something that would screw up all our predictions
Probably
here.
cry.
So we are about to see our team comps and see if we're going to see any changes coming into the split with the new patch.
Back at school.
There it is.
Multiple choice
All right,
questions.
no
Oh my
changes.
god.
No changes.
Okay. No changes for T1, and this is something that has worked out pretty darn well for them. Izu back on the Raze, but at the same time, Team Secret, like, how does this work out? They did it pretty well last week, but is it going to be the same against a different team?
How are you going to flush out Saya player when you only have the one initiator flash with Wild Oreo? How does that work when, again, he can just reposition himself through the smokes and whatnot, rendezvous out? It's a lot of guessing and kind of just seeing what your contact does for you as Secret.
I think it's like information gathering as well. They have to kind of figure out a game plan to either pinch him down or avoid him completely and really center up their defenses.
All right, well, I know a lot of you out there are going for the Laban Pinas, but we're going to see if this is going to continue to a full series. Let's go over to our casters.
Thanks, guys, for breaking it down as we do move into Split. Yes, Saya will be playing the Chamber, and yes, he was the correct choice. Good job, viewers. But we will see if that actually does come to fruition here as we do move on to map number 2. We'll see if Team Secret can fight back.
Yeah, I mean, this is the composition that T1 brought out that gave Gen G a lot of trouble before they were able to actually overcome it in overtime several times in a row. And a big part of that was Saya player's Chamber. And, I don't know if Secret's really going to have an answer to flush him out with util, but you will just have to win out some of these duels.
Just shoot him.
Yeah, just shoot him.
Yeah.
Or maybe don't fight him at all. There are some options.
Yeah.
But good one-ways from both sides on the Omens to try to take control of mid. And that's going to end in a bit of a stalemate. Now again, with the Cypher, you're going to be able to toy with the toxic screen on the B site a couple of these rounds if you're Secret. But Saya's ready for it. And here's the thing, he's going to be able to hide Rossi as well after he goes for the first rendezvous. Oh. Okay.
Just a little shoulder shown there. As now Jesse Bass just kind of running on in, and it's Excurate who's going to pick up the first kill in this first round. As, little jump peek. Saya's there, and immediately he's going to take him down. Team Secret just rolling over them. Wild Oreo picking up 2 kills. So they do make their way onto the B site.
Yeah, the pinch coming in from heaven really helps open things up. So the double team between Saya and Rossi not going to be as strong. Excurate trying to call for a play here with Izu. A 2-man retake against 4. It's going to be very tough, but it looks like he still wants to commit the paranoia, see what they can do on the pistol.
There's a lot of things to get through here. At least he does have his paint shells.
Oh! It went right through the fence!
Yeah. Never mind. He doesn't have his paint shells, guys. They're gone.
Oh, man.
Hello. Well, Excurate gets 1, but that is going to be Team Secret for yet another pistol round. They've taken all 3 so far.
Secret, I mean, that hurts if you really think about it, right? The fact that they've taken all the pistols and they still lost the Haven. See if they can remedy that here on Split. Now, I can't imagine that the map veto was too shocking for them, just given, despite the loss, how strong T1 looked on this map with that chamber. And so we'll see if they continue to have some stuff prepped, but this time it's a nice pinch onto the B site. There's Wild Oreo, the man a lot of people have been very impressed by in his first couple showings here on the VCT Pacific stage.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch. I think he definitely has the skills to stay in this league for a long time. Here comes Trailblazer, just going to clear out into Vent. Saya player just waiting, wondering, will they push into Mall?
He's being held there.
I don't know why. I don't know why. Yeah, it's just gonna chill.
And that guiding light will make some movements here from T1 just to support, just to re-clear mid. Now, no tags. The toxic screen's still on B. Rossi finds a lot of people. He's gonna back out. It's just pistols, but it is gonna be close range as Jesse actually gets a nice pick to mid.
Oh, yeah. Just gets run over. Stax is going to pick up Jeremy.
Gun here.
Just tags the gun.
Spike
yeah,
planted.
this is a post plan for Team Secret to not lose, right? That's the goal here. The round should be won no matter what.
Yeah.
It's a matter of holding on to all your weapons. There is no need to actually try to greed for the kills, especially when you've bought up. I mean, Secret has been buying up for all 5 members every time. And this time it's a bunch of rifles. You do not want to lose these.
Well, I'm sure it does get one, but yeah, it's just going to be Envy to shut it down, picks up the 3K. And there you have it. Team Secret able to follow up after that pistol round. And, yeah.
Yeah, you know, still 3 rifles. I mean, again, I would consider that when it's 5 buys, 4 rifles and a Spectre. Even 3 weapons remaining is a little bit of damage taken for sure. But I mean, at least you have the firepower to match. It is split, so yeah, the Stingers can come out for the Rays. Try to go for a rush. Now, it has been that B site 2 rounds in a row. Time for Secret to put some pressure on A, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a full-on rush just yet. Just waiting on standby, trying to draw out some util, and then the paranoia to pinch onto ramps.
Yep, not a bad idea. Trying to isolate Izu. And let's see how it goes. The cam is set up. Well, Izu looks like he's spotted. He's just going to back off of this position for now. The smoke will come through. And a couple of members hanging out here up in heaven.
Yeah, they heard the Shrouded Step backing out as well, so Team Secret trying to continue to put some pressure onto A. But they're just going to hold with the lurk here. See if there's a re-clear. So Secret trying to force T1 to re-clear this area to get a better idea. But T1 saying, listen, we have the better weaponry. We got the chamber over on the A side. We have Heaven absolutely in our control. We've even got that trademark to buy time for Izu. And so they have no reason to move out. The angle, off angle held by Stax, and then it's going to be an immediate swing out from Excurid if Team Secret comes in to be Heaven.
Okay, Stax gonna drop down. The smoke does come through. Excurid up there alone, but Stax, oh, he has to look away from the bird. Excurid will pick up one. Izu there as well. And Excurid will, oh, they're just gonna TP up and in. Excurid says, thank you very much. I will collect another one.
Yeah, and that's the round. I mean, Envy, maybe he gets 1 kill here. But he's definitely not getting the round, and he will just sit back. He knows how tough this is looking. He's considering picking up the Vandal right at the end just to carry that over. So, in all things, in the big scheme of things, Secret says, okay, well, we took away 2 of their weapons. I upgraded 1, but it does feel like you're grasping at straws at that point. A loss is a loss on the round, and T1 is right back in it. 6 kills on the board for Excurid with the extra couple he got in this one. Yeah, 2GE trying to get a little too crafty maybe, jumping too far ahead of the smoke. Maybe he was a little scared of the smoke. They weren't quite sure where he would be. And he just jumps right into the crosshairs.
Yeah. Excurid just, it's one of those nice positions where you've got a Phantom and you're just, people are just not really looking at you. You just get to spray at everybody, collect a bunch of kills. Feels pretty good. Nice position there from Excurate up in heaven. And now pretty big spread out. They have sent Jeremy in towards vents. He's just going to sit there in mid for a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to break apart the rotates at the very least, so you should have faith that you can overpower with numbers. But can you make sure you keep that number advantage? Because right now you also have Jesse Vash, who's making his way over. It's going to take some time.
Ooh, he's going to have to do a little bit of parkour to get out of that corner. But he will be just fine.
Because they have vents, this rotate isn't bad, right? Because, all right, you put some fake pressure on, you're seeing if there's movement, you're seeing if T1 wants to reposition.
There.
Jeremy either can cut them off, maybe he hears footsteps. He is going to hear the footsteps exit B heaven. And so Secret should still have some form of a numbers advantage, especially if they get the first peek out onto the
30
chamber.
seconds left.
Yeah, that's definitely going to help. And now Jeremy can just go through vents, and they have total control of the site. Now Excurate does look to push just a little bit as the flash comes out to get him in, but he's not going to hit that shot. Oreo to shoot him down. Izu does take out Envy, but now Izu dealing with some wackiness in the vents. And yeah, T1 trying to take over Heaven first, but a lot of members of Team Secret hanging around on so many different angles.
Yeah, this is a round to consider a save as well. Well, you definitely save now, but with two members still having guns, with a couple of them able to buy for their teammates, you could try to stabilize in the next round. Even with one, I think you can scrape something together for sure. So T1 going to look to save it, but Jeremy has other thoughts. If he gets this, he's one stop away from the showstopper. I feel like as the spike goes off, he might even just try to go on the hunt, but he doesn't have a lot of creds himself, so we'll just let Envy keep the creds he's banked up so far, and Jeremy will be happy with 2 points away from his own ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, can always pick up a couple of kills and maybe go from there. Jesse just very aggressive on that swing, but it pays off.
It's a slow round from Secret, right? So keeping T1 guessing. And because you had vents, what we did see the result of that is T1's rotates were slower. I mean, they couldn't possibly keep over-rotating because he would lose too much time. Their backup was later, and so T1 has to have a bit of a different idea, because unless that chamber gets the first kill, now one of the sites is starting to feel a lot weaker. The adjustment is events hold from Saya. If he exits, he's still got, B Heaven control. You still have the trademark able to stop them coming up from vents. And just an immediate over-rotate from T1. Okay, has to use some of those bullets. Wants to peek out, but it's a lot of steps he had to take to swing back out.
Yeah.
Toxins going up.
And he's just taken down. So we'll see him in the next round. And now Team Secret grouped up in this garage area, but now just gonna push out and maybe go towards A. We know that there's currently nobody here for the side of T1 on the A site.
Yeah, I mean, you have been waiting for a push out. You caught the chamber out in mid, and then you also saw the poison cloud coming out on impeccable timing. So Secret
30 seconds left.
Going for the read that this has to be a weaker A side. They'll still try to check all their corners, it seems. Even checking the back of sight, and they will be correct on their guesses. The trips, the smokes all set up for the post plant. You still have ramps control. I mean, it's looking close to a flawless right now for Secret on this round.
Yeah, for now, we'll see if they can hold on to that. And will anyone peek in?
It's feeling like T1 wants to go to the spike here. I mean, maybe they were waiting for the Vandal to come by. Okay, that's the idea, but the trip's still there, unbeknownst to them.
Okay, I mean, that Vandal's going to get some value onto Jeremy here. Now the smoke coming up. They have Evan, and Stack's going to get Jesse Vash here. And looking to hunt a little bit more. But, yeah, they're just going to be able to get out. A couple of guys died at the spike. That would hold on to the rifles that they do have, and it will be the round over to Team Secret.
Yeah, you still get an extra upgrade on the rifle, so you'll save those over. Eventually you're still going down to mostly going down to the spike. So T1 already cutting their losses short a little bit, but at the end of the day, it is a timeout called because while Saya had some incredible shots against Gen.G, he is not given the opportunity. He's put into these positions where he's forced to have to swing out on bad timings, or sometimes it's just Jesse with a wide swing, but he has not been able to really take the initiative on the defensive side so far. See if T1 has an idea to set himself up for a bit more success. As they try to wait to see for the operator to come out as well. Curious, yeah. I'm curious to see if it's a result of maybe just planting Saya a bit more forward, either on B main or somewhere near A ramps, and then you start a maybe heavier push on the other side. Sky somewhere near vent so they can provide backup one way or the other.
T1 took the timeout in the exact same spot. It was the same exact round structure. 2 rounds to Team Secret, 1 to T1, right. And then 2 more to Team Secret, and then the timeout. After that, T1 did take 2 rounds, but Team Secret fought back. So let's see how this one goes.
And the operator does finally come out, so that's going to change the dynamic of the setup quite a bit. For now, just holding in case it's a rush up mid, so T1 holding back since they called the timeout. But it's just a rush onto the A side. The Seeker's out as well, pushes Excura far back, and I don't know if he quite knows. Well, now he does that Jeremy's here.
Boy.
Jeremy stays alive.
Yeah, and he tries to swing in there and get the other guy who's in the front and stacks the up-down. And Rossi as well to clean up Jeremy, who was very low on health. So T1 get that second round under their belt.
It's happening. It's deja vu. They're going to get the next round. Let me tell you, Rossi's going to get exactly 27 more kills on this map.
Oh, man.
I was sitting at 2 so far, but we'll see if T1 can get back into the swing of things. This was nasty from Stacks. And then Rossi seemingly well prepared for the push into screens, even though they weren't able to keep tabs on Jeremy.
Yeah, probably knew he was low at least, and is just able to gun him down pretty simply. And here's Saya, he's got that operator, and he is in vents.
And Stacks spamming that Trailblazer, plus the guiding light ping. If you're a Secret, you gotta imagine something is fishy. At the very least, it's a pinch on mid, right? So there's a bit of an investment. And they'll continue to smoke him off. They don't want to deal with whatever is hiding out in vents today.
Yeah.
Scout destroyed.
Well, some more sent into mid. And they're still sticking around there, Team Secret. They have 3 guys around this area. Hello. And he goes for it. That's Saya. And of course on the chamber, just able to get the pick off and TP back. Now Jeremy is going to get up into heaven. Has the rocket pulled down, but everybody is staying safe. Maybe in that corner. No, he's not going to get it, but Stack's still going to go down. And Jesse gets another one from up top, and Excurate able to pull around into heaven behind them.
And now the Neuro Theft, they're going to wait for that second ping. Everybody is ready for the retake. You have an opportunity to make it a 3v2 on the plant, but they just don't have the distance yet. Tripwire is going to keep Izu at bay. So the remaining members have to make something happen from heaven. Trip cleared with the paint shells.
Oh, he's just jumping in.
That what?
Oh my God! He is going to be taken out, and the rest of the team does the work. Jesse Bash with 3 kills.
No more charges left.
You usually have someone else jump down to create an opening for the operator, but not if you're Saya. Saya player just leaps down and scopes in. Oh, still gets a kill there as well, but overall it's a good execute from Secret. Showstopper doesn't get the kill on Desantis, but it does force him out of the corner.
One enemy remaining.
Nice little kill, bit by bit, doing a little bit of damage, gets the headshot. And then follows up with his 3rd kill as well.
They are so dead.
Oh. Do have the ultimate popped here. And let's see how this one does go. Is in a similar spot, this time at male. The ping is in vents.
Yeah, no push out still. Now this, again, worked pretty well for Gen.G at times, but right now Secret's also just waiting, which is actually making T1's defense weaker as time goes on. You know, you trade util for util, then you're just naturally going to have a numbers disadvantage on the defensive side. Jesse Vash not checking for the deep lurk.
It's pretty huge now, and he's even pushing out of there to get even more information as just going to go right into the crosshair of Saya player.
Yeah, and this is the execute stopped. I mean, they're trying to be crafty by cutting audio, but Rossi's ready for it, holds that off angle. Saya's good for another. I mean, as soon as Jesse went down, you could tell Secret, they felt that they had to grasp at straws a bit. You lost your lurk, your IGL's no longer there to get some extra information. You're just trying to sneak in, making it seem like, ooh, you still have no idea where we're going, but T1, they already cleared A main. They could start to all focus just on one angle each.
Yeah. This as well, trying to go through the smoke, assuming that Saya wouldn't just stand in the smoke.
To be fair, most operators wouldn't be, right? It's a bit of a crazy spot to be holding. So credit to Saya player.
Especially because he can always just TP out of there if things get a little bit hairy. Now it's Xcurit to try to push up here once again.
Yeah, it's easy to draw it out. Xcurit's there for the trade. Can't quite chase through.
Okay, well, he's just gonna throw the paranoia back up to the site as Jeremy trying to push into the ramps. Jesse Vash will get that kill. Oh, Jesse gonna shut down Izu's showstopper, but now Stacks does a little bit of damage, but he's not cleared out. Rossi gets that headshot.
Yeah, but do they expect the second lurk on to 2GE right now? No idea. Knife out, sprinting at full speed, and that about sums up the round. Stacks all alone, trying to fake them out, but they're still ready for it. Secret's not taking any chances.
Yeah. Right here to the left. And, well, they got a pretty good idea. And up top, yep, all three of them swinging at the same time. Nicely done from Team Secret. Gonna hit 6 rounds here from the attacker side of Split.
By going very slowly. I mean, what a take to try to fight against the chamber. Just don't give him the easy angles early on. Fish out for his information and then always go for a pinch onto either of the sites because they'll be weaker.
Nice one.
And overall, the reads have been pretty good from Jesse Vash on Secret and T1. Already called that timeout. This, again, it happened on Haven as well. See if they can crawl back in. This is exactly the same point where they got 3 in a row to round out the half.
Are you?
Wow.
A headshot too, just the 2-tap. And that's all it takes. So you were all set up in mid, you got your pit down, you're feeling very comfortable, and immediately it's just ripped away from you.
Yeah, just blasted the door right open on that pit. And that really weakened T1. They were hoping you could keep the pit up, reposition the operator somewhere else, maybe push out from one of the sides, really cut it up in half. Saya doesn't even land the shot there.
Well, trying to push out now. They got a couple members. Izu
Spike down
right
mid.
behind Stacks, and they stack up the kills.
A Secret, assuming that it's just going to be a weak hold on mid after the rendezvous out. They pay for that one. Spike down now. All angles covered, quite frankly.
And they just hold up here, and I mean, smoke up 2Gs.
30
We're gonna wait for it to
left.
drop, and then maybe, okay, send another smoke here, allow him to go in, and you know what? Envy does get in. 20 seconds left. That's another kill, 2GE. On in. Envy does get taken out by Stacks. Stacks traded, and now he's just gonna run for it as Saya swaps over and taps him in the head.
Oh, man. When that ops missed, I thought maybe there was a chance for 2GE. Ended up 8 kills so far in this half. But yeah, Izu just holds, knowing that Stacks covering the wider swings. That is reactions right there.
Well, we know he can shoot.
Yes, that much has always been consistent for Saya player.
Yeah. And it doesn't change here in round 10.
Oh, they're going for, again, a bit of a bait and a switch here on B main.
Well, he's going to re-peek it, and he's out. Izu also in the
now
corner.
they definitely don't check.
They're not
Oh,
he holds it! And all three go his way. And guess what? He has pushed all the way through. Seems like they will know about this as he's going to send it back here in the alley.
Oh, well, nowhere for 2G to go.
He does have the judge, but yeah, it's just going to be easy to take him down for the fourth. Looking for the ace.
Yeah, there is still a minute, so you don't want to green.
There it is.
Oh, okay, well, you do what you want to do, Izu, because you're hitting the shots. Or ace up the J, going the way of T1. I was going to say, there's still a lot of time, but not if you shut down the round like that. I mean, this is just Oscar-worthy acting from Saya player, going for the re-swing as he normally does, the ego peep with the operator. Then Izu never letting go of the trigger.
That first shot, it looked like it hit him in the head, but either way, he gets the job done. And, you know, it's not the exact same round structure, but T1 are looking to claw it back to a 6-6. Here comes Jeremy, though. And he has the showstopper. Wild Oreo going to start it off with a kill. And the Seekers as well. Jeremy to send it in, and he will take down Excurate, who does trade the kill, and now Pit as well. Team Secret utilizing whatever they've got left in the tank.
Yeah, 2G has to go big here. He just needs to stay alive, right? If he can draw attention or stay alive and hit them in the back, that is what matters. He correctly hides away from that boom bot. T1, they have an inkling, but they just don't have the leisure to check every corner. Paint shells.
Yeah. Trying to come on in right in the corner, actually. And he's gonna hear it. Takes him down, but now 2G from behind. Saya trades it and stacks on the site to take one down. It's the 1v1. 17 health. And it goes the way of Jesse Vash. Just one taps him down.
Yeah, a lot of damage done on that first shot with the shorty, and that secures the lead for Secret, 7-5 on their attacking half of split. Going for a bit more of a traditional setup and a composition, and all it took was that one VOD against Gen G, and Secret coming in very well prepared against the chamber pick of T1.
Looks like the score is incorrect.
Yes, yeah. Unless I'm going crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, did we just imagine the last bunch of rounds?
I think we're going to see it adjusted here.
Yeah.
It happens every now and then.
Team Secret are in the lead, 7-5.
Yeah. On the stage, it does say it correctly. So, Secret now just needing 6 more rounds. They've won all the pistols so far today, and if they can continue that, then they're in very good position today. Philippines mentioned, as they often do when Secret's playing. I don't think there's any shortage of Filipino representation, both in chat and over here when we talk about him. As we've got some big Team Secret believers on our cast as well.
Yeah, makes sense. The crowd here, though, in Korea, they have been cheering for T1 to try to get this win. But Team Secret, the better team so far on this map. And it's looking like we might be heading towards Icebox, which would be very interesting.
Oh, yeah.
Between these two squads.
Yeah, very curious how that one would pan out. And, I mean, on the defensive half, T1 not wanting to ever really push out for more information, really relying on, setting up kills for something like the chamber, using the chamber for the bait and switches. Made their defense very slow. We'll see if they remedy that here on the attack. Against Gen G, it was a lot of Saya player digging deep into mid for some extra kills, as this is now just the norm for Cyphers, by the way. It's just diagonal trip wires that you just can't really clear from main.
Any long boy trap wires? It just looks like twice the length. And yeah, he's just going to hold that by himself. We do have Envy here over in the tower. Just looking down. Saya with the quick tap to the head. Opens up this part of the map.
That's how it goes. Saya digs deep into mid, gets the kill, and T1 has an opening on the attack. Full control of mid. You have someone in A main on the lurk as well. Yeezu's just here to buy time, but the stun. Oh, okay. Staying alive is the most important part because that's what helps sell the fake a little bit one way or the other.
And Gonna shoot down the boombot and immediately go vents. Look at this, 2G pushing out. And he's gonna tuck himself in. He hears a lot. The paranoia comes in though. And will they be ready for this? Absolutely not. Execurate gonna go down. Headshot to the back as he clears everything out. But they're on the site here. The plant will come in, and Stax is gonna get that kill on a Wild Oreo.
It's a very important kill. Dwindles the numbers a bit, so that way he can still plant and still have a 3v3. Catches the hat of Cypher, but no kill yet.
Oh, but the paranoia here from 2G. He has been the hero so far. He gets another couple of kills, and Stax is just shooting him, but 2GE just going to live on 35 and wins another pistol round for Team Secret.
Oh, Stax knew that he didn't have much time. He was so low, and I think the panic coming in, not able to stabilize onto 2G, who's just doing whatever he can to stay alive through the reload. 2GE, he had a relatively quiet start in their very first map of Stage 2, but ever since then, he has been pulling his weight, hiding out in ramps.
One enemy remaining.
Guiding Light just getting past his waist, and man, how does he stay alive?
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah, I love the energy. You know, the North American players, they say sit down. We got the Filipino players shouting what's up. A variety of taunts here at VCT Pacific.
Well, let's see what the plan is now. Team Secret, 4 pistol rounds today in 2 maps. Pretty incredible stuff. Not a bad idea to put this trap wire, maybe try to inhibit Saya's ability to totally take over. And this time, don't peek that angle.
Yeah, especially with a weapon advantage. Now, I'm curious if they'll use the same trip for all the rounds, just because if you're not ever really peeking it, you're not exactly having full control. I guess you do have Wild Oreo camping out in vents. Maybe you feel that that's enough. Oh, hello. He's actually going to get chased all the way down. They know exactly where he rendezvoused out to.
Yeah. Meanwhile, trying to slowly push in towards B, and they will make the cross, but Jesse's still on the back here with the stinger, and there's just no hope trying to go through the cage with the classic. Okay, Saya just hit the headshot.
30 seconds left.
Can Saya do the impossible? Not looking likely. He is being sprayed down, and that'll do it. 2GE picks up the ghost kill, and Team Secret hit 9 rounds.
So far, it's looking like it's going to be a different story than it was over on Haven, as we now see T1 kind of give it their all on this one with a glass cannon operator for Saya player. He is only, he's still got 3 points to go for the tour de force, so it's not like he has a freebie on the next round.
Leave us.
Yeah, I think probably he's just really feeling himself right now. He's hitting some of these crazy shots, and I think he just wants to try to take a big risk and maybe try to pull this map back for the team, because right now Team Secret are dominating. Excurate in a bit of trouble as 2G gonna tuck himself in the corner. There's a lot of utility in the air. The spam gonna go down on the one-way as Wild Oreo will spam down Stax. Takes a bit of damage on his way out.
Yeah, but this is the bonus, so a 1-to-1 trade already not terrible for Secret, although normally on that defending side you would imagine that that's a lot rougher for you. Saya already holding all the way deep into Scree. Oh.
Here.
Jesse Vasher's like, oh, well, never again. Won't tempt fate twice.
Yeah. And Jeremy is pushed. Oh, this is huge. Gonna take out Rossi. And upgrades as well. Lobs in the paint shells to push them back. Single-handedly holding on to the A site.
T1 is trapped. They don't really have anywhere to go. You still have Envy watching Heaven over here on the A side. You've still got Wild Oreo covering B Heaven. You got Trips on the
30
drops.
seconds left.
T1, you have an operator. You might need to consider the save here, but Isu's going to see if he can open things up.
They get that corner kill. Jeremy on the site, but Isu is so good for it, and there's the snipe down from Saya. Wild Oreo, he's still got the Spectre, he's still making plays, but Saya to headhunt him down, and it pays off for T1. They bring the operator over. They do only keep 2 of them alive, though.
Yeah, but you got the operator, you got the round win. I think that's the most important aspect here. You can still get rifles for most of the players on T1, so you'll have the power to try to break through. It looks like maybe Snacks might have to have a bit of a weaker weapon. See what they prioritize, armor or weaponry. Wow. Just always ready for another one. Okay, they're actually going to, get all rifles, just a couple of half armors. You're 1 point away from the showstopper as well. So T1 knows that if they can win this round, the momentum suddenly starts to shift in their favor. They're going to have their power ultimates come by a little bit quicker on the cycle. And of course, the next round, Team Secret's Econ is going to be a bit messy.
Yeah, they do have to get through this round first. The cage is coming up. And Jesse is just going to back way up. He's like, all right, I mean, I don't necessarily have to take Saya in a 1v1 here. No reason to really. He's got his cam set up on A as the orb tapped by, actually collected by Izu.
Yeah, that's Showstopper online, and Secret has to imagine that that's the case. So Jeremy's looking for a bit of a close hold on to A, see if he can shut down the initial entry. But on B side, 2GE kind of left all alone with just crossfire from Wild Oreo. This is both Cyber Cage's use. I mean, Jesse Vash is just trying to buy time, but now he's out of options. A lot of his utility getting taken out. B main cleared from Secret. That should be the call that it's A, and it's up to Jeremy to try to shut down the launch in onto the site. He's ready for it, and he gets the shot onto Izu.
Yeah, pretty huge. Going to delay this push entirely. The spray as well, just to put in some more damage and delay this push. Jesse on the site, and there's only 14 seconds left. Jeremy's still holding it. The spray comes in, and they clear the site. Only Rossi to get the one, and Saya knows that it is doomed, and he will have to back away. Team Secret, they get the read, and they make it to A to defend.
What an amazing call for Jeremy to just say that this is my initiative, right? This is my mission, is to take down that showstopper, make sure it doesn't do damage. Lobs in the paint shells as well. And afterwards, if you shut down the Raze, you know that the backup, the second line of attack is going to be a lot slower. Your teammates then are able to flood in. So the goal here is, even if Jeremy dies, it's a 1-for-1 trade. There's no splash damage on the showstopper, and then you immediately flood the site. So you keep the numbers even, if not ahead, like Secret just did.
Yeah, absolutely. Team Secret in the driver's seat. Saya still somehow has his operator after buying it in round 3 of the half.
It goes to show the power, though, right? Is that no matter what the rest of the weaponry looks like, the moment we see that operator still in his hand, it's like, well, maybe they do have a chance this round.
I mean, you never know. Especially with how aggressive he is. It's either going to fall flat and, maybe he dies early, or maybe he gets a couple of pickoffs. And it's definitely more difficult to make it work here from the attacker side, but he's sticking to it. Team Secret, though, see if they get the read here on this push. Saya begging someone to peek him.
And the Trailblazer, I don't think it caught full vision of Saya, who's much further behind, but you knew that was the main force, so Team Secret all going to be ready for this pinch onto B site. Envy shuts down the two-pronged attack.
Here.
Just 40 seconds. I mean, Secret could maybe even slowly loosen their control over A one by one if they wanted.
Stacks opening it up with the classic. But TGE is here, he throws to the paranoia, and they've got the crossfire going. Rossi will go down, and Saya also going to go down. 4 kills to 2GE. The 11th round here for Team Secret.
T1's grasping at straws a little bit. I imagine it's a timeout. It has to be, because you don't want to let it get to map point. You're going to be able to have buys. You're going to be able to pull out the tour de force in this round, I believe. So T1 has the arsenal they want to make something happen. And if they are able to win from there, they can maybe even buy up another operator. There are options to consider. But what is the attack? You can't just always rely on Saya to get the opening kill. I mean, he's very good, and he's relatively consistent on that front. But, again, you're relying on one thing to try to win the round. That's not the way you want to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And one last timeout to try to get a chance to pull this one back. But Team Secret, they have 2 timeouts. They're sitting very comfortably here. They were able to get the slight advantage from the attacker side, 7 rounds there. And then pulling it over, we have seen T1 only take 1 round. So not quite the same thing as Rossi dropping 29. And definitely looking like a much different and Team Secret-sided map this time.
Yeah, 2GE having a great game, 18-7 over a 2.0 KD as the Omen. Yeah, really just shows that he's been on cleanup for a couple of these rounds. All right, let's see. It's going to be the 4-man stack onto A with just Secure
Let's play.
over on B. Just trying to put some fake pressure onto B main, but it's a quick takeover of ramp. So instead of trying to fight for mid, they want to try to take ramps control, but then make an opening to have the option to rotate back through vents.
Let's see how they clean up in heaven.
Yeah, that tripwire is waiting for him. So is the camera. Now just held at ramps. Oh, this setup is kind of nasty.
Yeah.
Secret.
Oh. And Jeremy, he's got an operator of his own. He's going to shoot down Izu. That's going to spark the push out of T1. And they got to go through this obstacle course.
Yeah, that's what it is. And I don't think Jesse Vash has been clicking on and off from the camera because he's already outside of the site anyway, so they have no idea. Everyone's just spotted the pop flag, and Saya gets the kill blind.
That he does, but it's immediately traded back here by Jesse Vash.
I've got
And
your
so big
trail.
advantage now to the side of Team Secret as the push will come in and doesn't catch Jeremy, but he does drop the shot. The second one, though, will come through. And now the showstopper as well. Wait, what? Not able to get that thing out, and now Stacks picks up the kill, but they're being pushed here. 18 seconds. Everybody swinging at the same time. And it comes down to the taps, and Envy will put an end to the round. 12 here to the side of Team Secret.
I think Jeremy kind of goofed up the order with the blast packs, etc., and had a bit of a fumble on the keyboard. Makes him delay the showstopper a lot more. Can't quite choose his target. But it starts with a nice shot from him, though. They knew that they were trapped in ramps. So much information gained from Jesse Vash as well, along with Wildorio up in heaven. And while there was a bit of an oopsie from Jeremy, he buys enough time for everybody to make sure they're on site. So now, map point for Secret, trying to take a size box. T1, I mean, just holding on a safe default, spreading out the map, see if they can get an opening kill. But Secret has identified that as long as they don't give Saya a free opening, it's relatively safe for the rest of the round.
Certainly does help, although I thought he was about to push out there. That would have been very dangerous.
It's moments like these where you just let go of that focus just a bit and it starts to slip away. So Secret's going to have to make sure. And this time, another round where they choose to give up vents entirely.
Jesse, same spot. He's got his camera. He's just ready, hanging out. He's got his buddy 2G nearby. There is a push coming through mid and into vents.
It's going to be an A hit from T1, but Secret, they're somewhat aware of this, right? They know of the possibility of this. Their goal is to just make sure to buy time on site by 2G. The paranoia should be very helpful on this front.
Definitely is. 2G already getting some damage in. And he's going to TP out the back here. He does not hit the shot, though. Stacks low on this one, killing some Seekers. Envy picks up a couple, though. And now it's only Izu who's left here on the site. The paint shell's right at him, and that's going to do it. 13-6. Team Secret force Icebox.
Just really well prepped against this chamber, knowing that it's always going to be on T1 to take the impetus to try to make something happen, attack or defense. When you have that chamber, you got to be able to find an angle to hit those shots, and Secret made sure to give him the minimal amount, shutting down this new look of T1 on their second map.
Yeah, huge map win here from Team Secret. We're going to go over to the analyst desk to break down this map.
Team Secret was definitely not going to let that go in a 2-0 fashion. They are here to stay for a full series today, Asteroid, because they heard your cries. and Mika's and mine and Paper Thin's.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
they heeded our calls. So, how are you feeling about Split, that turnaround?
Honestly, I had some, again, posed the question before this second game started, how are they going to be able to deal with Saya player and whatnot? And it feels like the way that they approached it was being able to compartmentalize certain positions in the map where they're going to isolate spots with their smokes and whatnot and just try to, what's the word here? Just kind of separate single players of T1 against the team so they don't get that, that support, that refrag potential. And we kind of saw that multiple times here by Team Secret with looking at just how well they were able to access the site, get all those first kills, and as you can see here, just a 7 out of 7 on the post plan. So they've been getting money in the rounds that they get the site.
Yeah, I fully agree. I mean, you watch this map play out and mad respect to Team Secret and how they played this. By all means necessary, right? First of all, they had game tape to study up against T1, but by the book, this composition is one that, doesn't necessarily have the best advantages against T1, but they knew how to work it against T1, and that's the reason why this is so impressive. Not only is Jeremy, going in for these entries and everything, it's also Jesse Vash with the setups, for example, and how Wild Oreo supports the team with 2GE on certain timings. It works incredibly well when they are able to kind of outmaneuver and read how T1 plays.
Sorry, we're already discussing our guessing game results. Guys, get back to this game, the pro players game. Our game is less important.
Yeah. First of all,
I just saw it on the screen.
Jeremy with the first kills, he has 4 right here, so that's a little teaser. But 16 kills on top, that's the MVP. But 2GE had 20 kills overall as the controller.
Yeah, and again, this is exactly what I was mentioning. How, look at this, Team Secret pushes as a team. They use those smokes rather than to just kind of have set up plays, or well, it is set plays, but they try to isolate as many angles as possible. And 2GE is a master at, again, playing around those angles of what we saw. Right? Sure, he's going to get caught like this because Saya player is just kind of nuts in those kind of situations, and Izu pockets himself in these kind of corners, but for the most part, if Secret are able to kind of adjust to these kind of, pocket positions that T1 has in terms of the executes, it's looking pretty good. But the thing about T1 on this one that made me feel like T1 still kind of has this on the bag is just how much, I guess, raw firepower Izu was able to bring into this one. That being said, though, it was a close game up until we hit that second half.
Yeah, T1 has some adaptations here and there, but once you start seeing this second half go through and Team Secret starting to attack, that's when they really start to shine, right? I mean, the protocols and everything that they have, Wild Oreo sometimes even going in for some split plays and allowing for 2G to lurk behind and sneak up behind. It creates so much pressure against T1, and they're sometimes stuck and not really knowing what to do. And another factor that I just want to point out is the fact that in all of the maps today, even though T1 won out on Haven, they lost every single pistol round. This should not be. This is surprising for T1.
That's fair. Definitely fair.
All right. Well, we are going to go to map 3, which I don't know how that's going to play out. Well, you guys do. Before that, we were kind of a little excited about our guessing game results. We thought it was going to be Saya player, and the audience picked Saya player as well. But it wasn't. Saya player. It was Jesse Vash with 4 kills. Saya got 3 first kills.
Yeah. So it was very close, to be fair. But
yeah. 1 kill up. It was Uncle Jesse. Have you guys ever heard of Family Matters? It was not Family Matters. There was an Uncle Jesse. The one with the twins. It was an old show.
I only know Jesse's girl.
Maybe William might know. He's old enough to know. I'm seriously revealing our ages right now.
Not aware of.
Wow, that's just fast. Just bumping me down.
Oh my god, am I wood now?
Ooh, Wingman is down in iron. We are so bad as. Oh, you're gonna join me at the shrine.
Oh my god.
Look at that.
Welcome.
The second person.
That's so cute.
That is not cute at all, man. I want to get out. Leave Victoria in the dust.
Why? It's fun down here.
It's okay.
No.
Own basket.
There's more wood to the fire
Brother,
right now, so it's totally
little
fine.
pebbles. Nice.
Oh my god.
Hang with me.
And the audience might join us soon.
Yeah, Wingman is gonna be there. Actually, let me move him here.
Okay.
Yeah, we're so bad, guys. You, me, you.
Everybody.
Where's Asarai?
All right, he's on
Alright,
top.
he's alright actually. He's Asarai.
Yeah. He's Asarai Alkaib.
So, yeah.
Will's like, you're going down. He's booing us. hey, you're at gold, okay, Will? At least I'm not wood.
We're gonna be, I don't know, wood rank. I think whoever hits Radiant should do push-up victory. Yeah, I'm never gonna hit Radiant. All right, we're going to Icebox. Secret is decent at Icebox. Historically, since last year, they're good at Icebox. T1, I don't know how this is really gonna go here. They haven't shown too much of this. How are you guys feeling? Actually, Quack, now that you've seen how all of this is played out, you were thinking to change your prediction early on because of Asarai's case for it. How do you feel now?
I am on the fence. This is, I was still believing in T1, but after that split, I'm starting to have some doubts. It's a little bit questionable how the T1 might play this Icebox, given, the lapse in time and everything. But at the same time, I can see why they would want to relegate, Lotus for Icebox. That's the choice that they made. But given how the strategies will play out, given how their compositions might play out, I am not so sure if they have what it takes to win out in some of these gunfights against Team Secret. Team Secret, they've got a lot of experience on this map. They have a lot of ideas as to how they want to, approach this map. And T1, even with stacks in, even with Rossi performing pretty darn well today, I don't know if that firepower is going to be enough for them to out-strategize Team Secret.
Okay, so I'm just looking at this from what happened in the recent Icebox matches for both teams. We know Team Secret, this was actually the map that I think everybody feared with Team Secret, right? When they faced Paper Rex, there was Team Secret, got us in the bag and they were able to win that. And specifically for T1 here. Specifically for T1 here. Yes. We're in the specific region. No, I'm kidding.
Silly mood.
This was the map where they were able to beat, I believe, G2 during Shanghai, even at least in that one map. I think it was 13-1, where they put Izu on the Reyna, but it didn't do so well. But Rossi was the one that was top fracking. So these are the kind of maps where I felt like the non-duelists or the non-duelist players of T1 can really shine, which is going to be good because it's always the second contact that I think has the most impact on Icebox, where you feel, again, the isolation on that map, so on and so forth. So I feel like still going to be a close game coming into this map 3.
Do you think there's a potential for, agent swaps? Considering, again, this is the first week we're seeing them play on the new patch.
I would kind of hope that there would have to be, because I don't know how much value, certain agents like Reyna would provide for T1, unless, that's the only reason why you would want to have a Reyna, is that Izu will have to find these frags and pop off, or at least find some value off of the Leer, and, Reyna with a speed boost a little bit on the dismiss, but it's not something that really enables the whole team, and especially against, a team like Team Secret, you need these, set plays and executes in order to break down their defenses, especially when they have, such a valuable player like Waldorio right now.
I am just looking at maybe you're looking at me.
I wanted to know what you thought about the new agents and the patches. If you had any opinions on it.
There's a chance maybe for Izu to bring out the ISO. That's what I'm thinking about right now. You don't want to change Rossi where he is, so there you go.
Okay, there we go. Let's see what they're actually gonna pick. I would love to see Waldorio actually on one of the newer agents. Did you get it?
There it is. There it is. Called it. That's right.
So the thing is, it's a duelist harbor in a way. You have a shield that you can't get blocked. It plays like the Cascade. You get into the site a lot safer. And when you're gonna try to play the post play where you're attacking or defending, that kill contract is very good. And of course the shield also very good at just, going for massive contact, which again is the playstyle of T1 on this map.
Possible counters for Team Secret, right, with 2GE on that Viper, but at the same time, you've got Waldorio on the get-go now, so double initiator to set Jeremy up. Can Team Secret still manage to cross the finishing line here?
All right, a return to the Arctic of Icebox. Let's go over to our casters for the very last game of today.
Thank you, guys. We'll take it from here. The Icebox coming out for Team Secret against T1. And, the first map, 13-10. T1 did get the victory, but then a 13-6 domination from Team Secret on the second map. So Certainly feels like Team Secret should have the momentum behind them, but let's see what happens here.
Yeah, obviously the ISO, it's given, teams trouble whenever they've had to face it so far here in Stage 2. Seen it a handful of times in Pacific so far this weekend, the first weekend we get to see it. I'm glad Astrai got to touch on this because we were talking about it a little bit and hoping to see the ISO. Well, Asaya gets a nice kill because it's a nice slot in for the Reyna, right? A lot of ways you still have the same agency to kind of snowball the duels, but you're a bit safer because you can pop the shield before rather than only after. And then we'll see if it comes into play as it's going to be a 4v4 fight here on the A site.
There's a lot of pressure here already.
For the shield.
T1, yeah, Jeremy is getting in there. Oh, he's just dying!
To their own nanoswarm, mind you.
Yeah, well, yeah, T1 will take it from here. That's going to be the first round, and T1, you know what? They finally got a pistol round win.
Yeah, it took a little while.
They figured it out.
Only got all the way to the third map.
You just need one of the enemies to just die to one of the enemies.
That was the trick. Yeah. I mean, once you hear that shield, it's like, well, I can't stick around here because that's a bad fight. He's just trying to get out of it, doesn't want to show his back. And that's a rough one. Obviously, the stats we show, it's just from VCT Pacific, but you should note that the same Reyna composition, they changed who was playing what, and Izu was playing the Reyna over in Master Shanghai, and that was the one where they had an absolute 13-1 domination against G2. They eventually lost the match, but T1, they've tinkered with similar ideas. That time it wasn't the double flashes like they have now, as Saya in home ground with the Marshall. Just as he likes it.
Yeah. The push is coming in. Saya going to swing around as his teammates help him out. Third kill comes in for him. So that'll be a clean second round here for T1. Flawless.
Yeah. The snowball may have already started. I mean, we saw Izu pushing out and able to put a lot of pressure against the lurk of Jesse Vash. Sure, again, it's the eco, but
target down.
I mean, we know why Reynas often get picked here on this map. You have a lot of room to work with around pipes. You can really be a little bit suppressing there against your opponents, and ISO's gonna be the same way. If anything, he has some more tools with things like the undercut to help push them back.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see how this next round does go. We do see, Vandal, Phantom picked up, Rossi and X-Curate. They did save their money. They had Ghost in the last one. It's now over the top. Izu trying to get in there with that shield.
Yeah, used 2 flashes as well, but they just tuck in behind the box. So T1's gonna have to back out. Now Secret's gonna have to keep an eye on the timer, because for now, until this week, until basically this map here in Pacific, that is gonna be lasting for 20 seconds. It's a lot of respect that Secret has to give.
Yeah. Till the next patch. Here comes Wild Oreo. Jeremy also pushing on in. But the toxic screen does come up. T1 in position. Behind on the back of the site here. They've got 4 members. Also the chamber all the way pushed out. Jeremy gonna be spotted. Some spam coming through, and X-Curate does clean it up. They know where Oreo is. He's going to go down as well. Rossi does get taken out. Nice shot from Invi as now swinging the corner. That's not working out, but 2G going to win his duel. Stacks gets the couple of Guardian headshots on 22 health. And that is going to be 2GE to clean him up. Picks up the spike and will be able to get this plant.
Already a very successful bonus round for T1, but if Saya player can do it, it would be immense to win the bonus round off of the pistol as well. Oh no, they saw each other. Oh man. For whatever reason, I was scared for 2GE. Like everything on paper pointed to 2GE's victory there, and I was still scared for him. Just because it was Saya player bringing out the headhunter, but 2GE has been quite clutch today for Secret.
Really, Invi just did a lot of work there. He also was able to give a chance over to the side of 2GE as, very nice correction. 2GE bringing over that success from Split. Here to help out his team. Saya had an operator.
Yeah, decides to downgrade. Looking at the economic situation, it seems, of Team Secret, as we do have 4 members with half armor. So he's going to find a lot of value. Going to run into the lurk, and 2GE bests him again! 2 times in a row. That really disrupts the hold already, because T1 was looking to kind of pinch in and basically force him to fight the ISO over here on pipes.
Yeah. Well, that's the Outlaw gone. And very nice start here to the round for the side of Team Secret. Looks like Rossi is going to just leave Izu on A. As we know, there's still 4 guys looking to push into the A site. And only 2GE here just pushing on in by his lonesome.
They haven't heard anything from 2G. 2G hears Stacks, but he's going to get spotted now. Do they know how close he is, though? I believe Izu also getting tagged over on the A side. See if he can hold for long enough. His ability should come right back up. Does he activate the double tap? There it is. Shield online for the ISO as 2G does finally get taken down. Jeremy's already on top, though. And Izu just gets broken right through. It's just too many people.
Yeah, Wild Oreo kind of insane to hop up and immediately correct. Hit the double heads. Here's Stacks around the left side. Wild Oreo looking for this as around the right side his teammates, but does get cleaned up by both Wild Oreo and Envy. And a very clean round over to the side of Team Secret.
So Secret stabilizing quite confidently, and that's going to force T1 into a bad eco. See if they buy anything up. Obviously, the sooner you get the operator, the more powerful Site's going to be. Yeah, that kill onto Izu was huge.
No snowball here on Icebox. Doesn't make any sense.
No.
But yeah, he's not able to get anything going if he's just going to be shut down in that manner. And over the top, Envy just going to throw in the flash point, and immediately Jeremy going to open it up here on Izu.
I mean, the ISO getting shut down always so early. This is rough. And we can probably start to draw some comparisons to how Talon played it with the ISO here, but they did play it with the Clove, right? So, I mean, Coach Ewok talked about it a little bit in their pre-match interview earlier today, how what really threw them off was it's 2 agents that, you know, basically can start to ignore the 50-50s a bit. They take better advantages even in those tougher fights. And that there's a lot of angles for that here on Icebox. But right now, T1, they're basically still playing like they're playing with Arena. They're still looking for setups with the double flashes. And now they're playing with a man down. All the util dumped from both sides. The 0 point will deny the Nano Swarm early. Finally gets activated at the back.
Yeah. Haldorio delayed, but they're still here. Jesse gets one. Nice sheriff shot from Xcurit as now trying to push into them, but they do just get absolutely wiped up here on the A side. Team Secret take the lead. And yeah, just trying to be a little bit tricky with it, you know, trying to get in their face with that sheriff was Xcurit after that first kill, but doesn't amount to too much, and Team Secret with the big firepower advantage take down the round.
Yeah, see if there's any changes here from how the ISO is piloted, because out in Shanghai, Izu was playing the Reyna to perfection. But right now, he's playing a little cautious. They're always trying to wait for extra investment in the setup with the flashes, the dizzy, you know, the flash drives, things like that. But one of the advantages of ISO is that you can kind of do that on your own. You can start to really be oppressive. There you go. Use the double tap. And that's how you start to win fights. And even if he doesn't get the kills, you want to put that early pressure down. He does get traded eventually on his exit.
Yeah, it's pretty massive. I mean, Jeremy is the one that does go down, but with these two out of the picture on A, I mean, they've got 2G here on the lurk once again, and the rest of the team just trying to go A.
These lurks are so fast, too, from 2GE. I mean, he's always so far ahead of T1. Oh, the crash. Oh, he's going to have to be pushed out. Now,
what about Rossi, though?
Doesn't get tagged by the dizzy.
Oh, well, they know about that. Rossi's going to get another, and now 2G, the lurk, comes in and picks out Stacks. Just in the middle of the map.
Everyone's so spread out apart. I mean, no matter who runs into who, it's going to have to be 1v1 duels that you have to win. Eventually, Secret should be able to group up together. 2G is just going to watch to make sure that Envy can make the cross. Xcurit will be the first person they run into.
30 seconds left.
He's going to exit on purpose. He's just going to say if they plant, they plant. But I want to stay alive. I want to make sure that we have an extra angle to work with on the retake.
Welcome to my world.
Oh, I haven't seen this in a while.
That's, yeah.
Hello, old friend.
Yeah. Oh,
wow.
Well, that's the plant. Gets it down. And that's very important.
Yes.
We're holding on to this.
Okay, you do have the Thrash, but Rossi's so far away, he has to sprint over. You know that it's clear, so he's going to be able to go full speed. But where do you use it from? So Xcurit's trying to create some space, right? Get on top of the ropes early.
A little bit of damage, but it is still the kill going over to 2GE. This is not easy. As the tap on the spike, and Saya does get the kill. He's going to have to try to hold it, but yeah, easy cleanup here for 2GE. Excellently played in the 2v3 with this pit on top of B.
Yeah, it's so tough when that happens, when the pit comes out from Kitchen. Because if it's planted up there on top of the ropes, it's just so open, right? Even channeling anything like the Thrash, etc., can feel a little tough. Especially when Xcurit's not there to cover you. And it all starts to fall apart. What a call from Secret, the 2 remaining guys. The absolute best chance they had. 2GE continues to be the hero here for Team Secret.
Yeah.
7-3.
He has been the big man on campus ever since, I'd say, you know, the beginning of Split, maybe halfway through Split, really started to turn it on. And he's just been on the roam. He's just doing his own thing. Rest of the team is just going A every time. He's like, okay, new lurk, new angle. What am I doing this time?
Yeah.
Which funky trade am I taking?
Yeah, and so trying to counteract that T1 this time, it's going to be Side player pushing far out with the tour de force. But like you said, it's a switch up from 2GE. And they're very well aware that there could be an angle still taken because of that early tour de force shot. Oh, man, you're not as safe as you think you are. Oh, wow. Well, gets attacked through the wall.
Yeah, and now it's just Jesse Vest by himself here. He should have seen that barrel, but yeah, he's going to go down to Rossi. He's the only one there. And now this real push is coming on in. Nice tag onto the Dizzy. And trying to turn the corner here, Jeremy. Nice shot down onto Xcurit. And the plan to come out from the wingman. So now Team Secret, yeah, they lost Jesse, but they have a nice setup here on the B site.
You do have the kill contract. You have the Thrash as well. 2 ways to take people out of the fight, making an advantage. There is a kill contract.
I don't think he got T1. And okay, T1, a couple of shots to come through. And this ISO just tanking it up. Oreo just by himself trying to hold on, but they hold the defuse with the wingman. And T1, they get in and take a 3rd round.
Yeah, so the kill contract, like you said, I don't think it caught anybody, but he is basically, that means that it's all clear close range, right? So you know they're all holding somewhere on yellow, somewhere on green. You can start to approach a lot safer. They're all lined up. And Izu just starts to continue to charge forward. There you go, trying to see, was it an op? You know, no, it's tour de force, all right? T1 running through all the information, and it missed all of that. Rossi trying to bring the energy up. But for now, the timeout to really try to reorganize.
Yeah, I thought they would have called a timeout actually after the last round because it was 4 in a row to the side of Team Secret, but
true.
They hold off on it until after they won, and you know, it's a lot of information given in the first 7 rounds, you know, first 5 or 4 or 5, you know, rifle v rifle kind of standard rounds. So they're gonna pull the trigger on it pretty early once again and send over that wonderful information, whatever they have in that coaching booth.
Yeah, it's probably something that they'll want to talk about is, first of all, 2G's lurks, right? Who's really going to keep their eye out for that, since you don't have a traditional Sentinel in, you know, the Killjoy or even sometimes the Cypher. And then, second of all, I mean, Xcurit sometimes getting caught out alone, as he's often tasked with holding the anchor here on the B site. So maybe reassessing, how do you make sure that Xcurit can also have a much safer position to hold based on his teammates' positions? Okay, op here for Jesse Vash. This is Secret's answer to the chamber.
Yeah. He's holding it. Izu actually the one to pop down and see what he can see. Tap the turret a little bit.
Then there is an interesting dynamic there where the double tap on ISO is a great counter to the op, but so is the Killjoy turret to the shield. Yeah. So Izu not going to spend that early. Wants to hold on to it for a better timing. But we've seen several rounds where he's holding on to it for too long before he gets taken out.
Hey, nice stop on the Dizzy. Here comes the shield. The double tap. Izu looking for a trade. Team Secret backing up quite a little bit.
Yeah, they heard it. They don't want to fight it right now. I mean, there's just too many angles that you have to clear. There's a fragment to take out the shield, and Secret is so well prepared for this ISO. I mean, they always have either extra members, extra util to make sure that Izu cannot fight alone.
Yeah, actually perfect. And yeah, I mean, that's the end of that shield. They try to send in the Thrash into A, but here's 2G once again, and Saya, he's looking at the window, but not able to hit the shot. Wild Oreo trades one back here, the tap on the spike, but they have it cleared up right now as they knock down Stacks, and they just have the crossfire. I mean, T1 are coming in one by one, and they are not finding anything.
Well, Saya will find one, but yeah, he's so concerned about 2GE.
Last player standing.
Little does he know, 2GE is waiting for his exit right around Boiler.
Yeah, they're looking for him, hunting, and the shot is going to sail wide into the sky. 2GE also the one to take him down just to add that little bit of extra bite. It's like, okay, that guy I was really worried about, he's the one who got me on the kill feed. Does not feel good for him, and 2GE once again. Take a look at this, okay. Just knocks him down, adds a little bit of shots, and gets the job done.
Yeah, and 2GE just has Saya player's number. This Chamber just cannot create space for his teammates on the defensive side because the enemy Viper is lurking, sneaking around. Just making sure that Saya player has to have his eyes on like all parts of the map at all times.
Yeah.
Izu having to get pushed back once again with the 0 point. You know that shield's not coming up for the next 8 seconds, so you can start to hold a little bit closer. And T1 probably wishing that maybe they could have shown the ISO first. I mean, who knows? Maybe Secret. They did have some practice with it, depending on who they've been scrimming. But
that's a nice first kill. Stacks just trying to poke his head out, see what he can see, but he just gets taken down by a Phantom. Meanwhile, we do see that 2G was holding a very long angle way back in the spawn, just making sure that he doesn't get caught off guard by some weird kind of, you know, like a stinger, which we do see Rossi actually has. He is on the A site, as we know. As here, coming in onto the A site, they go, holding close. There it is. Envy is going to take him down.
yeah, massive Dizzy as well, so you know that there were 2 people in the site. One's already down. They're ready for at least one more. Secret, hear the shield. They want to bait him out, and Jeremy's just cleaning out for the time being. Takes the shield out first. Then readjust for the headshot. Izu cannot catch a break on the ISO today.
Yeah, you can tell these players just in general, they are like just so locked in against this ISO. They know exactly how to deal with it. They have dealt with it so many times just in practice, you would imagine. So
I mean, it's insane. Just the difference it makes to see a team who I have to assume have had experience playing against this in scrims, or maybe just so much in ranked, who knows.
Yeah.
But as a team, they're ready for it, and even as individuals, they're understanding that you can't just go for the one taps against the ISO. You always have to be ready for the, you know, the readjust, you know, maybe the spray down. Side player gets taken out as well. So the ISO's not having the impact you're expecting. Now, one thing T1 can take away from this is that Secret always has to invest extra to take the ISO out. But unfortunately for them, 2GE is ahead of them on the other side of the map, so it's not like they can start to really push far forward for the early flanks or anything like that, because now they're conditioned to be afraid of 2G's lurk in return.
Yeah. It's a lot to deal with. This attacker side of Icebox for Team Secret is just so impressive. I mean, it is so suffocating to deal with. And T1 have not really found a good way to deal with it. They got that pistol round, and then they got the follow-up round. Since then, it's been 1.
Yeah.
And even that round was a bit iffy, you know. I had to go for the retake over on B. And then after that, you know, Team Secret were like, okay, enough of that B nonsense. This is A every single round.
So far, it's been going very smoothly for them. I mean, even that round, if you really look at it, I would say that Team Secret looking better on the map play, but the retake was ready by T1. Izu just trying to not back away from the 0 point. They want to try to push right back out. A bit of an adjustment. Try to fight fire with fire.
There were 4 people, yeah. And, okay, Izu, there it is, the 2-tap.
And he knows that 2G is here somewhere. But the Poison Cloud's actually going to distract him a little bit. Side player finally finds a kill. Meanwhile, on the A side, Envy going to get shut down right away. Only 1 kill. And T1 may have finally found an answer to force Secret to show a bit more here on the attacking side.
Well, okay, there's the flash. Rossi out the back, but he is going to be taken out. Executor does trade it back, and Stax finishes it off. So T1 finally back on the board as they are able to handle this pressure on A.
Yeah, you get to still keep the operator as well. So something that was really well done across the map was basically you're holding the trademark close on yellow, and Saya's only job is to see if 2G ever lurks through B site.
Let's go. We got this. 2 more rounds. Let's go.
You hold on pipes. You're basically, the reason they were trying to fight them or at least push them off and make sure that Secret doesn't have free reign is that would force 2G to try to create some room. And Saya was ready for it.
You heard Rossi trying to pump them up. Here comes Izu aggressively, and he does take down 1, but with a couple of guys, they are able to burst through the ISO. And now advantage to Team Secret once again, and 2G's with them. It's just, you know, we're playing with one site. We're just going this way.
Oh yeah! Number advantage. Ooh, saw the flash drive a little late.
Ooh, nice shot there from Saya, but immediately traded back to the wall. The detain as well. Stax does take down Envy, but immediately does have to re-peek into 2 people, and that will be Team Secret again to confirm their lead here in the half, 7-4.
Yeah, something that Secret's doing really well here is that the chamber is actually so well built to hold off against multiple people, right? You get 1 shot, you rendezvous out, you reposition. But the ISO is usually best to fight those 1v1s, or, you know, if it's maybe a crossfire, you can try to jiggle in, take the 50-50 on one side with the shield and then reposition. But what they're doing is they're basically overpowering the ISO, and he's just not able to find too much value. I mean, imagine if the chamber and ISO had changed positions, things might have been different. Now that's, you know, it kind of goes against the logic of why you picked the composition. But there's the kill contract, does take somebody away from the fight. Meanwhile, here in the main line, we'll see, we'll keep an eye out. He's just gonna lose that 1v1 duel, and Jeremy, he's also gonna lose though, so no entry into the site.
Yeah, no entry into the site. This Viper just, Executor just staying safe up against the wall. Some spam coming down, but it's not happening. It's not, it's not an A hit. Finally, as they will be forced to move over to B, and they're going pretty quickly. I mean, we have Saya that's kind of in the middle here in Kitchen and will be ready, but they're getting into B pretty quickly.
And the trademark, not cleared yet, but the wingman doesn't quite care about that. Oh, well, they take 1 down, but do they expect 2GE to still be there? I think Excurit should have tabs on the fact that 1 guy was still late trying to fight him in the pit. Oh, Excurit's fishy. He senses something's fishy, but he just doesn't have the leisure.
Yeah. I mean, eventually, he's checking back. I mean,
he's trying to bait him in.
Yeah. But now the timing on this is very good for the side of 2GE, who is running in behind them. Envy also going to help out with a headshot. Wild Oreo gets 1 of his own, gets 2. And meanwhile, coming in from behind, Executor, though, is cleaning them up, but it's 2GE right at the end. The very, 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 very long lurk to come in and get that last round for Team Secret.
Yeah, the patience from 2GE, just full faith that the mechanics of Envy and Wild Oreo will carry them forward, which it absolutely did in that post plant. I mean, everyone playing their role to close to perfection on the side of Team Secret. A great read against the ISO pick here from T1. You gotta imagine that they're feeling good about it. Getting 1 step closer here to wrapping it up. The Philippines not just getting mentioned, but perhaps taking the spotlight tonight as we take a look at their past records having an effect on the scoreline so far, and the calculations absolutely favoring Secret in the upcoming half on their defense.
Yeah, not too surprising. I mean, even from Split, where they dominated 13-6, now we come over to Icebox. It's a very dominant first half where it was very Team Secret. You know, they go into the A site multiple times. They're winning in a bunch of those duels. The ISO is really just entirely handled. Unfortunately for Izu, I mean, he has not found much luck at all. As we do see the duel, it's just...
I mean, did you really have to show?
Yeah, I was curious what happened.
I was a little curious, but as soon as it's the ISO that goes down.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we gotta catch all the ultimates. That's true. The 1v1s. Who knows how much longer we have to see ISO on the pro scene.
Especially if it's not working on this patch.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
It hasn't been as dominant as some people are afraid it would be. I mean, it's still a menace. I think it still has huge impact.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's like single-handedly just hard carrying every time just off of the frags.
Let's see what he does here on the attacker side. How much value he can get. And here they go, you know, there's a lot of close angles here, but, oh, okay, Stack's gonna just light him up, but Envy trades it back, down goes the ISO.
Well,
and they back out of here.
Yeah, and the toxic screen comes up, allows for a bit of repositioning for Secret as well. And Xcura trying to do his best 2G cosplay out in mid, but we'll see if they even get enough rounds to really start that mental conditioning.
Yeah, that is a good question. This pistol, it's 4-1 in pistol rounds in favor of Team Secret tonight. Saya pushing through. He's got to deal with way too many things. Hang. And suppressed, you know, like Team Secret are ready for this, but grouping up. Going in together.
Wild I mean, he starts things off, and at the end of the day, T1 was hoping that, oh, hold on, round might not be over. Stacks right back up to 100 after the decay, but it's a double, there was a world. There was a world.
Yeah.
Stacks still remained alive, but at the end of the day, T1, not many options, right? You didn't really get too much space out in mid, so you decide to just hold, draw out the util, you draw out the 0 point, you make it look like you're exiting, and you're hoping that that weakens it. Oh. Yeah, quick shots on both of them. The KO's going rampant here in this round.
Yeah, and Wild Oreo, he's kind of the hero there at the end. A couple of headshots, lines it up, also denies the plant. And yeah, you know, as you mentioned, T1 kind of forced into that, and Team Secret were ready for it. And they hold that pressure with flying colors.
Yeah, 2GE, you know, off of the 0 point support from Envy. They do spot Saya on the lurk. And this is a big difference. It's not just 2GE knowing how to fight the lurk alone, but it's also the Killjoy util can be so spread out. Not many options. Wild Oreo double guessing himself a bit, it seems.
Yeah.
But Envy's there for the trade.
Nicely done by Envy. I like how he just dropped down, repositioned himself. He's like, well, what if he comes in just straight on and I got to cover like the up down? That's not good. I'm just going to go down to the ground. Handles it very well.
All up Stacks and Envy. Or, sorry, Stacks and Saya player. Stacks takes out Envy.
Here. It was up to Envy, but now it's not. Stacks, nice shot. He's got a Bulldog now.
I mean, this is entirely doable.
Absolutely. But 2v2 here, coming on in. Stacks gonna spot Jesse. He also spots Saya. Stacks and Saya come together and they get the thrifty, and they keep the hopes alive of T1.
Two long-time veteran Korean players here on the T1 squad, bringing back some hope with a thrifty, a huge round for T1. I mean, this is just clean, and I love that Stacks basically keeps juggling the aggro to allow for Saya to start to get the wraparound. As soon as they see the Killjoy, Jesse Vash, Saya knows that he can swing out further to try to cut off the second person they saw as screens. It's good teamwork from the duo. See if they can carry that momentum forward. Outlaw for the economic advantage.
Oh, hello. Wingman right there. Saya with the Outlaw. Stacks around the corner. Takes out 2GE. Trying to be tricky once again on that close angle. The double tap still available as T1 charge in towards the B site. We have Jeremy coming in from behind, but he's just going to join up, and Xcure and Rossi get a kill apiece. And Jeremy's got a classic against 5 people.
And you You might be a great player. Well, now he's spotted as well.
Oh boy.
There's the flash. Yeah, they really are trying to pile on all the ult points to Izu. He got the orb, he got the plant, they even fed him the last kill. One away from the kill contract. Seem to have something prepared with that to open up the sites, right? Maybe identify which side's stronger and then go to the other side, take out the anchor with the kill contract. Immediately you get the spike plant. There's a... Go B again. We heard their strats.
We heard it.
Oh, man.
Leaked. Hashtag leaked. Oh no.
Well, we'll see. They are going to have their operator as well. An upgrade here on the side of T1. They purposely wait for the 0 point as well. I mean, Secret, they try to get ahead of it with their own read, but now the counter 0 point will slow things down. No kill contract yet, so Jeremy is not going to get taken away. I feel like that's something that T1 is gunning for, is once the operator comes out, you want to just isolate them into a 1v1 and then really start to flood the site.
Well, this is a quick rotation over to A, so they did go B again, but then immediately came back to A. We did see 3 members of Team Secret over by B, expecting it, but will they be ready for this push?
Yeah, this is an incredible read from T1. A little bit of damage on to Izu. No more shield. It's been taken out. They still get the kills.
Yeah, immediately. Oh, Izu! He's online.
Show me a target.
He's got the double tap. He's got it back again. Dizzy. Also, no chance for the Dizzy. And they're just running away.
Yeah, you got to save. You have that operator. I mean, you don't have anywhere close to the credits to rebuy that, and the gap is not as big as you had hoped. It's going to be a 9-7 after this round. And in the blink of an eye, it could become a tied map. So Izu waking up a little bit more here on the attacking side. Now has the kill contract, and that's something that Secret has to worry about. I mean, I wonder, is it even worth kind of double stacking with the operator, always making sure there's someone in front of him just to make sure someone else gets taken away into that 1v1?
This is getting very interesting. I thought that Team Secret, you know, after split, coming into this map, dominating the attacker side, 8 rounds. I thought maybe it was a done deal, but T1 making a big comeback now.
Let's make a plan.
All of a sudden,
execute.
Take down round 16 with 3 in a row. Izu just coming up huge here.
They saved up, guys. Let's go, boys. Good job.
Yeah, there you go. All the comms here from T1 as well. I mean, Rossi is really doing his darnest to keep everyone's head in the game, and it shows. You got no command and kill contract. Envy's got his no command as well for a counter. And you do have 2 GE here with the operator. He's holding closer. Secret might have a read. Wanting to make sure the operator can be still alive to stop the push.
It's you and me.
Oh, there it is. It's the Viper that gets taken away.
I love this. And Izu's gonna win it. And now, coming around the corner, Rossi able to do a little bit of damage there. Jeremy on the back of the site here.
Got him.
Oh, that's a shutdown. I spike still not planted yet. Not quite the opening that T1's looking for. Double tap runs out as well, so Izu not able to just kind of go in and tank it for his team.
Suppressing.
Oh, that 0 point's going to get so much information. Viper and the ISO tagged.
And they're just waiting for someone to peek it and try to confirm, but nobody has just yet on the side of Team Secret, and they're still here.
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 members. There you go. Now the screen comes up. Secret knew that it would have been close.
Well, the Dizzy and Flash and Jeremy and Envy gonna kill a piece. Wild Oreo gets one for himself. Rossi all alone. He gets wiped up, and Jesse gets one too. That is going to be the round over to Team Secret as they get back on the board.
Yeah, this is just a mega hard read from Secret, knowing that what you're going to do is you're going to try to ping for the operator. As soon as it gets pinged, it's the ISO ultimate to isolate, and then you just all try to flood onto the site.
Here.
But what T1 didn't account for is they tag 2 people, and it's a Viper that they get. Sure, you get the kill, but you know that the op is still there. I mean, Envy does such a good job to assist Jeremy in just holding the line. The spike plant doesn't happen, and by that point, Secret, they decide to join the game of chicken, neither of them budging. away from that B site.
Yeah. They just held fast, waited for them to commit, and then they were so ready. They got in so quickly. Oh, that's a wall and a half. Jeremy, though, he sticks it and waits for somebody to peek this corner.
Wow. Jeremy's insane. There's no other way to put it.
Oh, but he spotted. And Jeremy just kind of walks it off.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too deep into that corner, so it doesn't actually go through early enough. Jeremy only takes a pinch right at the end. And the lurks, much weaker for T1. They can't rely on that this round. Skirit's been taken out.
There's a double tap, also gonna stop the grenade from doing any damage to him, and he's just waiting here on the site, opening it up, but he gets taken out. Too many members of Team Secret. 2GE gonna get it, and even the shorty kill and stacks gets detained. It is a flawless for Team Secret.
Great reads from Secret, knowing that sure, you might have double flash, but you don't have a dive, so it's never going to be as explosive as it normally would be with something like a Jet or a Neon or anything like that. So you just wait. I mean, even with the ISO, sometimes you know that they're going to come in with the shield, so you wait for the sound cue. Basically, all they're doing is to make sure that T1 has to spend util early. That gives you time to also position for the Flood. And then you just wait for the cooldowns. I mean, that's been the read from Secret a couple rounds in a row. So T1, in their timeout, how do they remedy this? A good way would have been, you know, some more aggressive lurks, but the opponent has a killjoy on top of the Viper, and 2GE knows exactly how the lurks work here on Icebox. Xcurit hasn't caught a break yet.
Yeah, 2GE just big thorn in their side. They could never take out. It's grown into the skin. It's part of them now. It's really rough. And you see some frustrated faces, but they're trying to figure it out for one last push. It's not over just yet, but certainly Team Secret are feeling very comfortable here. It's a similar situation. You know, they haven't taken a timeout. They're in the lead pretty heavily, just like at the end of Split. And yeah, I mean, the beginning here of the second half was looking pretty good for T1, but Team Secret have stabilized.
And now got an operator back in the hands of Saya player.
Here.
Has to be a big round. I mean, they'll still have some credits to work with. You know, mostly good buys, a couple maybe half armors, but at the end of the day, you do not want to give match point to Secret. T1 so much riding on this match.
On the loose.
Oh. That's always the very troll moment. It's like, oh boy. Well, Wild Oreo will get the job done instead. Envy also picked up a kill. And once again, I mean, Team Secret are up a man, and yes, the plant is going to come in from the wingman, but now you've got the ult out here. And the flash over the top.
Oh,
Saya.
he spotted.
Yeah. Oh, Saya's still going to get that kill, and the cleanup comes in from T1. It's just Jesse Bash and another accurate shot from Xcurit. There you go, T1. Not to go down without a fight.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Saya was spotted, maybe at least just as a question mark on the minimap over there by Envy, but what really made the difference was Rossi drawing so much aggro deep inside the site. They just couldn't take him out. Gives another opening. You know, so we all knew he would be a great counter to the operator once these changes came through, and T1 utilizing that fact.
Nice, boys. Good job. Good job, guys.
Stewart with a nice cover as well. T1, they're not out of it just yet. I mean, if they lose this, their chance for playoffs becomes so slim and so dependent on everybody else. But if they win, they might just have a chance to still determine their own destiny once the remaining matches play out. So T1 fighting with everything they got.
Yeah. And for Team Secret, if they win, they're in.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah, big deal for Secret as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be a great way to try to relax and really settle into the new meta, the new patch.
Absolutely. Well, let's see how this A-hit is going to come down. Has been A-hits all the way down. It is Xbox nowadays. Jeremy holding a very thin angle. He's not quite as far pushed up as last time.
Everybody's been tagged, which is the timing for alert. 2G's ready for it.
Here.
Over by Boiler on the top of mid.
throw up the Cloud Burst if he does charge in. I mean, they've got a lot of things to try to break through this double tap as in goes Stacks, and oh, just the shorty kill on the Izu. And Team Secret, that is okay. The Swarm kills Jeremy as well. Also got a kill for your team. But yeah, Jeremy the only casualty at this point. Saya just desperate. Excurate still trying to get value out of this lurk.
Should have been spotted. Yeah, there's the ping on the minimap.
It's only 10 seconds.
10 seconds left.
The round definitely gone, and Secret very well aware of Excurate's position thanks to Jesse Vash wrapping back around.
That's it. Team Ace, 12 rounds to Team Secret, 1 away from making playoffs here at VCT Pacific.
Match point.
They have dominated on a couple of rounds or a couple of maps in a row, I should say. T1 putting up a nice fight, but now they got to win 4 in a row and then go into overtime. And with Team Secret looking this strong, it's not very likely for them.
Yeah, the util setups are so good from Secret. And they're so quick with it, too. The reads are just very, very solid. And a big part of it is that T1 just hasn't really put pressure across the entire map. Once they get spotted, they're spotted. It's pretty straightforward. And Secret is really digging deep into that weakness that T1 has made apparent. And now the pit makes it even easier for Secret to get the read.
Yeah. It's not going B. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Rossi here gonna try to create some space, perhaps. Jeremy's still holding this angle with the zone operator. Okay, this is gonna create some space. Zoom on the site, but Wild Oreo to take him down. Saya does get one of his own. Wins that sniper duel. Gives them a chance to push on to A here.
Still 2 members, and T1 knows this.
All right, trying to peek around the corner, but Wild Oreo is able to deal with it, but not Envy. And now this plant is coming down to G all by his lonesome. And the timing of the lurk was pretty good. Oh, he's got to deal with too much, and Excurate will take down 2GE. Keeps T1 in with a fighting chance.
Yeah, a lot of the things that were holding T1 back this time, they go the right way. And one neat thing I want to point out is they actually use, wow, well, first of all, that's a nice shot, but they actually used the sound on the double tap shield activate from ISO to distract Jeremy. So because he's been so used to the ISO swinging out, they make the noise, and then the dizzy goes high, and Saya actually swung off of that. Jeremy lives, for an extra couple seconds, but it does ruin his crosshair entirely.
Yeah.
And so T1's starting to find some new tech to try to counter out these holds.
Well, if there's ever a time, it's right now. Up against match point.
It's you and me.
Ooh, Jeremy gets caught.
The shield's online for Izu. Izu needs to win that. All right, they're going to still hunt him down, though. They know exactly where he got taken away from.
T1. Okay. Excurate, he's not going out like this, he says. A couple of headshots to GE. Nice shot from him. Takes out Saya. Wasn't quite looking the right way, but here comes the pit now. Excurate, though, a little bit low. As in goes 2GE, not wasting any time. Looking for Rossi, but he jumps and Rossi takes him down. And Jesse Vash is going to be spotted. Stacks takes him down. And that's 2 rounds linked together now for T1.
So I'm sure, everybody chuckling away at the fact that Izu has lost 2 ultimates now. But it goes to show the strength of this ultimate regardless, right? It takes away 1 member. The rest of your team can flood in, clean house whoever else is left, and then you can take out the guy. It's like a guaranteed trade. So it's still a great opening tool. Obviously, I'm not excusing the fact. Like, he had a shield, he should have won it. But it's still a very powerful tool that T1 is utilizing to its maximum value.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, sometimes you just don't hit your shots, and that's
happens.
unfortunate, Izu's not going to have another ult to potentially not win for the rest of this map.
I do just want to put this out there.
Could get it in overtime, actually.
Yeah, you could. And I just want to put this out there that all these pros are playing against pros, right? It'd be kind of as advantageous as it should be. It's going to happen that you're going to lose in your ultimates, but what I really hope is that any ISO players in VCT don't ever shy away from their duels, though. Like, even if you lose the ultimate, you still need to be the guy that's going out there with the double tap, drawing the aggro, because the moment you stop doing that, you're really losing value on that Asian pick. So,
yeah,
you know, win or lose the duel, you know, as long as your team is capitalizing off of it and you're still able to win the round, that's what matters when you're on stage. And Thrash now, this time online, then the null command able to be cycled through. I mean, T1, they're starting to get a sniff of the comeback possibility.
Yeah, just a slight one.
Yeah, just a slight one. Just a slight whiff in the air.
What's that I smell? I mean, you take a look at the guns. I mean, there's 2 sheriffs here. Oh, the dizzy, the timing, it's so good, but Xgurt does trade it back, and that's Saya player catching another on his way out, and here comes the Thrash, creating the space on A.
Why use a dive duelist when you can get a crazy animal spirit to do it for you?
Yeah. It's a lot more fun. Ooh, that's not quite going to connect. Now Dizzy over the top. Invito is going to be taken down. Xgurt and Stacks get one apiece. And there you go, T1, 3 in a row.
The crowd's feeling it too, the Korean fans.
Oh my.
Earlier we heard a nice cheer for the Secret players as well, but you gotta imagine the majority downstairs are the Korean fans who have just been holding their breath for a comeback. And they're so close to it. And what I love is that T1 has just basically said, you know what, like give up. Secret is always trying to outnumber the ISO, so we will outnumber them. And Izu, I'm sorry, but you're just bait. And we're gonna trade for you.
Yeah.
And it's working out. It's working out.
Absolutely. If it works, it works. It's about the team at this point. And, well.
Wow, Jesse gets out with the lockdown online now. That's a big one.
That is massive. And here in the last round, see if he can make it work. As once again, tanking on into the site is Izu. They are going to get this plant very quickly. Take a look at Xgurt right now.
Yeah, that's what I was keeping my eye on, because they're trying to get ahead of the lockdown. So if T1 can just hold on long enough, which they're doing.
It's happening. It's actually happening. The comeback from 12 to 8. Team Secret with 3 guys. They got to prevent him, but Xgurt comes around the back and then lurks his way in, and T1 have tied it up. We have overtime.
T1. We heard Rossi so many rounds in the replays, just trying to make sure the team stays in the game. You know, wipe out the frustration. Know that there's always a chance. Focus on the matters at hand. And they finally bring it back to overtime. It's not over yet, but and now you imagine the table is flipped. Momentum, vibes, everything in favor of T1.
Absolutely. 4 rounds in a row.
Oh, and the media timeout.
Wow.
I mean, it looks like Coach Autumn has just been charging up everything because he ran out of timeouts, and he's just letting it all out, saying, all right, I get 1 shot. We're going to tell you everything I saw in that second half. And we'll see if Secret will ever have to pull out their one. They did eventually use their timeout in the second half once, but...
Yeah. And you know, T1, I mean, at 44% post-timeout win percentage, I feel like generally that's pretty good. I mean, there's not a lot of teams that have over 50%.
I always say, like, the lower numbers, unless it's really low, is hard to get a read into, right? Because sometimes you're calling on the ecos, et cetera, et cetera. But any team that has a high number, right? Like DRX and PaperX, I believe, both have well over 50%, and that's ridiculous. So anything hovering around a 50%, I would say, is still pretty decent if you want to try to read into this without the extra disclaimers. So we'll see Autumn. Can he work his magic here? See how they're able to bring things back.
Well, this is not a spot I expected to be in tonight.
No.
Map 3, T1 versus Team Secret overtime. Here on Icebox, Team Secret dominated from their attacker side, but then T1 able to match the exact amount of rounds. It just took them a little bit longer to get that engine rolling.
Man, Jesse Vash with the operator on the attacking side.
Pretty cheeky. And he's going to have to go up against Saya, kind of the obvious choice, who oftentimes does this.
And Izu far forward in garage. That's basically the extra counter now to that lurk. Saya lets one pass. I don't think he's been spotted yet.
And there it is. That's a big kill, but Saya is going to be traded down. Jeremy also getting another kill, but now Izu poking out. He's going to go down. Jeremy with 3. And it's up to Stacks, the new member, trying to make this work. And now Jeremy's got Bladestorm as well.
Oh boy. Really trying to pressure Stacks to make a mistake, but this is a position where Stacks has always shined.
Oh, just hold it. He's gonna get half, and it's Jesse. Yeah, to snipe him down. I think if he immediately pulled off after the half,
it could have been, yeah. I think he was trying to run through the options, right? Of, okay, where is the peak coming from? But at the end of the day, I mean, Jeremy getting past, getting the kill onto Rossi was big, because Saya's basically relying on his teammates to kind of hold on to the site so he can rendezvous back out on top of screens. Jeremy creating space when Team Secret needed it most.
Right there. Let's do
Team Secret take the lead. And they could end it right now. Once again, they've been on match point a lot.
Yes.
For many rounds. And here they are again. Will T1 just continue to drag this one out and create more rounds for us to watch in this very entertaining third map? Excurrent, once again, he's going to be out here in mid. He's going to be looking to find someone.
Dizzy gets taken out, but they've already snuck in off of the double tap. Oh no, the blind!
Oh, everybody's blind, but it's Oreo. And Saya player for the pick off. As now the Mosh going to come down. 2GE does get the advantage for the team, but Rossi, he's not going to go down like this. Oh, Saya gets one as well.
Spike down
as Rossi does eventually go down. Now it's a 2v2.
With the spike down, they have to recover it. Team Secret trying to reposition, trying to find a timing in Saya.
Yeah, Saya's isolated as the plan had to come down. It's all up to Excurrent, and down he will go. Team Secret will take 2 in a row. And they had so many match points, but they finally get the job done against T1.
An incredible showing from Team Secret, because while, yes, there were some weaknesses shown from T1, I think, you know, they continued to show the strengths that they have with this new starting 5. Just like they did against Gen G, and Secret came prepared against some of the new looks. I mean, they brushed up on some of the individual weaknesses when they faltered. They kept their peaks high, and the reads were good. They absolutely dug deep into the cracks of T1.
Yeah, they absolutely did. Big props to Team Secret. You saw Saya very disappointed. He knows that if he just hits that shot, the first one,
that's a rough one.
I mean, then you're 2v1, you probably win that round and we get more, but it's not the way it was meant to be. He had a great day overall, so I don't think he should feel too bad. But today, the day goes over to Team Secret, and they make it into playoffs with this victory. T1 make them work for it, but Team Secret,
huge.
Yeah,
a very, very big win with this roster change, and 2GE right there in the center. I have to imagine he's so proud of it. He waited a full year and a half to get onto a starting 5, waiting in the back lines of RRQ. Had a bit of a slower start. Wild Oreo took the spotlight here in stage 2, but now he's at the top today.
Absolutely. Well, what a match it was. Team Secret versus T1. Let's throw it over to the analyst desk to break this one down.
What a game, what a series. Laban Pinas, Team Secret cinched their playoffs placement.
I honestly was afraid, because again, you know, it was a prediction and whatnot. I honestly felt like, again, T1 could have won this, but Secret, what a performance coming out from all of them. It felt like this entire last map on Icebox, it was a whole team effort. No, like, sure, some would have like those highlight moments, but it definitely was a team versus team effort just to take or retake this site, and that's kind of indicative of just how close this Icebox map truly was.
I mean, it really just is so close. And at the same time, I mean, you can feel both teams really fighting tooth and nail just to make it even to overtime. Like, the way that T1 adapted really in this second half just shows so much that in their strengths and how they're playing around this roster, how they're adapting to their opponents as well. But, oh my god, Team Secret! Like, what the heck? It's Asteroid game all over again.
Yeah, honestly, I was very afraid for this one, because, again, we're talking about the win of Team Secret here, but I first want to just talk about how T1 was so close into this. Saya player was hitting suboptimal shots. Xgear was trading so efficiently. And I say it, the battering ram of T1, Izu, sure, he was getting bullied at the start of the first half, but come second half, he was just pressing it. And the casters were talking about it, that he was going to be the trade horse for T1 here, but he was also doing some pretty sick highlights when you give him the chance to do so. Once you get the access to the backside on A, you'd see him just hit the nasty little headshots, and that just solidifies the round for T1. Now, just looking quickly into Team Secret, again, it just felt like they had so much more control at the back of the site. Sure, there were some rough edges, but once they realized and could like isolate these fights against T1, they were able to do that, realize how to do that multiple times over these like multiple rounds.
Yeah, I think that's what impresses me the most. It's like Team Secret really figuring out a way to adapt around this ISO. Clearly, it's like a really strong agent, and like you mentioned, battering ram, trade horse, the ultimate kill contract. It's so good. You remove one player completely off the board, even if they get killed by Izu.
Yep.
But the setups that like Jesse Vash had sometimes just to counter the wingman going in for the plant, and at the same time, the way that they're trying to figure out different ways to retake the site, whether or not it's watching out for Saya players operator sometimes, or just positioning themselves and getting that timing off of like Envy's flashes, having the sense to go in for these little like waterfall drops off of rafters. It's so strong, it's so good, and ultimately that's kind of the firepower and mechanism that gives them the win over T1, even though like there are so many efforts from T1. Again, the adaptations, Autumn calling the timeout as soon as it goes into overtime, but alas, it's still not enough. Team Secret, I mean, the sun shines brightly today.
Yes, Asarai, tell us how you're feeling now that the third team to secure their playoffs placement is Team Secret, joining the likes of DRX and PaperX.
I'm glad.
Come on! I'm glad. Come on, dude! Give us a bit of tackling!
This guy was losing his mind just now.
For the Filipino viewers out there, masaya tayo, nananalo ang Team Secret, guys. So, laban Pinas, laban Team Secret. It's very good. Again,
Omsim pare!
Omsim pare! Exactly. Again, we'll just see it when you post it like on social media. But I really
hope I agree to something like kosher.
I really am very happy about the win here for Team Secret, not only just because, again, this was a team that I voted, but more so like, again, the consistency issue that we were talking about from them that was plaguing them, I think, during kickoff, stage 1. It has happened for Secret in like, I think a span of like 2 years since they joined Pacific League, and now it's looking a lot more solid. Sure, they beat teams like RQ or like GE and Bleed, but now beating another very threatening team like T1.
A team that made it to Masters.
Exactly. It just solidifies what Team Secret is able to offer as a team right now for Pacific, and that's great for fans and for the game and for the league itself.
Yeah, I really do feel that that's very, very true. I mean, Team Secret has been stuck around like the middle for a long time, but with this new roster, these new additions, 2GE especially for today, I think
absolutely
like just shows so much the fact that they're finally like almost. It feels like it's like finally. It's been a long time coming that they finally found this roster that shows how much they really have to offer. Still with like Jesse Vash, the Calling, and Envy and Jeremy as well, who are stepping up alongside all of this, and now finally like cementing themselves in the playoff standings. Meanwhile, for T1 at the same time showing a lot that they have to offer as well, just maybe needing a little bit more time to get used to this, because Xgear, he's been struggling a little bit on the controller role, but right now on this icebox with the Calling, with the frags, he's back up on top. It's just missing those like a couple more rounds.
Yeah, it's like kind of those final pieces for T1. Is the game over for T1?
It feels like it, but no. I feel like they still have a couple more chances, right? Like,
yeah.
In terms of standings, it's 2 wins and I believe 6 losses. So numbers not great, but again,
it's not game over yet.
It's not game over yet. Their round differential is always kind of like so close to breaking even or being actually positive. Just that they don't have the match wins. They still have a lot of opponents and matches to go. They could win, but the conditions kind of differ right now.
Yeah, it's a lot more on the complication. So basically, they needed to win this series to solidify their chances a lot more for playoffs. If Secret lost, then they still had like a couple more games where they could, they still had better chances to qualify. But this one definitely allows them to qualify with this win, at least for Secret.
Yeah. T1 right now, I think they need to win, but they also might need some other team to start losing a little bit.
Yeah,
so that's
right.
why the fans are like really praying for this.
Their fates are now in the hands of the rest of the teams, tying out and a lot of other factors, and that's why we have 2 more weeks of this to go before we hit playoffs. I also want to talk about this other group that's happening, we want to recognize the premier teams who received a promotion into challengers. So Premier, as you guys know, is a route that even you, can go into and find your path into pro play. Have you guys experienced Premier yourselves?
A little bit. Oh, together?
Yeah, we're in the same team. Yeah, shout-outs to the
Banana Brigade.
Banana Brigade.
We had VCT specific, and then we changed it up.
VCT specific.
I wasn't there.
Yeah.
I was a new addition to the roster when they changed it to Banana Brigade. But yeah, it's fun. It's definitely fun. And if you have the right, the great amount of skills, the right teammates, you can definitely reach that next
It's
level.
like a different experience from ranked because you're playing like full-on 5-stack against another full-on 5-stack. So you're always like thinking, you're not just playing like individually.
Yeah, it's a completely different experience than ranked at all. I mean, and the fact that you can qualify to go to challengers, play professionally through it. I mean that alone is a different experience. So you too can compete. The next one starts on June 27th. That's episode 9, Act 1. So grab your friends, sign up. Here's are some of our winners who qualified through Premier. I actually see a couple teams of like Kazuna Esports. Very interesting to see them.
Shoutouts
go
to
through this.
Yeah, shoutouts to like Reverie, Cairo, Shinsei, and the likes of them. Kazuna Esports back into it.
Yeah, from the Philippines as well. Subversive, Tyrant Esports, Ranko Cuties, Avernus. This is just me because I remember some of the team names, and then I know some of the players that have gone there. So they've been in the scene, and I can assume this is like very common ground for all of the people or the other teams that are playing. They've been in the scene for the longest time, and this is like, again, just great to give them recognition.
Yeah, Indonesia, Oceania as well. I mean, remember that like music video from last year, the One More music video?
Yeah.
That's where the dream starts. It all starts with Premier.
I also really like that we saw teams from Vietnam, Hong Kong, Taiwan region as well. These are regions we obviously don't have here in Pacific yet, and this is the pathway towards it. So yeah, again, June 27th is when the next Premier stage starts on episode 9, Act 1. You guys want to?
It's got like little golf class.
Start a Premier team?
This is the Dumbledore.
Yeah.
Or, no.
Right.
Yeah, because I'm holding the mic. How do you want me to?
We are going to talk to 2GE very shortly. Any thoughts you want to share about 2GE, our MVP for today?
So real quick, we were talking about hyping a lot about Wild Oreo. He, I think, reached his culmination to Secret a lot faster, but 2GE now in this series has definitely come into his own for Secret, and he's got a lot of, I think, things to offer that Wild Oreo doesn't. So that's great, because again, that's a lot of options that Team Secret now has in their arsenal.
Yeah, and I think this is a big part of it. You guys had mentioned it. Team Secret has seemed to find all the missing pieces to find their success. So let's go to that stage for that interview with Bella.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the post-match interviews. I'm Bella, and next to me I have Team Secret's 2GE. Simpare 2GE.
Hello.
Hello. Alright, that was a nail-biting game. You snatched up your first ever win against T1, and you're now in the playoffs. So I want to know, what would you rate your team's performance for today?
For first match, maybe like a 5. But for the whole series, I think we played our best, like a 10.
5, 10, 10 playoffs. That was nice, right? And you really read T1 well on Split and Icebox. So I want to know how you guys decided to prep for your T1 match, because it worked out really well,
Yeah, we watched all their VODs for today's game, and we prepare and how we're gonna play the game for today's match and adapt to how they play.
So your predictions all paid off.
Yeah.
Perfectly. Right? And then, there was an ISO on T1, and, teams that have faced ISO with the buff, they say, they feel defenseless. So I want to know, how it was like for you.
Everybody on my team played ISO, everybody on rank, and we know how to counter. We share our thoughts on how to play against if they ult against us, and yeah, we did win.
Even with the buff, it was just predictable. Yeah. All right. And since joining Secret, your form has been, through the roof. I want to know, what are you focusing on to bringing to the table for your team?
I'm trying to be more like myself, improve and outside the game, inside the game, so I can contribute to the team and give more, like, yeah.
So you're focusing on communication in and out, building together with the team.
Synergy, yeah.
Yeah, synergy. Oh, it really showed today, you know. And you know, your next match actually is against Shanghai Masters champion Genji. How confident are you?
We are confident against them since like we don't have pressure, but not too confident.
Enough pressure, but not really a lot of pressure. Confident, but not too confident. That's always good.
Yeah.
All right, I'm excited to see that. All right, good game today. And that was Team Secret's 2GE for their winners interview. And don't forget to come back on Saturday the 29th to see Talon and DFM and Zeta and RRQ. See you then. Bye-bye.
One enemy remaining.
One, two, six, one,